Chapter 1 Reborn as Uzumaki Naruto? Naruto, I'm sorry, you have encountered this kind of thing when you were just born. Don't be afraid, Mom will protect you by your side, and Dad will also protect you. A gentle voice awakened a certain consciousness. He opened his eyes slowly, and then he couldn't help being taken aback. The first thing that catches the eye is a strange room, a strange ceiling, a strange wall, and a strange but beautiful big beauty beside him. Wait a minute, it's big. He suddenly noticed that the opponent seemed to be huge in his own eyes for some reason, and the whole was like a giant. Huh? Naruto. Wait, she and I seem to know her, isn't this Kushina? He was stunned again, subconsciously wanting to exclaim, but what he blurted out turned into a burst of wow. For some reason, an unfamiliar soul came across to this world. This is Hokage's world. Moreover, this soul discovered that not only did he pass through and become Uzumaki Naruto, but now the Nine Tails Chaos event has occurred. The big beauty in front of her is Uzumaki Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina, and she also has a secret identity, which is Nine Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha village. Compared with men, women as Jinchuriki have a fatal weakness, that is, when the female Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal on the tail beast will be weakened. Even if Kushina belongs to the Uzumaki clan, there are many seals. However, a masked man broke the seal of Nine Tails and released it while she was giving birth, and he is now wreaking havoc in Konoha village. The current incumbent 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, the father of Uzumaki Naruto, is now dealing with a sudden enemy. But what Minato didn't know was that the masked man was actually his former disciple Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito can be said to be Kushina's favorite child. He even takes care of him as a brother. He has also said more than once that he hopes his child will be like Obito. But Kushina never expected that the culprit who caused this situation, and may even make their family ruined, is the child she once loved and cared for so much. It's all because of the Third Ninja War that is far from over until now. With the death of a girl named Rin Nohara, Uchiha Obito hates this world full of hatred and wars. He wants to escape or create even more. A world with Lin and no wars. So Uchiha Obito started Blacken. He no longer thinks about everything he used to, even if the masters and mothers, he can be merciless. Nowadays, Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts have changed sharply, and he quickly analyzes the current situation in his mind based on the plots he has seen before. He knows more about what will happen next. When Nine Tails is unlocked, Kushina is actually doomed to die. This is because if Jinchuriki is deprived of the tail beast, it will die, even if it is stronger than Sage of Six Paths. Kushina, as the Uzumaki clan, a lineage of the descendants of Sage of Six Paths, can only postpone this time of death. She was doomed to die. But in this way, Konoha village will lose the power of Jinchuriki and the tail beast. The Third Ninja World War is not over yet. Once other ninja villages learn about this news, I'm afraid the war will happen again, right? So Jinchuriki must exist. And in order to defeat the masked man and prevent a greater crisis that may arise in the future, I am afraid that as Hokage and as a father, Namikaze Minato will only believe in his own children, right? After all, it is Nine Tails. Not only is the power of the tail beast far beyond ordinary people's imagination, Nine Tails is the strongest power among the tail beasts. This can indeed be called a cheating level plug-in. Only once Uzumaki Naruto becomes Jinchuriki, he knows what he will usher in. By then, people will definitely transfer their hatred of Nine Tails to him, and even hate him because of fear. But he doesn't care about these, because he has a plot advantage and understands how important the power of Nine Tails is. If the power of Master can be smooth, it can almost be comparable to half of Six Paths, right? After all, when Sage of Six Paths separated 10 tails, the sacred tree, into 9-tailed beasts, if 1 tail to 7 tails occupied a portion of chakra of the sacred tree, and 8 tails had an exclusive share, then 9 tails would probably be divided. 80% of them are chakra. Now Uzumaki Naruto is more concerned about why he crosses. It was inexplicable. He remembered that he seemed to be sleeping at home before, and suddenly he passed through to become Uzumaki Naruto or something. The first reaction of many people should be incredible, right? Dream. Uzumaki Naruto thought to himself. He now understands that he still can't speak, nor can he speak, let alone Japanese. What is strange is that, somehow, he seems to understand Kushina's previous words. Is it the special ability of the Traverser? Or is it because of the relationship between mother and child? Perhaps it was because of the blood connection that allowed him to understand Kushina's meaning. Before Uzumaki Naruto wanted to understand, suddenly, a handsome figure appeared in front of the bed out of thin air. He has beautiful short blonde hair, is dressed in an imperial robe, and has the words 4th Hokage written on the back. It is Namikaze Minato, the father of Uzumaki Naruto. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. Uzumaki Naruto shouted excitedly in his heart, this move is really handsome, mainly fast. As long as you leave the coordinates somewhere in advance, you can move it instantly at any time, which is almost equivalent to an instant movement. At this time, Namikaze Minato came directly in front of Kushina and Uzumaki Naruto's mother and son. Before he could explain, he gently hugged his wife and son. Kushina believed in Minato, so she didn't say anything, letting him hold his mother and son and disappear instantly. When Uzumaki Naruto looked around again, they found that they had arrived in a wilderness. Perhaps this area was originally a forest, but now there is only a mess. It seems that the terrain has been changed by some terrible force, leaving only a barren land. A huge monster appeared not far away. It was a beast tens of meters high. It was a huge fox with 9 tails. It was 9 tails. Kushina, I need your help, Minato said. Needless to say, the tacit understanding between the husband and wife does not need to be explained clearly by Minato. Kushina has exhausted all her strength and suddenly sent out a dozen chains of chakra from her back, quickly entwining 9 tails and creating a knot around it. World, neither let outsiders come in nor let 9 tails escape. It's time to solve 9 tails. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Uzumaki Naruto, 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Outside Konoha village, in a clearing, 9 Tails, which had just made a big noise in Konoha village, was moved here at this time. Kushina even activated the unique sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, and blocked 9 Tails with chains made by chakra, and isolated this place with a barrier. When the retired 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen brought people to support, they could only see Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina arguing from a distance outside the barrier. Since Kushina was previously 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and as the Uzumaki clan also mastered a powerful sealing technique, this made 9 Tails immobile. But Kushina, being Jinchuriki, has let 9 Tails get rid of the seal. In fact, she is already exhausted. It's hard to say how long she can control 9 Tails. She might die anytime, right? And what they have to do now is to seal 9 Tails. Actually I can die with 9 Tails, Minato, you leave with Naruto, Kushina gritted her teeth and said, she couldn't hold it anymore. She also understands her situation. If Jinchuriki who died of the tail beast is bound to die, then she is willing to die with 9 Tails to protect her husband and son. But Minato said, it is meaningless to do that. The tail beast will not die easily. Even if it dies now, it will soon be resurrected in a wild state. Because the tail beasts themselves are chakra aggregates, they were originally a whole, and were originally separated from the 10 Tails tree by Sage of 6 Paths. The sacred tree is the body of the 9-tailed beasts, and they are the chakra of the sacred tree. How will chakra disappear or die? Therefore, the tail beast will not really die. Except for the seal, if it is killed, it will be resurrected after a period of time. What's more, the war is not over yet, especially Cloud Shinobi Village is eyeing us. As a war orphan and losing your country, you must be more aware of how passive Konoha village will be if it loses its fighting power like Nine Tails. Uzumaki Kushina comes from the Uzumaki country of the Uzumaki clan, but the Uzum country has been destroyed. And what Minato really wants to say is, so I want to reseal Nine Tails, and then. Having said that, Minato pondered for a moment. Kushina had already thought of something intelligently, and her eyes widened. Minato took a deep breath and finally said, I want to take our children, I want to make Naruto the new Nine Tails Jinchuriki. How can this be possible? Kushina exclaimed without any surprise, and refused without hesitation, don't you know how hard Jinchuriki's situation is? Besides, Naruto is still so young. And Minato, although you have also learned there are many sealing techniques, but you do not have the strength of Mito-sama after all, how do you seal Nine Tails? The ghouls are all sealed, Minato spit out a word. Kushina took a deep breath, because she knew that it was the forbidden technique, and once the caster used it, she would definitely die. The ghoul is sealed, an extremely powerful forbidden technique, which is also a kind of sealing technique. Its strength can even ignore any defense. As long as it hits, the opponent's soul will be sealed. It was a sealing technique aimed directly at the soul, so it could not be defended. But the reason why it is called forbidden technique is because once the caster completes the seal, the first price he has to pay is his soul. Forbidden technique is such a thing. It does not refer to powerful power alone, but many forbidden techniques will bring huge damage to the operator himself. Even once the target's soul is sealed up by the ghoul, it will be dragged into Shinigami's belly with the caster's soul, and will be sealed in it forever, entangled and never separated for a lifetime. That is a powerful and terrifying forbidden technique. But Minato knew that he could not seal a powerful existence like Nine Tails, so he could only choose to seal it up with ghouls. Or, when Minato looks at Kushina, his eyes reveal both tenderness and many regrets and sorrows. In fact, Minato has already achieved death consciousness, right? Because he knew that Kushina was bound to die. If Nine Tails is willing to cooperate and willingly return to Kushina's body, maybe she can still be saved. But now Nine Tails hates humans, and even Kushina and the previous Jinchuriki Uzumaki Mito, so how can it be willing to save Kushina? In fact, it's because I know that Kushina might die, so Minato doesn't want to live anymore, right? How cruel and ruthless this man is to his enemies, how considerate and gentle he is to his own people, especially to his family and lovers. But what about Naruto? Minato, you don't have to die, even if you are the only one to take care of Naruto, Kushina was anxious and wanted to continue to persuade. But Minato was even more straightforward, completing the seal with almost invisible speed in his hand, then clapped his hands together and shouted, the ghouls are all sealed. He still used the forbidden technique after all. When the seal was completed, he had already completed the contract with Shinigami, which could not be restored. Kushina was very broken and couldn't help murmured, if we can all live, as long as we are a family of 3 together, and then take care of Naruto and grow up, and then watch him marry a wife and have children, that would be a happy life for me. But even such simple happiness and wishes cannot be realized. Thinking of this, Minato couldn't help crying, and could only comfort him, don't worry, Kushina, I can seal some of your chakras into Naruto's body together, so you can see how he grows up. And he will definitely need the power of Nine Tails in the future, and I hope you can help him at that time. Kushina looked at Minato with a wry smile, just for this, but you? Just to pay the price of life? Does it worth? Maybe Minato thought it was worth it? Kushina finally stopped persuading, and Minato also began to further seal Nine Tails. Under the restraint of Kushina, Nine Tails could not escape, and Minato finally extracted half of chakra from his body. Because Uzumaki Naruto is too young, he has just been born. Minato knows that if all the Nine Tails are sealed in his son, he may be affected too much by Nine Tails. So Minato sealed half of the chakra of 9 tails into Uzumaki Naruto's body, and combined the 8 trigrams of the double 4 elephants to form the 8-sign seal. This can be said to be the best seal technique among all the seals of Jinchuriki. Minato is about to breathe a sigh of relief after doing all this. But at this moment, suddenly, 9 tails, who didn't want to sit still, took advantage of the relaxation of the two couples, violently swung their huge sharp claws and went straight to Uzumaki Naruto. Asterisk. Chapter 3 The Sacrifice of Minato and Kushina. After all, 9 tails is only half of chakra sealed. If it kills Uzumaki Naruto as the new 9 tails Jinchuriki at this time, then Minato's seal will automatically become invalid. And now Uzumaki Naruto is just born, let alone resistance, can't even sit up. Watching 9 tails' sharp claws suddenly violently rushed straight to the front door of Uzumaki Naruto. If it were to slap Uzumaki Naruto's body, Uzumaki Naruto might be crushed into a pool of fleshy mud. Puff. There was a splash of blood, but it was not Uzumaki Naruto's. Before putting Uzumaki Naruto's baby, Minato, and Kushina, who had already reached their limit, were stacked together in a tacit understanding, and they just supported their children with a shield with their flesh and blood. The sharp claws of 9 tails penetrated their bodies in an instant. However, he couldn't make any further progress, and could only stay in front of Uzumaki Naruto in vain. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened, looking at all this dumbly. He had seen this scene before, and at that time he was watching comics as a reader. But now he saw the scene truly, which shocked him extremely. Is this the selfless dedication and great love of parents to their children? Sorry, Naruto, there is no way to accompany you and watch you grow up. Kushina looked at the little guy in front of her. It was her son, the flesh and blood she gave birth only in October. But at this time, she could only say helplessly and sadly, Naruto, don't be picky eaters, eat more and grow up quickly. Remember to take a bath every day, don't stay up late to ensure sleep. And make friends, don't need a lot, you can really trust it's enough to have so many friends. In addition, mother, I can't do well, but you have to study hard and practice ninjutsu, but everyone has things that are good and bad, so don't be discouraged because you don't learn well, and respect your teachers and teachers in school. Senior. There is another important thing. Regarding the 3 prohibitions of ninjas, especially money borrowing, you must be cautious. The income of the task must be saved well. You must wait until you are 20 years old before drinking. Excessive drinking is harmful to your body. Remember to pay attention properly. The key issue in the 3 prohibitions is women. Mothers don't understand that women are women. In short, there are only men and women in this world. Although you will be interested in women, remember not to be seduced by strange women. Look for them. For a woman like a mother, there is one more thing when it comes to 3 prohibitions, so be careful of Mr. Jiraiya. When Kushina talked about Jiraiya, Minato behind her couldn't help but smile, because that was his teacher, but he couldn't say much. Naruto, you will encounter a lot of pain and bitterness next, but you must firmly maintain yourself, and you must have dreams, and you must have the confidence to be able to realize your dreams. And there is also, in fact, there are more things I want to teach you, and I want to stay with you all the time, I love you. Kushina was talking, tears shed tears on her face, and at the same time she said apologetically to Minato behind her, I'm sorry, Minato, I've been talking about it all the time. Minato was tolerant and petting and smiled and said, it doesn't matter, what dad wants to say is the same as your nagging mother. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help it anymore and began to cry. Wow. His heart is not made of iron. He has experienced such a scene personally. He was touched and broken, and moved by the tragic experience of this family, sad. There was even a feeling of empathy, as if this was not a dream, but what happened to him. So Uzumaki Naruto cried in a mess. He knew better that Minato and Kushina had been alive soon. As Minato sealed a bit of chakra between himself and Kushina in Uzumaki Naruto's body, and then as he sealed the last chakra of Nine Tails into his body, he was dragged into Shinigami's belly together with him. Finally, the couple fell to the ground and died together. On this day, Konoha village suffered a huge loss. Not only did it lose the important combat power of Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but it also lost 4th Hokage, who had recently taken office. Namikaze Minato can surpass Sunin to become a new Hokage, not only strength, but also a symbol of popularity, especially in the early and middle of the Third Ninja War. He also broke the name of Konoha's Yellow Flash No. Even other shinobu villages have issued orders. If you encounter him, you can turn around and run away and give up the mission without being blamed or punished. You know, ninjas value missions more important than life. Konoha's White Fang, the father of Hatake Kakashi, gave up the mission because he chose to save his companions during the mission, and was accused by the village and finally chose to apologize with death. One Madara can be seen. What's more, the destruction of Konoha village by the Nine Tails incident is far more than that. Countless buildings in Konoha village were destroyed, and there were countless casualties. Even though Konoha village reacted quickly under the leadership of Third Generation and started to evacuate the crowd, in order to prevent Nine Tails from making a fuss in the village, there are still countless ninjas who died. That is Nine Tails after all. What's more, in that situation, someone was secretly making trouble. Not only did they not help, they also transferred almost half of Umbu away, and even blocked a family of ninjas outside the battlefield. If Sharinan from that family can help, maybe Nine Tails won't be so devastating, right? A certain conspirator under the banner of Konoha took this opportunity to make Konoha village a huge loss. And all this has nothing to do with Uzumaki Naruto, because he has passed out. After all, he is just a newborn baby. What can a baby do? After so much, the main reason was that he could understand what happened, but his spirit couldn't bear it even more, so he fell asleep deeply. Until he lost consciousness, Uzumaki Naruto was still thinking, it's a rare experience, but it's a pity that you should wake up from this dream. Ah, I have to wake up the morning shift tomorrow, and I have to sleep earlier. Maybe he still thinks he is dreaming? But this dream is too real. Until the next morning, when Uzumaki Naruto woke up from starvation, he opened his eyes to reveal a pair of beautiful blue eyes, and then looked around blankly. The room and ceiling are still unfamiliar. It looks like a hospital because the whole room is all white. There is a white ceiling, white walls, and a white bed. A girl in a white nurse uniform sits beside it, and a baby bottle is prepared. Why am I still here? Asterisk. Chapter 4. Don't deceive too much. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto confirmed one thing, that is, he passed through. It turned out that this was not a dream. If it were a dream, he should have been awake. Besides, it is impossible to continue sleeping in the dream, right? If it were a dream, he should have been awake. Even if he was still in the dream, he wouldn't feel so clearly that he was hungry and awake after sleeping. Even if there is logic in the dream, it can't be exactly that way, right? After confirming that he was indeed traveling instead of having such a dream, Uzumaki Naruto was in a daze for a whole day. It wasn't until the evening when a nurse came to make him come back to his senses. Little Belly also screamed appropriately, he was hungry. Babies can't talk, but they cry when they are hungry. But Uzumaki Naruto has the soul of an adult, already an office worker, after all, so he won't cry out anytime and anywhere. And all day today, except for being fed a bottle of milk by the nurse in the morning, I haven't seen anyone in the whole day. Only then did I see the nurse. He was so hungry that he began to scream. A young nurse came in and looked at her baby who was lying there expectantly, but a look of fear flashed in her eyes, and her feet stopped moving. In fact, she doesn't know the identity of the baby, only that it was sent by sent by the third-generation team last night. It is said that it was an orphan picked up from the battlefield of Nine Tails. But looking at the baby's cheeks on each side, there are 3 symmetrical lines that look like beards. The nurse remembered something that everyone in Konoha Hospital was talking about secretly today. That is, some people have boldly guessed that this baby of unknown origin is likely to be the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails demon fox. Although the Nine-Tails demon fox is dead, it was wiped out by the husband and wife of 4th generation at the cost of their lives. However, this baby picked from the battlefield may be the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails demon fox. In fact, in the ninja world, ordinary people don't know what the tail beast and Jinchuriki stand for, and they have never even heard of it. This is weird. Maybe it's the author who hasn't set a good relationship in the previous plot. Until Shippuden, even Haruno Sakura, who was a disciple of Tsunade, didn't understand what Jinchuriki represented, let alone what bad situation Jinchuriki had. So let alone just a nurse. In addition, the Nine Tails incident just happened last night. Not only was there countless casualties, but the village was also severely damaged by a fraction. Such a huge disaster made the nurse very scared of the baby. So she just threw a bottle of prepared milk powder a little far away, and smashed it into Uzumaki Naruto without paying attention, turning around and ran out. Uzumaki Naruto only felt a pain in his shoulder. He was still a baby. Not only did he have no ability to dodge or resist, his weak body was almost never taken away. If it hits his head, I'm afraid he will faint, right? Gritting your teeth, no, there are no teeth yet. Uzumaki Naruto pursed his lips. Although he is still an orphan now, his small face already shows dissatisfaction, which is even colder. This is the case as a nurse, let alone what kind of treatment you will encounter in the future. Although I knew that Uzumaki Naruto's childhood was not happy, it can be described as miserable. But now it's not as an audience, but a personal experience, which makes Uzumaki Naruto very annoyed. Damn, who desperately protected Konoha village last night? Why did he become Jinchuriki? Isn't it for Konoha village to retain the power of Nine Tails? His parents, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and Kushina, sacrificed their lives, even knowing that their son might have a hard time doing so. Is that how he treated him? I have to say that Uzumaki Naruto's mentality was a bit burst, but he didn't show it. It's better to say that he couldn't express it clearly, just coldly small face, and laboriously raised his hand. But he found that he couldn't do it, he couldn't raise his hand. A baby who was just born a day ago, how could he raise his hands and feet by himself? Now he can't even raise his neck. Uzumaki Naruto almost didn't feel aggrieved and cried. He was a normal ordinary person the day before. Although ordinary, he didn't look like a useless person like he is now. That's right, it's just a cripple. He knows what's going on and has an adult mind, but his body can't keep up, and he can't do anything he wants. But the stomach that had been fasted for a day began to scream again, but there was no one in the house except him. Uzumaki Naruto was unwilling to sit and wait for death. He didn't cry and call others, but competed with himself. Since he didn't listen to his hands and feet, he forced his little head to turn around. Although he didn't have the strength to raise his head and neck, he still managed to turn his head on the pillow, but it also made him work hard. Fortunately, the baby bottle hit his shoulder just now and fell on the side of his head, but when he turned his head he almost cried because it was not the nipple but the bottom of the bottle that was facing him. How to drink this special? How can this be drunk? Don't deceive others too much. Uzumaki Naruto almost cursed the street, but what he blurted out was a babble of unknown meaning. But what can it do? Isn't Uzumaki Naruto just staring at the baby bottle that he can't drink right in front of him? In this way, Uzumaki Naruto didn't move anymore, he just lay there with his head on his side, fell silent. Even if his stomach was still groaning, he had already given up. Not long afterwards, a drowsiness came. In fact, it was not sleepy, but mental exhaustion and excessive hunger throughout the day. Uzumaki Naruto's will fell into darkness again. I don't know how long it has passed, Uzumaki Naruto woke up again. This time when he woke up, he felt that Venus was beginning to appear in front of him. Just one day after birth, not only did he not have time to drink Kushina's breast milk, he was even fed a little by a nurse in the morning. Milk powder. To be honest, even he knew he was at risk of starving to death. But there is no second person besides him in the dark room. Even if he wants to find someone to help breastfeed, even if he is willing to abandon his dignity and cry, he can't call anyone anymore, right? It was late at night, and not only this room, but the whole world seemed to fall into silence. Uzumaki Naruto continued to lie there. He couldn't help but think sadly, Minato, Kushina, or call you mom and dad. After all, you did sacrifice yourself to protect me. Calling your parents is nothing. This is the village you protect? This is the Konoha village you protect? Did you know that your children might be starving to death? Asterisk. Chapter 5. Is it going to be starved to death? Konoha village under the night sky fell into silence at this time, and could feel a sad atmosphere. Just last night, a Nine-Tails incident suddenly broke out. In fact, many people don't know, because the secrecy measures are so good, the fact that Uzumaki Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki inherited from Uzumaki Mito has always been a secret. So when Nine-Tails suddenly appeared in Konoha village and ran away, many people were caught off guard. Even though the third generation project reacted quickly, when Minato was initially entangled by the masked man, Uchiha Obito, he took some umbu to preside over the evacuation of the crowd and the work against Nine-Tails. But too many people were lost. Even if one day has passed, there are no statistics on the number of people killed and the damaged property. At the end of the day, everyone endured the grief and the fear of the rest of their lives. While dealing with many aftermath matters, they calmed the frightened mood alone. But why this disaster suddenly broke out is still a mystery. The existence of the masked man is almost a secret. Even the third generation does not know the existence of the masked man, even if he has been to the secret base of the Kushina delivery room and found many dead bodies of Umbu and his wife Sarutobi Lake Biwa there, he does not know who killed it. Third generation did not doubt Minato. Nonsense, can't it be Minato who killed his wife and released Nine-Tails, and then died and reseal it? Unless he is crazy. At this moment, the third generation had to come out again, and temporarily replaced Hokage before the fourth generation was killed and the fifth generation had not yet been determined. Only he has this qualification now. As for the old thing called Shimura Danzo, he was really not qualified. Because there must be too many things to be busy in the last few days, third generation has no time to visit Uzumaki Naruto. Only Umbu and Jonin who were present at the scene witnessed the Minato couple sealing half of the Nine-Tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body, and only a small number of people knew the identity of Uzumaki Naruto. After third generation asked several Umbus to take Uzumaki Naruto to Konoha Hospital to take care of him, he also issued an order on the spot to keep everyone secret of Uzumaki Naruto's identity. This is also to protect Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha village has been messing around now, and the third generation has noticed one thing. When Nine-Tails went violently, there was a period of time when the eyes of Nine-Tails were in the state of Sharingan. What does this mean? At least the third generation project knows that once Uchiha Madara used Sharingan to forcibly control Nine-Tails and also challenged the first generation project Senju Hashirama. Is it the Uchiha clan? And that night, some Umbu had performed other missions, and bypassed his incumbent Hokage, and also bypassed fourth Hokage. Who the hell is doing the ghost? Even the third ninja war is not over yet, and it will not be concluded until Konoha village and Cloud Shinobi village sign an agreement, and it will be a few years before that. In these troubled times, I have to say that this is indeed a protection. No one can guarantee that once people know that Uzumaki Naruto is the identity of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, or even that Konoha's yellow shining sun, will anyone take him away? Regardless of the considerations, the third generation objective is not wrong. But he never thought of it, because Uzumaki Naruto was born with a beard mark similar to a fox, but he was mistaken for the reincarnation of a demon fox. This is something that third generation did not expect. And now, Uzumaki Naruto is about to starve to death. How could a baby who was just born a day compare to an adult's physique? He can't move his hands and feet now, and he's been hungry for a day, but he can only look at the bottle close at hand and helpless. In a ward of Konoha Hospital, Uzumaki Naruto was already starving with dim eyes and was thirsty. He was really hungry and thirsty. If you can drink a few mouthfuls of milk powder, it must be very comfortable. But he couldn't do anything. Would he starve to death while looking at the food in front of him? Uzumaki Naruto was angry and pressed his lips tightly, because he was born without teeth, he couldn't even clench his teeth. He stared at the baby bottle in front of him, screaming in his heart, "Nine-Tails Demon Fox, don't pretend to be dead. If the little master is dead, you will be fine, right? Nine-Tails has been sealed in his body, and he is now Nine-Tails Jinchuriki." Uzumaki Naruto's thinking is also very simple. Since it is Jinchuriki, if he can use the power of Nine-Tails to grab the bottle with chakra, he can eat milk powder. However, Nine-Tails had just been sealed, and it was forcibly divided into two halves, divided into yin and yang Nine-Tails. Even Nine-Tails couldn't bear it, no matter how Uzumaki Naruto called in his heart, even if he called out Nine-Tails' real name Kurama, Nine-Tails did not move or respond at all. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto is desperate. If even the power of Nine-Tails cannot be used, then he really has nothing to do. What about a traverser? It's not restricted, because it's a reincarnation relationship. Being a baby is really troublesome and can't do anything, Uzumaki Naruto thought, with a wry smile from the corner of his mouth. Am I going to die? Uzumaki Naruto has already begun to feel that his physical strength is reaching its limit, his hands and feet have also begun to become cold, and his body is slowly becoming numb. Maybe he is going to be starved to death, right? But if I die, will I return to the original world? Or enter the pure land of this world? Uzumaki Naruto thought, slowly closing his eyes. He has already admitted his fate, what else can he do? He wanted to open the hook suddenly and be invincible, but he also had to have such a plug-in. In fact, when he was in a daze all day today, he also fancied whether he had any system, and he called for a system or a panel in his heart countless times. It turned out to be nothing. There are all kinds of cheats in other people's crossing, is he going to die here? Gradually, Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness began to fall into darkness, and this time he was no longer asleep. Even he himself understood that once he lost consciousness again this time, he would really die and would never wake up again. Even Minato and Kushina's chakra can't help him, because Minato has a mechanism to turn on their chakra, and they will appear one after another only when the seal corresponding to Nine-Tails is touched. One is that when the seal of Nine-Tails is accidentally opened, Minato's chakra will appear to help seal it again. Another is that when Uzumaki Naruto decides to get the power of Nine-Tails, Kushina's chakra will show up to help him. But now they can only watch Uzumaki Naruto fall into a desperate situation, right? Don't know if they have any regrets? Finally, as Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness began to go away, as if to be sucked away from the body. Suddenly, there was a sigh. Ashura's reincarnation, you can't just die like this. Asterisk. Chapter 6 A Gift from Sage of Six Paths. Uzumaki Naruto is miserable, or the soul that traveled through is miserable. As for the previous name of the traveler, I won't mention it because I always get my name. You can also substitute yourself. He never expected that he would starve to death in the end. Rather, even the scheming third generation project would not have thought that he had asked Umbu to send Uzumaki Naruto to the hospital, but the people in the hospital misunderstood that Uzumaki Naruto was the reincarnation of a demon fox. What do you think? In short, Uzumaki Naruto's breathing finally stopped. He died, starved to death. Babies that are only 1 day old are so weak. Why not say that human babies are the weakest of all animal cubs, right? Even the newly born deer can gallop, because of the cruelty of nature. Otherwise, you will die. But humans can't. It takes more than 10 years for human babies to grow up. However, just before Uzumaki Naruto's soul was about to be sucked into an unknown place, all of a sudden, Uzumaki Naruto only felt his eyes light up, and his soul came to an inexplicable space. Actually, this is your own spiritual realm. A strange voice suddenly sounded. Uzumaki Naruto only noticed that there was another person in front of him. Looking subconsciously, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help being taken aback. I saw that the other party was an old man with reddish-brown hair, a long beard hanging on his chest, wearing a white gown, sitting cross-legged over a few black balls that slowly revolved around. Seeing this scene, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but exclaimed, "Sage of Six Paths." That's right, that's Sage of Six Paths. Isn't it Sage of Six Paths at Satsuki Hage Oromo that appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto? Sage of Six Paths looked at Uzumaki Naruto unexpectedly, and raised his head, and asked, "Do you know the old man?" Uzumaki Naruto nodded subconsciously, and then finally noticed something. Wait a minute, I can talk. And it's so tall. Having been a baby for 2 days, actually 1 day and 2 nights, he realized that he had recovered his adult body. But when he noticed this, his body began to change rapidly. He had already changed back to his original face before crossing, but at this time he began to shrink quickly, and finally became the same baby posture as he is now, lying on the ground and unable to stand up. Uzumaki Naruto was speechless, staring at the Sage of Six Paths in front of him with a stunned expression. Sage of Six Paths, who had a serious face, twitched the corners of his mouth and explained, "It has nothing to do with the old man. It's really not his tricks." Uzumaki Naruto sat up strenuously, and said rather old-fashioned, "You should change your way of speaking." It turned out that he disliked Sage of Six Paths. The way he spoke was a bit retro, which sounded more troublesome. The corners of Sage of Six Paths' eyes twitched. "This little kid is going to starve to death and is so stinky." "Cough cough cough," Sage of Six Paths said with a dry cough. Sage of Six Paths still changed his speaking style and said again, "Since you know who I am, do you know who you are and where you come from?" "I know, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, and Jinchuriki of Nine Tails Kurama." "Wait, I remember, shit, I'm still the reincarnation of your son? Wait, who am I? Am I my own traverser? Or am I the reincarnation of Ashura?" Uzumaki Naruto hugged his head with his hands at the end, and suddenly fell into chaos. He finally remembered, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't just have a plug-in, he is the reincarnation of Ashura, and Ashura is the youngest son of Sage of Six Paths, who is in front of him with superb status and superb strength. Not to mention that the Uzumaki clan is originally one of the descendants of Ashura, and the Senju clan is a distant relative, and the Uchiha clan is also a distant relative. But Uzumaki Naruto felt dazed and confused. Who is he? Is he Uzumaki Naruto? Or a traverser? Or is he the reincarnation of Ashura? Good luck. Even the corners of Sage of Six Paths' mouth and eyes, Kakuzu began to twitch, and he had to explain, "Don't think about it. Although you are the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, you are not Ashura. Your soul is your own, but Ashura's chakra is possessed on you. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto is not Ashura, and there is no relationship between the two other than blood relationship." But because the battle between Ashura and Indra continued, the two began to attach their chakra to their offspring, and then continued to fight. Simply put, Uzumaki Naruto only has Ashura's chakra, and will not be occupied by Ashura's soul. He was still him, he was still a traverser, and then became what is now Uzumaki Naruto. But you are going to die soon, Sage of Six Paths said suddenly. Uzumaki Naruto shook his whole body, but immediately slumped his shoulders and whispered, "So what, I can't stand up suddenly? My parents died in order to protect the village and me, and lost their parents. Guarded and cared for, I was going to starve to death one day after I was born. Do you think this is fair?" Sage of Six Paths was silent and did not answer, but looked at Uzumaki Naruto deeply, as if he had noticed something. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head, looked at Sage of Six Paths in wonder, and asked, "What are you looking at?" Sage of Six Paths frowned slightly and said, "You may bring about unpredictable changes." Uzumaki Naruto shrugged, "No, I'm dying." Sage of Six Paths shook his head, "I won't let you die so easily. The reason why I meet with you is to help you activate Ashura's chakra. He inherited my fairy body, which will make your body weak. Die easily." Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but shine, and ask subconsciously, "Is there still the power of Six Paths?" Sage of Six Paths' face turned black. In the original book, the power of Six Paths he once gifted to Naruto and Sasuke was not the power of Yin and Yang of Six Paths. Planetary devastation. It was a seal technique that specifically performed Six Paths. Planetary devastation. It's gone when it's used up. But the power of Six Paths gifted by Sage of Six Paths is permanent. But that is not the chakra of Ashura and Indra, but the power he gives. To be honest, Uzumaki Naruto is a bit shameless. Ashura reincarnation, whether you want to become a changer or what choice you want to make, I want to see what path you, as the reincarnation of Ashura chakra, will eventually take. Also, Kurama will take care of you. In the end, Sage of Six Paths did not gift the power of Six Paths, but helped Uzumaki Naruto activate the chakra that Ashura attached to him. Mean. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Who do you love in this Konoha village? In the dimly lit ward, Uzumaki Naruto, who had entered a dying state, suddenly opened his eyes again, and a flash of light flashed quickly. Suddenly, he sat up slowly, his limbs and body, which should have been weak, seemed to contain terrible power at this time. Sure enough, the old guy Sage of Six Paths didn't lie to me. He activated Ashura's chakra and filled my body with power, Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself. Although a little impolite, this is because he still wanted the power of Sage of Six Paths. But now it is not the fourth ninja war in the original book, and he does not need him to deal with the resurrected Otsutsuki Kagaya. Sage of Six Paths will naturally not give gifts easily. To be honest, Chakra who can help him activate Ashura is already a great blessing, because the soul of Sage of Six Paths has actually been floating in the world of ninja, and following the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra's chakra, witnessing the descendants of his sons fight. That's why he discovered Uzumaki Naruto's condition in time. But he still wants the power of Six Paths, which is a bit too much. As the son of Sage of Six Paths, Ashura did not inherit the eyes of the fairy, but inherited the power of the fairy, which is the so-called fairy body. And when Ashura's chakra was activated, even if Uzumaki Naruto was just born one day, he felt full of power in his body. This made him not only sit up easily, but also turned around and picked up the bottle of milk powder from the side. Even such trivial things are not something babies can do. But now Uzumaki Naruto can do it. He picked up the bottle, finally bit the pacifier as he wished, and then began to eat frantically. Although the milk powder is already cold, the intestines and stomachs of ordinary babies are indigestible, and even the milk powder should be eaten as little as possible. But now, how can he care so much? Moreover, given his current physical condition, this little matter is no longer enough. Because even if he didn't get the power of Six Paths, he had already opened the body of the little fairy, which would give him great benefits. For example, Senju Hashirama mastered wood style because he was also the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra. Not only is it powerful, but it also has a lot of mystery. For example, Senju Hashirama does not require seals or medical ninjutsu. It has a terrible self-healing effect. At the same time, Senju Hashirama's vitality is also very strong. If it weren't for a desperate fight with Uchiha Madara, he really didn't know how long he would live. Moreover, Senju Hashirama will also be in Sage mode. It does not belong to any Sage mode of the three holy sites. It is his own Sage mode developed by him. It does not need to seal the seal and refine the power of nature chakra. It really takes a shot with both hands. Here comes. In fact, wood style is different from all other ninjutsu. Wood style is closer to vitality and is more inclined to ten tails. Ten tails is the sacred tree, and the chakra bred and absorbed by the ten tails sacred tree is not used by ninjas, but the power of nature chakra. As we all know, Sage mode is the combination of ordinary chakra and the power of nature chakra. If wood style is really related to the god tree, then as long as the master has wood style, it actually has the ability of Sage mode. That's why Senju Hashirama suddenly learned Sage mode. He didn't learn it from the wet bone forest, but the wood style master. Of course, I won't talk about it in advance, and I'll talk about it later. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto again, he quickly ate up a bottle of milk powder like a cow drink. Finally, he stopped screaming in his stomach, and fell down with a contented expression, lying on the bed again. He was finally full, but he was free from the threat of death. Lying there, Uzumaki Naruto did not rush to sleep, but stared at the ceiling in a daze. In fact, he has already died once, and it is precisely because he is nearing death that Sage of Six Paths is allowed to appear. In the original book, Sage of Six Paths appeared when Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were dying. He just advanced this time too much. I have died once and I was starved to death. It seems that this Konoha village can't stay any longer. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly thought. He is leaving Konoha village. I didn't serve food, and I almost starved to death. This Konoha village loves whoever stays, and the young master is not ready to serve. Uzumaki Naruto got more and more angry, so he didn't give him the treatment of the son of a hero, or gave him the treatment of the prince of Fourth Hokage's son, and almost starved him to death? He really died almost once. If Sage of Six Paths hadn't appeared in time and activated Ashura's chakra, he would really have died. And as long as he thinks that he will encounter all kinds of difficulties and unfair treatment in the future, his mentality bursts. As readers and viewers, I didn't feel anything, but I actually felt too upset for Naruto. But until now, when it was his turn to experience all of this personally as Uzumaki Naruto, he realized that if it weren't for Uzumaki Naruto in the original book, it would be Blacken. Not possible, but certain? Even Uzumaki Noodles, which is the counterpart of Uzumaki Naruto in the limited Tsukuyomi, theatrical version of Road to Ninja World, is not Blacken. It can be seen that not everyone can withstand Naruto's experience. For example, the current Uzumaki Naruto has a burst of mentality at this time. After all, he really felt death once. You know, his parents in this world gave their lives for this village last night, and he will be starved to death in an instant. Who can stand this? But now I can't do anything, so I have to bear with it for a while until I can leave Konoha village and have a certain degree of self-protection ability, and then make plans. But before that, I have to plan ahead. For example, start training ahead of time. As a traverser, I can't lose on the starting line. Both tree climbing exercises and treadmill exercises are arranged as soon as possible, and Chakra also has to figure it out. Besides, Ninetales is my biggest trump card. Although Ninetales killed my parents in this world, it is not the culprit. If Ninetales is a knife, the person who holds the knife is my real one. Enemy. Uchiha Obito, there is no place my parents are sorry for you. The person who killed Yau Enlin was Uchiha Madara. You are a fool. You don't know that you have been tricked by someone. How brave. On the outside, do you make a big blow at home? Sooner or later, I will seek revenge from you. Wait for me, and be sure to wait for me. Thinking of the real enemy, Uchiha Obito, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes changed color, almost from blue to red. Kurama, I must fool you over. Asterisk. Chapter 8 The Convenience of Ashura Chakra. After internally planning the next plan, Uzumaki Naruto can finally sleep peacefully. There was no words for a night, and it was the next morning in a blink of an eye. Crack. The sound of pushing the door awakened Uzumaki Naruto. Who? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widened suddenly, but the voice in his mouth changed to Kwa. After all, he still can't speak. Yesterday's communication with Sage of Six Paths happened in his spiritual world. In fact, his initial form was the same as before crossing, which naturally did not hinder his speech. But when he returned to the real world at this time, he once again lost the ability to speak, including the thoughts of yesterday. At the door, a nurse came in with a probe, but she was afraid to come in all the way outside, and she was ready to turn around and escape at any time. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't find it interesting, only annoying. Why does he have to be treated like this? Damn it, really? But he noticed what the nurse seemed to be holding. It should be a baby bottle, right? That is his breakfast? Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto suppressed his dissatisfaction and closed his eyes again and pretended to sleep. There was a sigh of relief from the door, and then a creaking movement came, and the sound of footsteps came to the bed. Uzumaki Naruto was too lazy to frighten her, closed his eyes and listened. He heard the nurse pick up the empty bottle, then left the new one aside, turned around and walked away quickly. Uzumaki Naruto opened her eyes again after she closed the door, turned her head and looked aside, her face blackened. That damn nurse actually put the bottle on the bedside table. Damn, how do you let a baby drink it? Although the bedside table is on the side, ordinary people reach out and touch it, but he is just born his second daytime baby, how can he take it by himself? However, Uzumaki Naruto is no longer an ordinary baby. He glanced at the closed door again, let out a disdainful snort from his little nose, and sat up easily. After only one night, now he can easily make such movements. I have to say that Ashura's chakra is indeed powerful. Uzumaki Naruto can already clearly feel that his small body is full of power, even stronger than last night. Only one night, as long as he continues to give him time to grow, Uzumaki Naruto is convinced that he will never continue to be helpless. He must not rush to act now, as long as he grows up gradually, and then find the right opportunity to leave the village. In fact, he also knows that the world is almost the same no matter where it is. But he just didn't want to stay in Konoha village anymore, because it bore him. If it's another village, he can endure a bit of grievance. But here alone, because Konoha village owes them, or owes his parents, Konoha village should not treat him like this. While thinking inwardly, trying to soothe his increasingly irritable mood, Uzumaki Naruto awkwardly moved to the bed and reached for the bottle. But at this moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and the nurse just now went and returned. It turned out that she also remembered that putting the milk bottle there was not something a baby could touch. As a result, she happened to see Uzumaki Naruto picking up the bottle and sending it to her mouth. Suddenly the scene froze. As a nurse, she obviously knew that a baby could not make such movements. Uzumaki Naruto was also dumbfounded, looking at the nurse who was already stupid, and thinking for a while, waving his arms trying to show a smirk. Yeah. Huh. The nurse looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a look of horror. She also had a cold fight, then turned her eyes white and was scared to pass out. Uzumaki Naruto looked at her with a black line, so timid. Then he ate nonchalantly, and after quickly consuming a bottle of milk powder, he threw the bottle on the ground, turned his head and fell down. No matter what happens next, he just needs to continue to play stupidly. Uzumaki Naruto was not afraid at all, because there was only one nurse who saw the incredible scene. He was confident that no one would believe that a baby could do that kind of thing, let alone that he knew clearly that he would pick up a bottle and eat powdered milk. Even if she ran out and told others, it would only make people think she was crazy, right? But then you have to pay attention to action. You can't just let people discover my abnormalities. If you can perceive other people's approach, it's fine. Uzumaki Naruto had a good idea in his heart, and such an accident must never happen twice. He doesn't have the so-called opportunity again and again. Once the second person notices that he seems to have abnormal behaviors and thoughts of more than one baby, it will definitely lead to a crisis. He didn't want to be a so-called genius, because genius is easy to break. And when he suddenly thought of the convenience of his perception ability, suddenly a special energy began to move around. Uzumaki Naruto was surprised to find that his mental power seemed to suddenly open a large net, instantly wrapping the entire Konoha hospital up. There is perception in the ninja's world. A ninja with strong perception does not need pupil skills or seeing with his own eyes, but can find hidden targets from a long distance. Among them, second Hokage Senju Tobirama is even more outstanding. Even when he was impure world reincarnation near Konoha village in the original book, he could feel the battlefield of the war of ninja in the distance. Especially the perception in Sage mode will be enhanced. Uzumaki Naruto's current perception is already negligible. This is due to the activation of Ashura's chakra, allowing him to accidentally turn on the ability of perception. One thing that needs to be explained is that in the era of Sage of Six Paths, that is, the ancient period of ninja or ninja history, for the Otsutsuki family and the Sage of Six Paths family, the concept of shu did not exist. They don't have the concept of ninjutsu, but use power in a more primitive way. And the power Uzumaki Naruto can use now is not so much his own, but Ashura's. That's why he activated his perceptual power when his mind moved, because it was not his own consciousness and strength that he activated, but Ashura's chakra cooperated. Of course, since Ashura's chakra was possessed by him, it was also activated by Sage of Six Paths, which also became his power. It will never happen that Ashura's soul finds it possible to seize the house. Because of this, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have found a new toy, and became happily familiar with it, even ignoring when the fainted nurse woke up and quickly escaped. It wasn't until a team of ninjas hurriedly rushed under the leadership of an old man that he stopped the practice and control of perception with feeling. Because he discovered that the old man taking the lead seems to be the third generation? Asterisk. Chapter 9 Sarutobi Hiruzen's Decision. The door was pushed open again, and this time Uzumaki Naruto was in the ward, not just the nurse who took care of him, but also a lot of people. Surrounded by a group of Konoha village ninjas and a few umbu, an old man walked in, followed by the nurse who was scared to faint. Uzumaki Naruto has heard the movement, but he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. In fact, when he was practicing his perception just now, he also seen their arrival, and he knew that the old man headed was third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is known as Ninjao and Dr. Ninja, because it is said that he has mastered the 5 attributes chakras since his childhood, and can even combine 5 different attributes of ninjutsu. Not only that, Sarutobi Hiruzen can also use thousands of types of ninjutsu. He has honed the 5 major nature transformations, secrets, physical skills, and illusions very proficiently. At the same time, he has thoroughly studied all the skills of Konoha village. Therefore, known as a professor. It was even called the strongest Hokage. It's just that I was eaten again later. Although I know that it is the 3rd generation item, and in the original book, he is one of the few people who take care of Uzumaki Naruto. However, Uzumaki Naruto will not easily expose his situation. He is not a fool. Those who play politics, there are few simple ones. Apart from anything else, who sold Hyaga Niji's father Hyaga Hisashi? We all know that Cloud Shinobi Village rushed to Byakugan, but in the end it was not for the sacrifice to be minimized, and then Hyaga Hisashi was forced to death? In fact, that matter can be more complicated to analyze. For example, initially Cloud Shinobi Village will be handed over to Hyaga Hayashi, who is the patriarch of the Hyaga clan. Is it possible? Maybe it was to suppress the Hyaga clan and let them understand that only the village can protect them, otherwise even the rich family can't. It turned out that Hyaga Hisashi died. In short, even if Uzumaki Naruto is not a politician, he doesn't want to cause trouble. Even if he adds his age, he is not the opponent of this old fox. So he pretended to sleep decisively, without knowing what to do. He closed his eyes there and listened silently. What happened? The third generation, who had already begun to show his senility, asked, "You said this kid is the reincarnation of the Nine-Tails demon fox? What's the matter?" "Lord third generation, I have seen with my own eyes a child who was just 2 days old." "This is the child?" He sat up to pick up the bottle on the bedside table and drank it by himself. "He is definitely the reincarnation of a demon fox." Even the nurse's words began to become a little messy. But she is telling the truth, which Uzumaki Naruto can guarantee. Resisting the urge to curl his mouth, Uzumaki Naruto thought in his heart, who on earth made him have to eat the milk powder by himself? Now he is still squinting his face to complain? Sure enough, third generation also noticed the message in the nurse's words, and couldn't help frowning deeply, and asked, "You mean, you let a newborn baby take milk powder by itself?" There was a faint anger in his tone. The nurse stiffened all over and was stupid there. She didn't expect that she would expose herself when she wanted to sue. This is not considered as lifting a stone and hitting her in the foot. Third generation glanced at the bewildered nurse, then gave Umbu beside him a glance, and the latter took her out. What demon fox reincarnation? Shit, this is obviously the legacy of Lord fourth generation. A man with a big waist and round waist, with conspicuous red long hair, and a brawny man with a breastplate written on his chest, or fat uncle. He was about to say something with an angry look on his face. But he was stopped by third generation. "Dingzo, all right. Akamika Dingza, the current patriarch of the Akamika clan, and one of the jonin of the fourth generation, has become an indispensable force in the village. Moreover, Akamika Dingza has a good relationship with fourth generation, and he once went on missions with Namikaze Minato and others. At the same time, Akamika, Nara, Yamanaka, and Sarutobi have good relations. In short, it is a complicated relationship. At this time, among the people who came with the third generation project, there were the current patriarchs of the three major families. Akamika Dingza, Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan, and Narakaji from the Nara clan. There is also a special lineup between the three of them, called the Ino, Shika, Cho combination. With the cooperation of the three, even in the same level of battle, they can also fight against more opponents. The patriarchs of the three major families obviously already know the identity of Uzumaki Naruto. After all, Konoha village is not the country of Uzumaki, and there are few people surnamed Uzumaki. And Uzumaki Naruto had a little yellow hair when he was born, and with the blue eyes, even if you guessed, you can think of who the child picked up from that place is. Not to mention that there were a lot of people present at the time. The third generation and Jonin and Umbu were only isolated outside Kushina's barrier, but they could see what happened at that time. Even they are the ones who sent Uzumaki Naruto to Konoha Hospital for care immediately. Lord third generation, Narashikasa is different from the impulsive Akamika Dingza. As a resourceful person, he calmly asked, "Who do you plan to let this child take care of? He is just born and still so young. If you can trust me, you can bring up with my children." Nara Shikamaru, one of Konoha's 12 Xiaoqiang, is also in charge of strategy, and finally became the right and left hand of Uzumaki Naruto of 7th Hokage. His birthday is in September, a month earlier than Uzumaki Naruto in October. But the third generation shook his head slowly, and said firmly, "It's not that I can't believe you, Liu, but that no one can give him special care. Everyone here knows his identity, and he is the purpose of the fourth generation. The orphan is also the son of a hero, and even more so, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. You have all seen the situation at that time, so I don't need to say more about it. Once his identity is exposed, it will be very dangerous." "Is it dangerous?" Naraluyi showed a thoughtful expression. Third generation sighed lightly. The fourth generation's eyes are too dazzling, but the more famous he is, the more mad the hatred he brings. The war is not over yet, except for the child's biological parents. No one can do everything. Protect him. Not to mention that once his identity as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is revealed, even other countries will send people to assassinate him. If it reaches that point, it may be really dangerous. Third generation is by no means alarmist. In the plot of the original novel, even the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan and hiding in her own house, she was almost abducted by the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. Even Kusina, the mother of Uzumaki Naruto, was taken away from the village, and it is also Cloud Shinobi Village. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Practice now. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto listened to all the conversations of several people. Although he can't speak yet, he can understand other people's speech unexpectedly. This is very strange. Obviously he didn't understand Japanese before crossing. But this is a lot more convenient. Shouldn't you worry about learning to speak? Having said that, because no one knows about Uzumaki Naruto's special situation, it also led to the third generation who asked Umbu to guard the door to prevent people from disturbing and eavesdropping. They started to talk in this ward and talked about it. It was the decision about how to treat Uzumaki Naruto next. In the end, the third generation project made the Jonin who had been friends with the fourth generation project tight-lipped. Next I will hold a Jonin meeting and keep it informed. Starting today, no one is allowed to talk about the child's life experience. It must not be revealed that he is a treasure, orphan, left over by the fourth generation, let alone that he is an important treasure, Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, in the village. Before he grows up smoothly, let him live in the village as an ordinary war orphan. Please rest assured that although the relics and inheritance of the fourth generation couple cannot be directly transferred to this child, I will do my best to take care of him. The third generation project made a final decision on the spot, and decided Uzumaki Naruto's treatment in the village in the future. Not only can the name be rectified, but even the inheritance and relics of the parents have to be confiscated. Uzumaki Naruto continued to pretend to sleep, but his tight lips still exposed his unhappiness. It can be said that Namikaze Minato has been in the hands of Uzumaki Kusina since childhood, and there is almost no bad habits. The two couples must have their own real estate, and there is enough inheritance for Uzumaki Naruto to grow up without worrying about eating and drinking. Was it confiscated? No wonder the original Uzumaki Naruto would live by instant noodles. Good guy, it turned out that even the parents' things were taken away. After a while, the third generation members all left. After all, this is not a place to talk, and they don't want people to feel the special of Uzumaki Naruto. Since the third generation project has said that, others can only follow suit. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes, and a flash of resentment flashed through his azure blue eyes. In fact, he knew that in the original book, although Uzumaki Naruto was called the reincarnation of the demon fox, no one knew that he was the identity of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Believe it or not, no one has mentioned Nine-Tails, only that he is a demon fox. At this point, perhaps the protection and planning of the third generation's purpose are still going well. But for Uzumaki Naruto, when these things happened to him, he was too cold and ruthless. It was supposed to be a prince, or a rich second generation, but why was he changed his life with a few understatement, from being a rich and handsome man directly into a poor DK? Why is Uchiha Sasuke so popular? Is Naruto really ugly? Uzumaki Naruto doesn't think so. Although the style is different, the title of Little Sun is not for nothing. It's not because Uchiha is the rich family of Konoha village, and Uchiha Sasuke is the eldest of the patriarch's family. So, whoever loves this Konoha village stays, Uzumaki Naruto snorted in his heart, firming his belief in leaving. It's just that he also knows that he can't do anything now, let alone leave. He has trouble even standing up, right? Even if the chakra of Ashura is activated, the overall quality of the body is strengthened as a result. But he was only 2 days old, so he could sit up and raise his hand to pick up the bottle. No, I can't really do nothing like a baby, I have to prepare early. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes and began to plan in his heart. Quietly, the whole building of Konoha Hospital was sensed by Uzumaki Naruto. He was still a bit young and he didn't get the Grand Master so quickly, but it went smoothly as if the whole building was depicted in the spiritual world. In his spiritual realm, he can see the entire Konoha Hospital, even if there are bugs in the corners, and people walking back and forth, and so on. He also saw the figure of the third generation group who had gone away, and in a hidden corner outside Konoha Hospital, he also found a few Umbu's figures. They were staring at Uzumaki Naruto's room. It seems that it was a secret whistle sent by the third generation to protect Uzumaki Naruto. But they are outside, as long as no one breaks into Uzumaki Naruto's room, they will not come. After discovering this, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly made a move. I saw that he suddenly turned over and lay on the bed, and then strenuously started doing push-ups. If this scene is seen by others, it will definitely be frightened. If the nurse accidentally comes in again, she should be frightened again, right? A baby who was only 2 days old did push-ups there? What a joke. It's definitely an evildoer, right? Now the reputation of the reincarnation of Nine-Tails Monster Fox cannot be washed away. But don't worry, Uzumaki Naruto has turned on his perception ability and has been paying attention to the corridor outside the door. Once someone comes in, he will immediately lie down and pretend to sleep. Uzumaki Naruto is unwilling to sit still, and he has already decided to leave Konoha village someday in the future. In this case, he knows that he needs to prepare in advance. For example, strength. Since there is no other way to do it now, then do something within your capacity, such as exercising from now on. He doesn't worry about hurting his weak body until now, because Ashura's chakra has been strengthening his physical fitness. On the contrary, if he exercises a little bit, the effect is better. In this way, Uzumaki Naruto began to take action. When he was constrained by his body or could not do anything in his infancy, he quietly began to exercise. Because he too understands that the body is the basis of everything, many people mistakenly think that ninjutsu is the most important thing. It is true that ninjutsu is very handsome, but many powerful ninjutsu may not be able to hit the enemy. After all, it's not a turn-based game. If you can defeat all enemies with powerful ninjutsu, you don't need to do anything else, just practice ninjutsu. As for illusion, ordinary illusion is meaningless to Jinchuriki. The effect of the illusion is to interfere and control the chakra of the target brain, so as long as you disrupt your own chakra flow, you can crack the illusion. Once Jinchuriki reaches a consensus with the tail beast, the tail beast can help Jinchuriki unlock the illusion at any time. The premise is to accept each other. Otherwise, the tail beast has been sealed and there is no way to help. So Uzumaki Naruto is doing nothing now, and can't do anything. He simply took this opportunity to start exercising, striving to have a strong physique in the future. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Changes in the past month. In a blink of an eye, a month has passed since Uzumaki Naruto's crossing, birth. The panic caused by the Ninetales chaos that night finally subsided. The next thing to do is to rebuild the destroyed building. Many people died in this incident, and the names of the dead have been confirmed, and the mass burial was completed more than half a month ago, and pensions were paid to the families of the dead. After all, they were fighting to protect the village, or the innocent was implicated in the runaway by Ninetales and died. Naturally, they also include Uzumaki Naruto's parents, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato and his wife Uzumaki Kushina. The two of them, unfortunately, died young. It was also because of the sudden sacrifice of 4th generation's purpose that Daoren in Konoha village panicked. After all, the ninja war is not over yet, it's just coming to an end. If the follow-up of this matter is not dealt with properly, it is very likely that the war will be born again. In fact, the beginning of the ninja war is due to the sudden disappearance of Tsunagakuru's third Kazekage. So the third generation came out quickly, he came out again and became the current Hokage again. This is what stabilizes the situation. But one person was annoyed by this, and that was Shimura Danzo. He thought that since the third generation had already retired, he couldn't go out anymore and should choose the new 5th Hokage. Even he was prepared. As a result, the shameless old stinky came out again by himself? Didn't he know that it was because of his misjudgment in the Ninja World War, and even some loss-making signed armistice agreements with other villages, especially for Tsunagakure who accepted their surrender almost free of charge? That's why the third generation project abdicated to the virtuous. It would be better to say that it was deliberately letting third generation take the blame, and the purpose was to get him off the stage. But Shimura Danzo never thought that after the third generation stepped down, it was not him who came to be the 4th generation, but Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato at that time can be said to be surging, and even kill crazy. Not only did the popularity surpass Sunin, even the older generation like Shimura Danzo had to make way. Minato has accumulated enough achievements and popularity in this Ninja World War, and it can be said that it has become the 4th generation item unimpeded all the way. Unfortunately, Shimura Danzo thought it was his turn to compete for 5th generation after Minato died. But I didn't think that 3rd generation would take this opportunity to come by themselves. This made Shimura Danzo take the risk without seeing hope, and finally broke his face with 3rd generation. Even Shimura Danzo had already brought half of Umbu's population to his own banner quietly, and launched the assassination when 3rd generation was currently inaugurated at the Diaming Mansion in the Land of Fire. This is an assassination against the shadow of the village. In Konoha village, Hokage has a higher status than the name of the country of fire. Is this okay? However, because Hatake Kakashi was also in Shimura Danzo's camp at the time, he saved the 3rd generation Go at a critical moment, and then the 3rd generation Go returned to the village smoothly. But the strange thing is that the 3rd generation had tolerated Shimura Danzo's behavior. It only stripped Shimura Danzo's position as a Hokage consultant. However, it took out all Umbu who had already taken refuge in Shimura Danzo and allowed Shimura Danzo to form it. Belongs to his root organization. In addition to the apparent Ninetales incident, the undercurrent was actually surging. Although the act of fighting for power did not face life and death, it was also a reign of swords, guns, and swords. However, 3rd generation is already an old fried dough stick after all. In the end, he succeeded in coming out again, which can be regarded as suppressing Shimura Danzo. These incidents were not trivial, and Konoha's senior executives were a little panic. Fortunately, the two of them did not fight for their survival. The other two Hokage consultants, Yudatan Koharu and Mitokato Homura, who are also the old partners of 3rd generation and Shimura Danzo, are relieved. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto is not yet qualified to be exposed to these, even if he has the advantage of the plot, he is just a baby now and can't do anything. No, you can still do training. It's hard to believe that Uzumaki Naruto has already begun to exercise for a 1-month-old baby. He started doing push UPS and then doing sit UPS and squats. Anyway, they are some simple and easy muscle exercises. What's more, he has nothing to do now. Even if he has the mind of an adult, he is affected by the body. That's all. He also knew that he could no longer be aware of his own differences, so he almost always opened the ability to perceive, and once others appeared at the door, he would stop exercising. Even this brings two unexpected benefits. The first is the proficient master of perception, allowing him to use it more as he wants, and the range of perception is rapidly increasing. In addition, because the perception comes from the chakra of Ashura, and that is also the chakra of Uzumaki Naruto. Because of the relationship between chakra has been used, not only has it begun to vaguely understand what chakra is, but also because it is inherited from the Uzumaki family, the fairy body of Sage of Six Paths even opened the relationship between Ashura chakra. This allowed Uzumaki Naruto's chakra to increase rapidly. In fact, this point also made Uzumaki Naruto strange, because he remembered that the original chakra setting was refined by combining the power in the body's cells with the spiritual power. And it was temporarily refined when used now. But Kakashi mentioned that Genin's Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is several times more than his. How does he know this amount? There is also Sage Mode. If chakra is used and extracted now, then Sage Mode will not be established. It is also a state that can only exist by maintaining Sage Mode chakra. Once it is used up, it will be cancelled. In short, he still needs to learn a lot. After a month of silent exercise, Uzumaki Naruto's physical fitness is no longer what a 1-month baby should have, and even the first deciduous teeth began to appear. He is confident that he will never lose even if he fights with a 5-year-old kid. Forgive him for only this point, after all, he is only 1 month old. During this month, Uzumaki Naruto has also been trying to contact Ninetales. He is always trying to have a dialogue with Ninetales in his body because he knows that Ninetales will be his vital power in the future. At least if he wants to leave Konoha village as soon as possible, the power of Ninetales will be indispensable. I don't know why, what happened to Ninetales, or there was a problem with the state. In short, no matter how Uzumaki Naruto called, the other party did not even respond to Ninetales' real name Kurama. Can you ignore me forever? I don't believe that you can't be fooled. Asterisk. Chapter 12 The Practice of Uzumaki Naruto. It has been more than a month since Uzumaki Naruto came into this world, but apart from the Ninetales chaos and the death of his parents in order to protect himself when he had just passed through or was just born in this world, the rest of the time was actually nothing. This world does not have such advanced smartphones, although there are also home appliances such as TVs. The technology in the Hokage world does not seem to be too backward. Because there is no recreational project to kill time, Uzumaki Naruto can only use exercise to get himself something to do. This also allowed his physical fitness to improve rapidly. In 1 month, he has exceeded the strength that a 5-year-old child should have, not to mention that he can stand up a long time ago, and there is no problem even jumping. If this is known, the name of the evildoer would be a real deal, right? Then there will be no more explanation. Sure enough, the demon fox reincarnated, right? Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto is now a master of perception. Now he can not only know all the masters of the entire Konoha hospital building, but also can feel everyone's position and movement. It is almost better than Hyaga's Byakugan. It's also convenient. Because he seems to have sketched the entire building in the spiritual world, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Even his current scope has been extended to Konoha Hospital as the center, including all buildings on the surrounding 2 streets. Sometimes, such as when someone else's husband and wife play a little game at night, he can also see. Excessive. But it's a bit of nightlife. Isn't this more interesting than watching cartoons? Cough cough cough. On this day, Uzumaki Naruto was still exercising. He had deliberately put his left hand on his back, propped up the bed with a single right hand, and then lay there and started doing push-ups with one hand. Don't be too ridiculous. Just when Uzumaki Naruto had just finished a set of 50 one-handed push-ups, he wanted to change his hands and do another set. Outside the door, a crisp sound of footsteps walked from far to near to the door. Uzumaki Naruto quickly put down his hands, fell on the bed and pretended to sleep. Just by looking at his extremely proficient movements, you can know that he has done it countless times. After all, he has already suffered a loss. A nurse saw an incredible scene at the beginning and led the third generation team over. At the time, third generation didn't care about what the little nurse said, but Uzumaki Naruto had already gained a bit of wisdom, and he knew that he could not repeat it again and again. If someone sees his extraordinariness again, maybe something will happen. For example, there are a lot of Frankensteins in this world, such as Orochimaru, and Sharinan, who the old guy Shimura Danzo didn't get his hands on afterwards. He does not yet have the ability to protect himself and does not want to cause unnecessary trouble. At this time, the door opened and a nurse came in. First, she carefully glanced at Uzumaki Naruto, who was lying motionless on the bed, and then moved lightly to the bedside table next to the bed step by step. There was an empty bottle on it. At this time, the nurse took out a bottle filled with milk powder and put it on, then took the empty bottle down, and then turned around and went out quickly. What is even more exaggerated is that she also used a trot later, as if she was chased by a ghost. When the door closed, Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes immediately, but his azure blue eyes flashed with dissatisfaction. In fact, he has been eating powdered milk by himself all this month. The nurses just sent the brewed powdered milk and put them there, but they didn't care about feeding him. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary baby, otherwise he would have been starved to death. Rather, he was starved to death. It was Sage of Six Paths who activated Ashura's chakra, which was attached to him, so he came alive. To target a baby like this? It's too much. This Konoha village can't stay. Sooner or later I will leave. It doesn't matter if I become a rebel, Uzumaki Naruto secretly made up his mind angrily. In fact, he had made up this idea a long time ago. The reason why he always mentioned it repeatedly was not because he was afraid that he would forget. How could such an important thing be forgotten? He wants to use this goal to spur himself. He is afraid that he will carry the memory of his previous life, because his previous life was born in a peaceful time and has a strong country to guarantee his life, so he is slack or not knowing how to make progress. However, this world is respected by strength. If there is no strong power, you will not even have the qualifications to choose the way of death. He is still Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and he will definitely be spotted by the guys behind the scenes. Whether it's Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Obito, or the exploited Akatsuki, or even the deeply hidden Black Zetsu, they will never let Nine Tails be captured. Even if it is just to live, he must have the power to protect himself. That's why he was so anxious and began to exercise himself from now on. Wait and see, I will definitely make everyone who dare to make me feel regret at that time, and I will make no one in the world dare to look down on me and dare not provoke me. While thinking, Uzumaki Naruto sat up, skillfully picked up the bottle next to him and ate. Although the idea is very grand, it is hard to say what he looks like with a pacifier. But after eating lunch, Uzumaki Naruto did not relax, but continued to exercise. Now that he had done the push-ups, he took the quilt and pressed his feet, and started doing sit-ups. When some people start their lunch break in the afternoon, he will go down and move around. He is already able to walk freely, and he will do squats and leapfrog exercises. He will not let go of any opportunities to exercise, and he does not have to worry about hurting his weak physical health until now. Instead, he uses exercise to further strengthen himself by Ashura's chakra. He can feel the strength becoming stronger and gaining every day. It's as if he's playing a nurturing game, but what he is cultivating is not the role of the game, but his own body. At the same time, because I have exercise every day, I feel that the time has become much faster. Now I can only do this at best, and I have to do some exercises secretly behind my back. But when I can leave Konoha Hospital and live alone, it will be more convenient. At that time, I can tie sandbags on my legs for running exercises, or I can start chakra exercises. Tree climbing exercises and treading water exercises are arranged. And ninjutsu. Third generation, although you have taken away my parents' inheritance and their ninjutsu, don't I know how to practice Raise-non? As long as the master gets the balls, and when I slowly develop a set of balls, it will be enough to hit the world. Don't give me a chance to grow up. Otherwise, Asterisk. Chapter 13 I can finally leave the hospital. Slowly, Uzumaki Naruto got used to life in Konoha Hospital. Although his treatment here was not good, not only did he not see anyone taking care of him all day, he even had to eat by himself from the beginning. But instead, he felt that this was better, because no one disturbed him, he could quietly carry out his own exercises. In only 3 months, his physical fitness far exceeded that of an 8-year-old child. He even felt that he could beat a 10-year-old child to cry. After all, his body contained the soul of an adult. Fighting. Who is afraid of whom? Fortunately, he has an adult mind. If a child is really caught in this way, it is almost tantamount to letting him fend for himself. I am afraid that he will not live long, right? It's true that Uzumaki Naruto in the original book not only grew up smoothly, but also didn't twist blacken. It's simply outrageous. At least the current Uzumaki Naruto can't understand why Uzumaki Naruto in the original book ended up like that. Isn't it too honest? Until many conspiracy theories wonder whether Uchiha Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods brainwashed it? Or is it that the soul that has traveled is too easy blacken? Blame him. Follow him. Uzumaki Naruto didn't think much, he had his own ideas and planned future life. And he also recalled some plot advantages that might be used in advance. For example, the Uchiha Genocide Night event may be a good opportunity. Under the cover of such a big event, maybe you can escape in advance? He also remembered the death of Hyuga Niji's father Hyuga Hisashi. If he remembers correctly, when Konoha Village and Cloud Shinobi Village finally sign a contract, the Third Ninja War is finally over, Cloud Shinobi Village will take advantage of the chaos and want to take Hyuga Hinata, the eldest lady of the Hyuga family. Wife. Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly. As for who is the only person in Konoha Village who cares about him, there is only Hyuga Hinata, right? That's the wife of the future. As a result of that incident, the leader ninja led by Cloud Shinobi Village was killed, but Cloud Shinobi Village forced Konoha Village to surrender the murderer, otherwise the war would start again. In desperation, Hyuga Hisashi chose to die in place of the twin brother Hyuga Hayashi. Because Hyuga Hisashi is a branch house, the branch house's curse mark, Caged Bird will seal Byakugan after his death, so that Byakugan's blood will not be acquired by others. At the same time, it was the only time Hyuga Hisashi could freely choose, protect his brother with his own will, and go to death generously. Although Uzumaki Naruto thought it was a fart, it was obviously Cloud Shinobi Village who provoked him, and he was done. Could it be that Cloud Shinobi Village could afford it? The reason why Uzumaki Naruto thought of this incident was not because he really regarded Hyuga Hinata as his wife, at least he didn't even know anyone now. He was mentally prepared in advance, and when that day came, he would definitely hide in an honest manner. There is no other reason. Cloud Shinobi Village really has two brushes. Not only have Hyuga Hinata been hijacked, but even his mother Uzumaki Kushina has been hijacked. In this regard, Cloud Shinobi Village is really a habitual offender. Although both ended in failure. He doesn't want to be targeted before he grows up. If he knows that he is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Cloud Shinobi Village will never let go of this opportunity. He doesn't have his biological parents by his side. If the target is him, no one will kill the gangster like Hyaga Hayashi protects Hyaga Hinata. So he can only think of ways to protect himself. It's also very pitiful. In this way, Uzumaki Naruto started to plan things about the future while continuing to exercise, while at the same time he still insisted on shouting to the Nine-Tails in his body every day. It's a pity that Nine-Tails never responded from start to finish. Unknowingly, spring passed and autumn came, and 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. On the day after Uzumaki Naruto's 3rd birthday, he walked out of Konoha Hospital. For 3 whole years, he has been living in Konoha Hospital. It's not that Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to leave, but that 3rd generation refused because no one could take care of him. Uzumaki Naruto has no relatives. His parents, Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, are actually orphans. Even if his parents' friends and subordinates wanted to take care of him, they were blocked by 3rd generation. Including Uzumaki Naruto's identity is a secret. Even the people at Konoha Hospital don't know his origins, and no one knows who his parents are. This made the people at Konoha Hospital think that he was the reincarnation of the demon fox. For 3 whole years, Uzumaki Naruto stayed in his first room. Except for someone who would bring him food and drink every day at the meal, he had hardly seen anyone else. Even when they were giving him things, those people were silent. If it weren't for 3rd generation's kind of conscience, he would show up every other time, and he wondered if he would lose his language ability. Standing at the gate of Konoha Hospital, Uzumaki Naruto had a dull look. It was the first time he walked out of this gate. Even though he had been paying attention to his surroundings on weekdays, it was the first time he saw the outside world with his own eyes. He was a little at a loss. Even the clothes on his body were hospital gowns from Konoha Hospital. No one had given him clothes before, and he had no money himself. It was not until this morning that someone notified him that he could leave. But no one told him where to go. The people in the hospital drove him out like a plague god. At this moment, a man wrapped in black clothes and an animal mask on his face walked over from far and near. Uzumaki Naruto, I am the person sent by the 3rd generation to take you to your residence. Come with me. Also, this is your first living allowance, but you will have to go to the relief office to collect it from now on. The man in black took out a purse and handed it over. Money in this world is called liang, and it is said that the exchange rate with Japanese yen is 1 to 10, but the actual purchasing power should be almost the same. The man in black did not speak any more, but waited for Uzumaki Naruto to hold the purse tightly before turning around and leading the way. Uzumaki Naruto understood that this person was Umbu. As long as Umbu was in the task, he would not identify himself, so he did not make any annoying behaviors, but followed silently. The two of them walked without saying a word. Even Umbu was amazed. Does a child have no curiosity? I heard he grew up in a hospital? You would be curious about everything, right? But Uzumaki Naruto just didn't. He just followed Umbu with nothing to say. No matter what he saw around him, he didn't say a word. Finally they came to an old building, which looked a bit dilapidated. That Umbu took the initiative to introduce it. This is a place dedicated to some war orphans like you. Your room is upstairs. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Has the identity of the demon fox been recognized? A small room, here has a small bedroom, a bathroom, and a combination of kitchen and living room style. This is the residence assigned to Uzumaki Naruto. Finally, he can leave Konoha Hospital. Uzumaki Naruto has been living in Konoha Hospital since he was born and stayed there for 3 years. He is now 3 years old, and Uzumaki Naruto standing there can't see anything special. Just like an ordinary 3-year-old, he is short and thin. But no one knows that the figure hidden under the medical suit has 8-pack abdominal muscles and well-developed muscle mass. In fact, He has quietly exercised since a few days of birth, and it lasted for 3 years. After doing nothing all day, he has exercised extremely strong body. What's more important is the power contained in the body. When he was 1 month old, he was far more than a 5-year-old child, and by 3 months he was already over a 10-year-old child. And now, even without considering the peculiarities of Ashura's chakra, he can easily defeat a 15-year-old child with his own strength. And here is the genin who has graduated from ninja school. Don't underestimate a 15-year-old child. Once graduating from the ninja school, even genin's strength is far beyond ordinary peers. If you count the chakra bonus, Uzumaki Naruto is now comparable to an 18-year-old. He is only 3 years old. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto is standing at the door, looking at the strange room, looking at a loss. Is this his home? At least before he leaves Konoha village, he will live here for a long time. Although the room is not luxurious or big, it is enough for a child. And there are some simple furniture in the room, such as stoves, simple pots and pans, tables and chairs for eating, and a refrigerator, including a small TV in the bedroom. But there was nothing else. There was not a single piece of clothing in the closet, and there was no bedding on the bed. It seems that he still needs to buy something. Uzumaki Naruto gave a thoughtful expression, and at the same time he looked down at his body. He was still wearing the same medical gown he had when he came out of the hospital, and the long yellow hair on his head was also very long, almost hanging down to his back. This is not the long hair he kept deliberately, but since he was a child, no one has trimmed it for him. It seems that I have to prepare something, Uzumaki Naruto said to himself with a wry smile, at least to buy the quilt needed for the night and prepare a piece of clothing. He can't just be like this, right? Putting his hand into the money bag in his hand, that Umbu took him here and left. It seemed that he was going to let him take care of himself. It doesn't matter, after all, he was already an office worker in his previous life, and this little thing could be done well. The crux of the problem is that he doesn't know the prices of this world. I can only accumulate experience from scratch, and I don't know if the money in my hand is enough to spend. Thinking about it, Uzumaki Naruto turned around and left his small home, not forgetting to lock the door with the key. Then I looked up at the house number and remembered which room he was in, and then Uzumaki Naruto went out alone for the first time. I don't know why this building seems a bit quiet, maybe because there are few people living in it? Or did you go to work during the day? But when Uzumaki Naruto came out of the house, many people were seen on the street. Excuse me, where can I buy clothes and bedding? Uzumaki Naruto tried to stop a passerby and ask. Fortunately, his usual mental activities are still active, so he doesn't stutter too much when talking. The other party is an ordinary middle-aged man, not a ninja. In fact, not all people living in Konoha village are ninjas. There are also people who are not suitable to become ninjas, and most of them are ordinary people. There is a mall over there, the middle-aged man pointed to the front with his hand, and he kindly showed Uzumaki Naruto the way. Thank you, Uzumaki Naruto politely thanked him, turned and left. But just as he turned and left, the man behind him showed a thoughtful expression. I always feel like I have seen him somewhere, or have heard of him. A child with a beard on his face? Wait, isn't that the reincarnation of the demon fox? Damn it, what did I do? Damn it, really bad luck. The man suddenly his attitude changed drastically, he began to curse inexplicably, and immediately turned and left. Because of the man's words, the people around began to point to Uzumaki Naruto's back, and they got together in groups, muttering not knowing what they were talking about. Uzumaki Naruto had actually heard it, but he just stood still, and then went on as if there was nothing wrong. He doesn't seem to care? It's actually used to it. In fact, when he was at Konoha Hospital, even though no one would take the initiative to speak to him, even if he opened his mouth to ask others, it seemed impatient. However, Uzumaki Naruto can still hear the conversations between nurses and patients, and often hears the words about Demon Fox. He was too lazy to bother about it. Moving on, Uzumaki Naruto finally came to the mall. It seems that I have to buy more things this time, and I don't know if the money in my hand is enough to spend, Uzumaki Naruto muttered, knowing that once people start to realize that he is a monster fox, then he wants to buy things well. Not easy anymore. He didn't want to give others money and be treated by Byakugan. Isn't that cheap? So Uzumaki Naruto made up his mind and started to make a lot of purchases in the mall. The first is clothes. He bought a few sets of clothes for washing, and finally changed the sick clothes on his body, and he deliberately chose a style close to the sportswear. In addition to the color, it has been compared with the orange sports that he often wears in the original book. The clothes are very similar. This is for the convenience of consideration. One is that it is cheap, and the other is that he will exercise in the future, not to mention that the sportswear is still very strong, not afraid of damage during exercise. There are also shoes. The shoes worn by the ninja are those that leak their toes in the front and have their heels exposed in the back. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't. He deliberately chose ordinary sneakers, which didn't affect his activities anyway. He didn't want to hurt his feet. At the same time, he was not used to hiding weapons in the soles of his feet. He didn't know how, and no one taught him. Then I went to buy bedding. I took the time to buy some ingredients that I can cook by myself at the food store, and there is rice here. Maybe I can cook some rice and stir-fry 2 small dishes to deal with the problem of eating. He didn't want to prepare a bunch of cup noodles as the main food. By the way, Uzumaki Naruto also found a place to trim his hair. There was no handsome hairstyle, so he pushed all the hair off, leaving only a layer of hair stubble close to the scalp, which looked like a monk. After finishing this, Uzumaki Naruto easily carried a few big kabutos and prepared to go back. It's just that with his age and small body, he is still very relaxed with so many things, which really stuns passers-by. Then I didn't know who shouted, "Hey, look at the beard on his face, wasn't he the reincarnated demon fox raised in Konoha Hospital? Why did he come out?" Those merchants also reacted one after another, all exclaiming, "No, we sold things to the demon fox." Asterisk. Chapter 15 Finally Wake Up the Smelly Fox. In this matter, Uzumaki Naruto is very spiritual and smart. He was already mentally prepared. He knew that as long as he did not explain his identity, more and more people would slander him as the so-called reincarnation of the demon fox, and almost everyone would be hostile to him. So Uzumaki Naruto bought everything he needed from the beginning, and when others started to notice the beard-like lines on his face, it was too late. Uzumaki Naruto also studied because of the strangeness, and finally found that it was not a real beard, but a pattern similar to a birthmark. Maybe the children of Jinchuriki, the tail beast, have some special circumstances. But the child of Uzumaki Mito, who is also Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Wait, it seems that Uzumaki Mito became Nine-Tails Jinchuriki because of the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama with Nine-Tails. After that, Senju Hashirama died because of the wounds left in that battle. So, Uzumaki Mito was born before becoming Jinchuriki, right? As for the other tailed beasts, Jinchuriki has children or not, and whether they were born before or after becoming Jinchuriki is also uncertain, so I will not discuss it. Anyway, only Uzumaki Naruto's children have beards, so it can only be regarded as a special case. In fact, I believe that Uzumaki Naruto is a demon fox in the initial work, so he has a beard, right? In short, Uzumaki Naruto was too lazy to pay attention to the words of those people, carrying things with a calm face, and went home very easily. From then on, Uzumaki Naruto's power began to show extraordinary things. Those things were not easy, but he was carrying a large pile of things in one hand, which made many passers-by look stupid. How can a child, such a small child, have so much strength? Be careful, that's a demon fox. As a result, more and more people began to take advantage of Uzumaki Naruto's identity as the reincarnation of the demon fox. It's really a group of lingering guys. Do you have to spread rumors to him? But the key is, why do you want to do this? Is there any money to make? Uzumaki Naruto doesn't understand. Has he offended anyone? But the point is that he doesn't know many people. People who hurt others will never understand the pain and suffering of others. Then when these things fell on me, I would complain about why it was me, but never consider what I had done. Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to provoke others, let alone worry about this mess, so he chose to go home directly. Putting things back a bit, laying new bedding, Uzumaki Naruto lay down comfortably. Sure enough, the house is still quiet. Although it will feel a little lonely, it is better than being pointed and talked about by someone behind your back. Also, Stinky Fox, how long are you going to sleep? Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself, and in the end he called Ninetales as usual, but he called the Stinky Fox, which seemed rude. Originally, he didn't expect Ninetales to respond to him. After all, his call for 3 whole years seemed like he hadn't received a response. It should be the same this time, right? Just as he was thinking this way, suddenly, a majestic voice sounded, "Huh, brat, are you polite?" What? Uzumaki Naruto sat up because he was too surprised. Then there was joy in his face and eyes, and he subconsciously yelled, "Smelly fox, are you finally willing to talk to me? BD, wouldn't you be pretending to be on purpose? Go to sleep." Huh. Ninetales snorted again, conveying his thoughts directly from Uzumaki Naruto's spiritual world. "Damn fourth Hokage, he forcibly divided me into 2 halves, and sealed this half of me to you, this little guy. In his body, this made me extremely weak. I also only recently started to wake up. If you hadn't been calling me, I might have been sleeping for a few more years." It turns out that Ninetales was weak for a while, and because of it, she slept for a full 3 years. Yes, after all, it was abruptly split in half by Namikaze Minato. If people are treated like this, they are already dead. Whether it is physically cut into pieces or deprived of the soul, they will not survive. Uzumaki Naruto frowned, and unceremoniously conveyed his attitude in his mind. "Don't be too arrogant, Stinky Fox, fourth Hokage is my father." Uzumaki Naruto once recognized his parents in this life because he witnessed his parents being strung into blood cords in order to protect him. So how could he let Ninetales insult his parents? "So what? What can you do with me? Smelly kid." Ninetales laughed disdainfully, and let out a burst of arrogant laughter. Uzumaki Naruto squinted his eyes slightly and his face became gloomy and watery, but he was not angry and quarreled with Ninetales. Instead, he suddenly said, "I seem to have forgotten to say. You were sleeping at the time, so you may not know it? Actually, I have seen Sage of 6 Paths." Ninetales, "No, Kurama." "What?" I finally felt his surprise and disbelief in the voice of Ninetales. But then Ninetales laughed again, "Ha ha ha, don't be so careful, do you know how many years old 6 Paths has been dead? Besides, with a little guy like you, how can you possibly meet the old man?" Although Ninetales disagrees with it, when it comes to Sage of 6 Paths, you can still feel its attitude. And Uzumaki Naruto's face showed a triumphant expression. Since as early as 3 years ago, he has made up his mind to absolutely fool Ninetales over. So he had already made a plan. Does anyone think that as long as they shout Kurama and say that they are the son of prophecy or something, the other party will immediately bow their heads to court? Besides, the son of prophecy was said by Toad Sage, but Ninetales didn't necessarily know. So Uzumaki Naruto's choice is to carry out the name of Sage of 6 Paths. As mentioned earlier, The 9-tailed beasts are all chakra aggregates made by the chakra extracted from the 10 tails tree by Sage of Six Paths. They are chakra products themselves, so they will not die completely. And Sage of Six Paths is equivalent to their father's existence, right? The tail beasts can be defiant, but they respect Sage of Six Paths. That's why Uzumaki Naruto was so confident that he would definitely lie in 9 tails. At this time, hearing 9 tails questioning, Uzumaki Naruto seemed calmer, and said in a calm tone, "Have you not noticed it yet? Didn't you feel that my chakra is a bit familiar? You are not in the next, right? It's the reincarnation of Ashura, the son of Sage of Six Paths, that's deliberately said here, ... So, Kurama, I know everything about you. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Confrontation with Kurama for the first time. After Uzumaki Naruto's reminder, 9 tails fell silent. The difference from the original story is that Uzumaki Naruto was activated by Sage of Six Paths in advance of Ashura's chakra because he was almost starved to death, so 9 tails did feel a different breath here. And the confidence in Uzumaki Naruto's tone can also be felt. This made 9 tails suddenly wonder what to say. But Uzumaki Naruto will not let it remain silent. After all, his goal is to flick 9 tails into his own power. So Uzumaki Naruto took the initiative to speak, and asked, "So, do you feel it? Isn't the breath and power of the immortal my scorn?" 9 tails still has no stubbornness. Uzumaki Naruto was a little anxious. "Hey, I said the stinky fox, are you planning to leave the house without paying?" "Good guy, he is planning to use his body as a rented house, right?" 9 tails finally spoke, and shouted angrily, "Do you think I want to live? Isn't it a good thing your father did? He split me in two, half of which is sealed in your body. I haven't settled the accounts yet. You made my family ruined, and you said that you haven't settled it yet?" Uzumaki Naruto's expression suddenly became gloomy, and even seemed to give people a bit of cruel and cold feeling. Indeed, 9 tails is one of the main reasons for the death of 4th Hokage. As a result, it even dared to say this. Uzumaki Naruto broke the defense all at once. After all, he saw his parents die to protect himself. Even if he didn't have the slightest emotional foundation, others died for himself. This feeling is also very sad. In that case, what are you still asking me to do? 9 tails asked, and was curious. To be honest, it has also come into contact with many humans, and it is not the first time as Jinchuriki. In fact, it knows it itself, whether it is Jinchuriki, who is a few-tailed beasts, life is not so good. Because the power of the tail beast is too strong, fear alone will cause hatred, exclusion, confusion, and slander. Even just being isolated can make people feel lonely and sad. So it started to feel strange to Uzumaki Naruto instead. Why did Uzumaki Naruto say this to it? Even take the initiative to talk to it? Many Jinchuriki and the tail beasts can't wait to stay out of each other. The tail beast resents human beings for sealing itself, but Jinchuriki has to worry about his body being taken by the tail beast's will. If it weren't for Jinchuriki's loss of the tail beast, it would have died, and the tail beast would have been in trouble because of Jinchuriki's death. After all, it would take a long time to resurrect. Otherwise, Jinchuriki and the tail beast would like each other to die, right? Uzumaki Naruto also calmed down. After all, he has an adult mind and has already participated in work, so he will not be too naive. So he said, "I know who is behind the scenes. Although it looks like you did kill my parents, in fact, from the moment you were extracted from my mother by that guy, his parents are doomed to die. My father is really a lover, and he doesn't even want his son for his wife. If the 4th generation is alive, Uzumaki Naruto's treatment is definitely different from what it is now. That is the life of the real prince, and he is still rich in 2nd generation. There are also those ninjutsu and sealing skills of the 4th generation couples. Uzumaki Naruto could have been a genius. No matter how disgusting people are like now, I can't wait to throw eggs and throw stones at him. But Uzumaki Naruto will definitely not resent Namikaze Minato. After all, Minato also used his body to block the attack of Nine Tails at the critical moment, and Uzumaki Naruto didn't dare to say that he could do it. Still to protect him. So, although I still remember the scene where you killed my parents, I know who really caused the destruction of my family. You are just a bad luck being taken advantage of. To be pitiful, you don't seem to be better. How much? First was controlled by Uchiha Madara with Sharingan, and then used by Uchiha family. You and Uchiha family have enemies, right? Uzumaki Naruto laughed at the end. Dignified Nine Tails, actually looks like a domesticated poodle? It's too miserable, right? Uzumaki Naruto even said it to this point. Enough, Nine Tails was really irritated, and roared, "Boy, there is a kind of you to let me out, you can see if I can destroy Konoha village and Uchiha." Huh? Do you think I'm a fool? I'll die if you let you come out. What's more for me to let you destroy the village? And don't blame others, it is indeed Sharingan who controls you twice before and after, but with Uchiha's family it doesn't matter, it's better to say that they are also involved, maybe they will be annihilated in the future? You don't need to do it. Uzumaki Naruto said, there is always a feeling of gloating. Although he will not anger the entire Uchiha clan, after all, he knows what is behind the scenes. But he doesn't plan to do it himself, and it has nothing to do with him, so it's okay to just gloat for misfortune, right? As for Sasuke, is it related to him? He is indeed Uzumaki Naruto now, but he is not the Uzumaki Naruto anymore. Don't forget that he is a traverser with his own thoughts and ideas. Nine Tails didn't know so much. It was lying in a cage in Uzumaki Naruto's spiritual world, as if he could see Uzumaki Naruto's appearance, staring deeply at somewhere. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto is only that old and only 3 years old, but he talks like this, even if he faces it, Nine Tails, he is not afraid at all and shows no timidity at all. Suddenly Nine Tails laughed, "Ha ha ha, you seem to really know a lot of things. Isn't Sage of Six Paths lying to me?" As a result, Uzumaki Naruto pierced it directly, "If you don't understand, you don't understand. I can tell you that you can't do it, and it seems that you know it well." Nine Tails went stiff, and shouted angrily, "You stinky kid, you are not cute at all. You are not afraid that I will eat you." Uzumaki Naruto was completely afraid of this threat. He spread his hands and said, "You can't do it? You can't get rid of my father's seal unless I open it to you. And this is what I want to say, Kurama, sooner or later, I will take the initiative to open the sealed prison door and ask you to take the initiative to use it for me. I need your strength." Nine Tails let out a cold snort, wishful thinking. The idea of hitting its power? Want it to actively cooperate? Think too much. Uzumaki Naruto laughed confidently, "It's you who don't talk too much. Although I am still weak, one day, it will be my turn to protect you. Kurama, don't look at you. Nine Tails, and have lived for thousands of years. But you still don't know many things." Asterisk. Chapter 17 Daily in the first day of the new home. This is the first time Uzumaki Naruto has a conversation with Nine Tails. He does not expect to convince Nine Tails through this brief conversation. Anyway, it's a long time to come, so just take your time. At the same time, he only revealed a little secret, and he just clicked to the end, and he was not in a hurry to throw a heavy weight. Little by little, slowly turn it into its own shape, cough cough cough, it is the sincerity to let it see itself. Someone might ask at this time, knowing that Nine Tails was also the culprit who killed the fourth generation couple, can Uzumaki Naruto really let go? There are many reasons. One is that although he recognizes his parents in this world, he does not have the slightest emotional foundation in the final analysis, and he has not had time to develop family affection. Of course, this is not the main reason. He is ready to avenge his parents in the future, whether it is Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Madara. In fact, as Uzumaki Naruto said before, the two Uchihas are the real behind the scenes, and Ninetales are just tool men. Both of its attacks on Konoha village were controlled by Sharingan. That's right, when Ninetales was extracted by Uchiha Obito, it was in a controlled state. It was Uchiha Obito who wanted to destroy Konoha village. For this, Uzumaki Naruto didn't understand at all, why did that guy destroy Konoha village? Neuropathy. And most importantly, Uzumaki Naruto now needs the power of Ninetales. Even if he has already activated Ashura's chakra, and all his physical fitness and strength are rapidly improving. But who would dislike the power? And that's Ninetales. Even if it's only half of Ninetales, the power is definitely more than other tail beasts. Half of Ninetales may even be stronger than the other tail beasts combined. It's outrageous. At least in the original plot, Uzumaki Naruto, who entered the perfect mode of Ninetales Jinchuriki, once kicked the tailed beast bomb, also known as the tailed beast bomb, of the 7 big tails. One Madara can be seen. So his power for Ninetales is inevitable. What's more, that guy must also be in his body, otherwise he would die. What's more to say, even when it is as strong as Sage of 6 Paths as 10 Tails Jinchuriki, when he takes the 10 tails out of his body and seals his brother to the moon, he will definitely die. So in any case, Uzumaki Naruto's choice was a wise move, and he had already planned it. Ninetales, let's take your time. Uzumaki Naruto made up his mind no longer worrying about Ninetales, so he prepared it to sleep in his body. But Uzumaki Naruto is not idle, he doesn't plan to go out anyway, he doesn't want to be hostile and turn Byakugan for no reason. He simply started daily exercise directly on the floor of the living room at home. First, he did a few sets of push UPS. After 3 years of persistence, he can now do 1000 hands for each group, and then 500 for one-handed group. Exaggeration. Can a 3-year-old kid do so many push UPS? Still the same sentence, Ashura's chakra has brought him great benefits, giving him the power of an ordinary youth of 18 at the age of 3, even comparable to the strength of a ninja at the age of 15. But his body is still 3 years old, so there are not many. According to that standard, Uzumaki Naruto got up after doing a few sets of push UPS and continued to exercise his physique. He began to squat while leaping around the room in circles. He has become accustomed to life in this world. When he first crossed over, he was really uncomfortable. He didn't have a smartphone to play games, he didn't have familiar things before, and he didn't even have a person to talk to. He seems to be unable to do anything but exercise. In fact, as long as you hold down the most difficult link at the beginning, and make this habit a daily routine, there is nothing to do. After doing squats and leapfrogs, Uzumaki Naruto did another 1500 sit UPS. In fact, his current exercise items are only these few, and they are all convenient activities. He also wants to run, but the previous conditions did not allow him, but he should be able to arrange it in the future. It's just that I don't want to run in the village. They see me upset, and I don't want to talk to them anymore, Uzumaki Naruto snorted. He guessed that rumors about himself have started to circulate in the village, right? So he has made up his mind to avoid causing trouble as much as possible in the last few days. Anyway, some food has already been prepared. If you save food and save more, you don't need to go shopping for a week. Regardless of him exercising like this, the strange thing is that his appetite has not increased day by day. It's Ashura's chakra relationship, and Ninetales starts to wake up, Ninetales' chakra will slowly increase his power. Chakra will give him a certain amount of energy, which will also make his physical fitness quickly improve. And it's time to increase the difficulty of training, such as tying sandbags when running, and the master of chakra. Although I still don't understand the principles of chakra, as long as the body understands and remembers how to use it, it is enough. Ns. That knowledge is not something he, an orphan, can learn at this time. But it doesn't matter, he has been in contact with chakra a long time ago. Starting from his master's perception, he has gradually learned how to use chakra. It's just that I don't know the specific theoretical knowledge yet. Maybe he is going to become the type that starts playing games without looking at the game introduction. No way, he can't wait until the Jonin school to start training, right? It's too late. I had already made up my mind to leave Uzumaki Naruto in Konoha village, and even thought that maybe Uchiha's genocide night event was an opportunity to leave. So he has to prepare in advance. He is bound to leave. Since he is not staying here, he can live in another place. There is no need for others to rely on him or not to leave. When today's exercise program was finished, the sky began to fade slowly. Seeing that it was evening, Uzumaki Naruto began to prepare dinner. Although he only came out of Konoha Hospital where he had lived for 3 years today, he also lived on his own before he crossed, so it's okay to cook simple home-cooked dishes. Even if he doesn't know how to cook in Japanese, but the ingredients are all ingredients, just make it into the Hyuxia style he is accustomed to. Rice is also eaten here. First cook a pot of rice, and then randomly scramble an egg, so that dinner will be out of the pot smoothly. Fortunately, the basic equipment in this home is readily available. After dinner, I did some exercises and then went to the bathroom to wash away my sweat. Uzumaki Naruto climbed directly onto the bed with a bath towel. Today I am going to rest like this. I finally came out of Konoha Hospital. From then on, I can finally get more comprehensive training. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Prepare to strengthen weight training. This day. After moving out of Konoha Hospital, Uzumaki Naruto stayed at home for 3 days without going out. Although he is exercising, he develops his physical stamina to the limit every day. He swears not to stop if he is not tired. He is full every day and sweats profusely. But more is to avoid possible harm. Regarding all of this, Ninetales was watching silently. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto has been talking to Ninetales these days, but Ninetales has remained silent except for that day. Uzumaki Naruto accused it of pretending to sleep. It's pathetic. Uzumaki Naruto has no one to talk to, but can only communicate with Ninetales, right? Otherwise, he was really worried that he would become dumb in the future. As for why he suddenly came out today, it was because he wanted to buy something. Since this is the world of ninjas, there is no doubt that there will be shops selling ninjas. Uzumaki Naruto came to a ninja shop today. Welcome. An ordinary old man greeted him. When Uzumaki Naruto walked into the store, although he was a child, the old man did not ignore him, but smiled and said, "What do you want to buy?" "Konoha." "But you are too young. Buy a toy." Even in the world of ninjas, the boss dare not easily sell the real Konoha to the child. The so-called Konoha is a kind of dart, which can also be used as a dagger. That is one of the standard weapons of ninjas, and there is another kind of dart called shuriken, which is a cross dart. No matter what type of ninja, these two ninjas are almost essential props. In addition, the 5-flower 8-gate used by ninjas include smoke bombs, gas bombs, iron wires, detonating charms, and so on. Uzumaki Naruto was quickly dazzled by the contents of the store. But he came today with his own purpose. So Uzumaki Naruto quickly retracted his gaze and went to the counter where the boss was. The 3-year-old Naruto is not tall and can't even reach the flat surface of the counter. He can only raise his head and say, "I want to buy a weighted sandbag." "Do you have one here?" The leggings can be tied to the body and arm. Because of the good attitude of the boss, Uzumaki Naruto also used honorifics. The boss looked at the child in surprise. Is he carrying a punching bag? "Do you want to train?" But he is so young? Wait, that beard? The boss seemed to have finally noticed something, and his face changed slightly, but he didn't show it too obvious. After thinking for a while, he turned and walked to the side to look for it. After a while, the boss came over with a few things. Because Uzumaki Naruto is too short, the boss had to stand outside the counter and put things on the ground for Uzumaki Naruto to see for himself. Those are a few sandbags made of long cloth strips, but depending on the format, they should be used by adults. Each sandbag weighs 10 kilograms. There is only this style, and there is no one that can be tied to the body, the boss introduced. Uzumaki Naruto nodded silently, holding a sandbag in his hand, looking relaxed. The boss's pupils shrank slightly. This is not the power that ordinary 3-year-olds should have. Is it really as the rumors say? Is this child with a fox beard on both cheeks reincarnated as a demon fox? In fact, not everyone believes in the so-called demon fox reincarnation, but as Uzumaki Naruto begins to show some extraordinary performances, it seems that he is about to sit down. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know the change of the boss's expression yet. He was squatting down with his head down and trying to tie a sandbag to his calf. Because it is a sandbag for adults, he needs to wrap his feet twice or 3 times to tie them firmly. But it can still be used. After strapping a 10-kilogram sandbag on each of his legs, Uzumaki Naruto tried to lift his lower leg. The weight is definitely there, but it doesn't seem to be too exaggerated, and it won't be too much to lift your feet. The boss seemed to have noticed something, and he kindly said, "This kind of weight training should not increase too much at once, otherwise it will easily hurt the muscles. It's best to make a gradual cycle. And you'll know it when you take a sandbag to exercise. It is also very hard to adapt to training with sandbags as usual." Is that so? Uzumaki Naruto doesn't quite understand. He was just an ordinary person in his previous life. These are based on the various dramas he has seen before. He still remembers Rock Lee in the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang who practiced with weights. Especially when fighting Gaara, the battle was really amazing. It's a pity that seems to be Rock Lee's highest light moment. Obviously you can drive to the 5th gate at that time, but in the final battle, it will only be the 6th gate? 8 inner gates? There is a chance to learn, but is there that chance? As Uzumaki Naruto thought, he took a total of 6 sandbags, and he was speechless after asking the price. Because I bought a lot of things in the first 2 days, and the subsidy I gave is not much, after buying these sandbags, Uzumaki Naruto has no money. Well, less than a week after I was discharged from the hospital, I had already spent this month's money ahead of time. But Uzumaki Naruto won't regret it. These are important tools that can help him become stronger. Isn't it just eating? If it's a big deal, go to the forest of the back mountain to find something to eat. He can eat fruit, wild vegetables, and go fishing in the river. I won't be starved to death. Anyway, I don't eat snacks or drink milk. I still have some ingredients at home. There is no problem after a month, Uzumaki Naruto thought, taking the weight-bearing sandbag that I bought specially today. It's about to go in the direction of home. After Uzumaki Naruto came out, a few people entered the shop, but these few were not buying things. They were just ordinary middle-aged men and women. They weren't here to buy ninjas, but surrounded the boss and began to ask for warmth. "Oh, are you okay? Boss, the kid just now is not easy. He is the reincarnation of the demon fox. Be careful that he eats you. Don't let him approach anymore, or I'm really worried about your safety." The boss silently squeezed his hands with Yuen's money, and then looked at the few people in front of him, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto went straight back home. He didn't run to the back mountain immediately, but prepared to adapt first. I saw that he began to tie sandbags to his body, and he didn't need to say more about his feet. He walked back around the sandbags all the way without feeling too tired. In comparison, the pile of things I bought that day is heavier. Now he took a sandbag and wrapped it around his waist, only to find that the sandbag was enough to cover half of his stomach. When the two sandbags were tied, the whole belly was invisible. He is too small and the sandbag is too wide. But he didn't care if it looked good anyway. Then he took the sandbag and wrapped it around his arm. This time, it took 3 full turns before it was finally tied. Uzumaki Naruto moved his hands and feet again. Sure. Asterisk. Chapter 19 Why should it become stronger? Uzumaki Naruto tied a full 6 sandbags to his body, each weighing 10 kilograms, which is 60 kilograms, or 120 kilograms. Then he started to try, exercising with weights for the first time. Although the project remains the same as the previous ones, the difficulty has increased a lot, and the number of trainings on weekdays has not even reached. But the effect is very good. Uzumaki Naruto clearly feels that after a day, his body's strength has become significantly stronger. And with Ashira's chakra effect and Nine Tails chakra's double escort and recovery effect, he doesn't have to worry about training himself. Even when Uzumaki Naruto woke up the next day, he found that his physical strength had completely recovered. Today he can continue to exercise again. So he stayed at home for 3 more days, doing arduous training every day. Anyway, there are Nine Tails to chat. Although almost Uzumaki Naruto speaks alone, Nine Tails never responded. But at least it is much better than being turned over by Byakugan outside. But on the morning of the 7th day, Uzumaki Naruto discovered that the food at home was finally eaten by him. Looking at it on the table, Uzumaki Naruto was lost in thought. It seems that it is time to go to the back mountain, Uzumaki Naruto murmured to himself. The so-called back mountain refers to the lush forest behind the village. Konoha village is the ninja village in the Land of Fire, and the Land of Fire is the hub of transportation in the world. Therefore, the country of fire is also the most prosperous country in the forest. There are forests everywhere, and Konoha village was established in the forest. Before spending all the money in his hands, Uzumaki Naruto was mentally prepared. 1 week has not passed since he received this month's grant, and he has already spent all his money. There are at least 3 weeks and a few days to persist. If he doesn't want to starve to death, he can only go outside to find something to eat, such as fruits and wild vegetables in the wild, or hunting and fishing. If it succeeds, it's best to succeed, otherwise he doesn't want to go to 3rd generation for help. If it comes to the time when he can't persist, he will definitely not let himself starve to death. Isn't that too stupid? So in the end, he can still find the purpose of 3rd generation, even if he doesn't hesitate to expose his own life experience, if something is impossible. Well, after the last breakfast today, I'm about to go to the mountains. Kurama, you are a fox, are you looking forward to returning to life in the mountains? Uzumaki Naruto didn't forget to tease Kurama. Kurama snorted and expressed speechlessness. It is not a real wild fox, it is a tailed beast, and it has no less than human wisdom, and even has power far beyond human beings. Is it okay to treat it as a normal fox? Why do you become so persistent? Suddenly, Kurama couldn't help but ask. It knows that Uzumaki Naruto spent the last bit of money to buy these sandbags as a load, otherwise he will not be so miserable, at least the money will allow him to eat until the end of the month. Don't underestimate the value of ninja, even a handful of kunao is not affordable for a child. It is said that an initiating talisman is between 2,000 and 12,000 taels, some say it is 90,000 taels, but that is a bit too exaggerated, here is considered to be 2,000 to 12,000 taels. According to Yul ramen, the regular ramen is 62 bowls, and the special ramen is 72 bowls. Uzumaki Naruto's monthly subsidy can only eat a bowl of ramen every 3 to 5 times as a way to improve his food. It is conceivable that he does not have much money. It's no wonder that the clothes he buys are all a style of sportswear, mainly cheap, or mainly in dark colors, which are resistant to stains. I really envy the elder sister, Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself suddenly with feelings. He thought of senior sister, which is Konan. In fact, he is not considered his senior sister right now, that is Jiraiya's disciple, and he can only be regarded as the same disciple until he becomes Jiraiya's disciple. Konan in the original book once exploded 600 billion detonating charms. What a handwork, and how much is this? Enough for him to eat for a lifetime. Kurama was speechless. It was asking Uzumaki Naruto why he was so obsessed with becoming strong. How did he become a little money fan? You said to be stronger. When Kurama asked again, Uzumaki Naruto's face suddenly became heavy, but he was still so small and looked a little weird. The next moment, Uzumaki Naruto gave the answer, of course I am preparing to defect. Didn't I say that? I need Kurama's power to help me escape from this village in the future. It seems that Kurama knows for the first time that this child is already planning to be a traitor when he is only 3 years old. Ambitious. Also, of course I intend to avenge my dead parents in the future. Besides, Kurama, I will protect you from now on, Uzumaki Naruto said suddenly. Kurama was taken aback, and then laughed, ha 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 ha, I heard you right? I need a stinky kid like you to protect? Stop kidding, it makes me want to continue laughing, ha 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 ha. Aren't you laughing? Uzumaki Naruto turned Byakugan, but he didn't feel annoyed. Instead, he laughed and said, so I said before. You don't understand many things, Kurama. Even if it is. You don't know who the mother of Sage of Six Paths is, do you? Have you heard the name of it, Satsuki Kagaya? After all, when you were born, the Sage of Six Paths brothers sealed their mother. Kurama was stunned, because even it seemed to be the first time I heard the name Satsuki Kagaya. And how does this child know these secrets? Could it be that Sage of Six Paths told him? In fact, it is not. Even when Uzumaki Naruto mentioned the name of Satsuki Kagaya, an old man's chakra had already arrived. It is Sage of Six Paths. As before, chakra can continue to wander in the ninja world after his death. It not only plays a role in protecting the ninja world, but also pays attention to the two children, that is, chakra of Indra and Ashura continues to reincarnate. Fight. He was drawn to the child again, but Uzumaki Naruto could not detect him yet. At this time, I heard Uzumaki Naruto talk eloquently. Let me tell you this, Kurama, Satsuki Kagaya not only survived, but may come back one day in the future. Even more, Satsuki is actually a family. There are many more powerful than Sage of Six Paths and even Satsuki Kagaya. That family came from a distant planet in outer space, including your main body 10 tails, but they also brought it, and there are more than one. You ask me why I want to become stronger? Nonsense, sooner or later you will be targeted, and they will gather tail beasts to replant 10 tails as a sacred tree and wait for the chakra fruit to be harvested, even threatening the life and death of the entire ninja world. If I don't want to die, I have to protect you, smelly fox. So don't you give me strength quickly. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Uzumaki Naruto's Plot Advantage. Uzumaki Naruto does have a strong plot advantage, not only the plot that will happen now and in the future, but also the secrets that are far from being involved. After all, Hokage Ninja has been over for several years, even bloggers have been out for so long. Regardless of the original plot of the animation, the comic plot is still acceptable. Plus the secret of the theater version. Etc., etc. So even Sage of Six Paths suddenly appeared in the spiritual world of Uzumaki Naruto, as if he could not show up in this world unless Ashura and Indra's chakra could appear at the same time. And the current Sasuke has not yet been activated Indra's chakra. So chakra of Sage of Six Paths can only appear in the spiritual world of Uzumaki Naruto again, and at the same time, Kurama finally saw Sage of Six Paths with his own eyes again. This made Kurama extremely excited. But before Kurama and Sage of Six Paths greet the past, Sage of Six Paths can't wait to pull Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness into the spiritual world. What did you just say? Sage of Six Paths asked excitedly. You said there are other people in the mother's family? Are you planning to threaten the ninja world? Even Sage of Six Paths was a little panicked, and even he noticed that there were some things that he didn't even understand. After all, although Sage of Six Paths is called Itsutsuki Hage Oromo, he is actually the child born on Earth by Itsutsuki Kagaya, not a pure Itsutsuki family. And different from the original plot of the animation, the plot of the animation is that Itsutsuki Kagaya married the emperor of a country on the Earth, and then gave birth to a child of a hybrid of the Earth. It's nonsense. Itsutsuki Kagaya is actually an ascetic, because she ate the chakra fruit and gained godlike power and solved the endless wars of the ancient times. Therefore, she was called the goddess of Uganda and was born after receiving the blessings of people. Child. In other words, she gave birth by herself. The Sage of Six Paths brothers have no father, only a mother. Only later, because Itsutsuki Kagaya was too powerful, people began to change from worship to fear, and called her a ghost. Isn't this what happened to the Jinchuriki? Obviously he became Jinchuriki to protect the village, but in the end he was feared by the villagers, and eventually received a lot of unfair treatment. Facing the question of Sage of Six Paths, Uzumaki Naruto asked with a weird expression on his face, "Don't you think your mother jumped out of a crack in a rock?" Nonsense, isn't it? If there are no clansmen and parents, then how did she get here? Sage of Six Paths looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a strange look. Anyway, he is the ancestor of this kid, right? Since Ashura's chakra can be attached to Uzumaki Naruto, it means that Uzumaki Naruto must be the descendant of Ashura. That's how he talked to his ancestors? Uzumaki Naruto seems to have reacted with hindsight. Doesn't this mean he is scolding himself? His ancestors popped out of a crack in the rock, so what benefit can he get? Cough cough cough, a dry cough relieved the embarrassment, and Uzumaki Naruto said again after a turn of the conversation, "Speak well and speak well. Actually Itsutsuki Kagaya comes from the Itsutsuki family. Why do you think she ate chakra fruit in the first place? In fact, she was caught feeling helpless. Itsutsuki Kagaya did it not to prevent wars in ancient times, but to resolve opponents." Opponent. Sage of Six Paths took a deep breath. He knew the strength of his mother. At the beginning, he combined the power of himself and his younger brother, and the two brothers combined their efforts to seal his mother. And now suddenly learned that there is an enemy who can force their mother to eat chakra fruit to fight it? The news is too exaggerated. And I also know that there is actually a Ten-Tails in a certain space on the Earth, or not at all in Shinobi, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly confided in shocking news. Sage of Six Paths opened his eyes wide, and stared at Uzumaki Naruto with a stunned expression. Even Kurama, who was sealed in a cage not far away, was stunned and looked at Uzumaki Naruto stupidly. Uzumaki Naruto looked very proud. He did it deliberately, he did it deliberately. How? Surprised. Was it unexpected? At the beginning Itsutsuki Kagaya actually came to the ninja with another Itsutsuki. At that time, they fought for some reason, and the result was that Itsutsuki Kagaya won. Uzumaki Naruto threw out again. Heavy news. In fact, the real role of Ten-Tails is to incarnate the sacred tree and absorb all the life of a planet and transform it into chakra fruit. And Itsutsuki Kagaya is to give the Itsutsuki defeated by her to her Ten-Tails to eat. The fruit of chakra came out ahead of schedule. Guess what? What if I let another Ten-Tails come out and take root in the ninja world? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Sage of Six Paths with a smirk and suddenly said, "So, do you want to give me a little bit of Six Paths power? Or just lend me your pupil technique? After all, I am also your descendant blood, why only Uchiha inherited your pupil technique?" The Uzumaki family, the Senju family, and the Uchiha family. In fact, the three families are the descendants of one person, and that is Sage of Six Paths. Sage of Six Paths gave birth to two children. The eldest son, Indra, is the ancestor of the Uchiha clan and inherited the so-called Eye of the Immortal, which is now Sharingan. The second son, Ashura, is the ancestor of the Uzumaki and Senju clan and inherited the so-called fairy body. So the Uzumaki clan and Senju clan have strong vitality and physique, especially in terms of the quantity of chakra, which is exceptional. But now Uzumaki Naruto suddenly got an eye-opening idea. He was also wondering why they are all descendants of Sage of Six Paths, but only the Uchiha clan inherited Sharingan? If every offspring can only divide blood, why is there still Sharingan in the Uchiha clan? And why didn't the descendants of the Senju and Uzumaki clan ever have the imagination of rebirth? Even if there was a bloodline of Sharingan, there is definitely a problem, right? Sage of Six Paths looked at Uzumaki Naruto deeply, remembering that as early as 3 years ago, he had mentioned that he wanted to get his own Six Paths power, but now he mentioned the power of pupil technique even more? Do you say that the bloodline returns to the ancestors? Then just give you the strength you want. Suddenly, Sage of Six Paths shot Uzumaki Naruto. He suddenly pulled out a pitch-black tin stick and placed it on top of Uzumaki Naruto's head, and then violently passed his huge chakra. This is not only the power of Six Paths, but also the blood that I inherited from my mother at Satsuki. Asterisk. Chapter 21 The blood of Uzumaki Naruto is back. Return of blood. As mentioned earlier, the ancestor of the Uzumaki clan is Ashura, the second son of Sage of Six Paths at Satsuki Hage Oromo. Sage of Six Paths is the eldest son of Atsutsuki Kagaya. Needless to say, Atsutsuki Kagaya is one of the members of the Atsutsuki clan, and she is responsible for bringing a 10 tails to the ninja world for planting. Only after the chakra fruit came out, it was eaten by Atsutsuki Kagaya. At this moment, as Uzumaki Naruto suddenly revealed such serious secrets, Sage of Six Paths made a bold decision, that is, he finally let Uzumaki Naruto get his wish and gave Uzumaki the power of Six Paths. Naruto. Not only that, because Uzumaki Naruto has some bitter complaints. They are all descendants of Sage of Six Paths, but why only the Uchiha clan inherits the Eye of Immortals? As a result, Sage of Six Paths simply activated the rejuvenation of blood for him. Because Ashura did not inherit the eyes of the immortal, but only inherited the body of the immortal, so his descendants would no longer awaken the power of the pupil technique. But at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto's hair in front of Sage of Six Paths suddenly began to turn white, and even from his gray-haired hair, a pair of sharp horns like wood suddenly stood up. It turns out that Sage of Six Paths gave him the bloodline inherited from his mother, Atsutsuki Kagaya. This bloodline is almost comparable to the real Atsutsuki. Uzumaki Naruto felt the heat in front of his eyes even more. He didn't notice, his eyes began to change, and his blue eyes seemed to be stained red with blood at this time. Then a Gojade appeared on it, followed by a double Gojade, and then a 3 Gojade. This is not over yet. OM. There seemed to be a sound in the dark. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes, 3 Tomo Sharingan, quickly rotated, and finally formed 2 dark lines to form the shape of an X. Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not over yet. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly turned blue again, but they weren't their original appearance. The Mangekyo symbols spread quickly, and the black lines formed a circle of lines, covered with 9 Gojade. Rinnegan, or Guyu Rinnegan. In the end, Uzumaki Naruto was simply wearing a white robe that was exactly the same as Sage of Six Paths in front of him, with many black Gojade patterns on it. Not only that, but a small black ball slowly appeared behind him. It was the truth-seeking ball, symbolizing the power of Six Paths. That was not formed by Uzumaki Naruto with his own power, but naturally formed with the power of Six Paths he had received from the coveted Sage of Six Paths. And because his current chakra is not enough, only a poor one has formed. But this is a truth-seeking ball, even if there is only one, if used properly, it can ruin the world. Kurama on the side was already dumbfounded, and looked at a loss. And after Sage of Six Paths finished this, it seemed to be a lot older all of a sudden, even if he suddenly gave so much power, it seemed to be a lot weaker. Uzumaki Naruto finally woke up. He stupidly touched the corners of his head. It was a pity that he couldn't see the appearance of his eyes without a mirror, but he had a feeling that he must have had pupil surgery, because he is now the vision has become extraordinary, the insight has been greatly enhanced, and even the flow of chakra can be seen clearly. Uzumaki Naruto was also stunned. The sudden surprise made him seem at a loss. This, Uzumaki Naruto groaned, and suddenly asked a little bit dumbfounded, "Aren't you afraid that I'm lying to you?" Sage of Six Paths took a long breath. It seemed that even if he did this, it was very difficult. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Sage of Six Paths smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Where do you think this is? And have you forgotten the true face of your soul I once saw? In fact, after you said that, I took a look your memory. I'm sorry for not letting you know, but I already know your origins and confirmed what you said. It is really incredible. It turns out that this is the world of stories created by others." Uzumaki Naruto was stunned, and his face began to change rapidly. This is the spiritual world of Uzumaki Naruto. To put it bluntly, it was originally in his mind, so Sage of Six Paths didn't know what method was used, and even peeked into Uzumaki Naruto's memory. And Sage of Six Paths had seen the real soul of Uzumaki Naruto as early as 3 years ago. At that time, Uzumaki Naruto showed the image of himself before crossing. At the same time, Sage of Six Paths also became aware of the truth and even the principle of existence of this world. It turns out that this is the world of the second dimension. Fortunately, Sage of Six Paths did not go crazy because of it. It would be difficult for most people to accept it, right? And this also explains why Sage of Six Paths suddenly gave Uzumaki Naruto such a big advantage. Because he has confirmed that what Uzumaki Naruto said is true, and he has seen the danger in the future. That's why he not only gave the power of Uzumaki Naruto Six Paths in one breath, but also brought his blood back to the ancestors, directly surpassing Ashura and reaching his own level. That's why Uzumaki Naruto started Rinnegan, and it was because the blood rejuvenation began to evolve from Sharingan, thus reaching the realm of Gyuyu Rinnegan. Unfortunately, the eternal Mangekyo was opened by other means, so Uzumaki Naruto did not. But because he has the immortal body of Ashura, he is also a complete Atsutsuki Hag Oromo, that is, the blood of Sage of Six Paths, so he won't be troubled by blindness, right? That wouldn't be enough to turn on all the pupil skills in one breath. Uzumaki Naruto is a little uncomfortable. Even the Uchiha clan can't reach the realm, but he drives to the limit in one breath. Sage of Six Paths shrugged his shoulders. No way, he was born Rinnegan. Since he returned the blood of Uzumaki Naruto to his own realm, he would definitely be born Rinnegan. And Sharingan is actually a weakened version of Rinnegan. Once the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, and the genes of the descendants of Ashura's bloodline are obtained, Rinnegan can be turned on by combining the power of Indra and Ashura. That's why Uzumaki Naruto has Sharingan, and has evolved to reach the realm of Rinnegan. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto smirked. That means I have Rinnegan now? If I use the revolving heaven technique, wouldn't it be possible to revive my parents? It turned out that he suddenly thought of the revolving heaven technique that Rinnegan wears. Isn't it the forbidden technique that can be resurrected? It just seems to pay the price of life. But there are other ways, such as giving eyes to others and letting others pay the price. Sage of Six Paths looked at Uzumaki Naruto in amazement, and suddenly felt regretful. Because this kid seems to have a character problem. Isn't this a problem, child? Asterisk. Chapter 22. Don't worry, I won't kill Ninetales. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto got his wish. He received the power of 6 paths as a gift from Sage of 6 Paths. He was even activated to rebirth, thus opening Sharingan and Rinnegan. But he didn't suddenly become the Uchiha clan, his bloodline was activated to reach the realm of Sage of 6 Paths. This point must be clear, he is not Uchiha, but Sage of 6 Paths, which means that he has more than 2 sons, Indra and Ashura, complete blood. This is critical. Because this is the complete blood, and there is no weakness. In fact, the blood of the Uchiha clan has weaknesses. For example, Mangekyo Sharingan may cause irreparable damage if overused, and may even become blind in the later stage, or even die. And some of Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil skills still have a cooldown of more than 10 years, such as Distinguished Heavenly Gods. But once Distinguished Heavenly Gods has Hashirama cells, its cooling time can be shortened to about 1 month. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan evolved through the Hashirama cells he captured. They are also the reincarnations of the previous generations of Ashura and Indra Chakra. Now that Uzumaki Naruto has a complete blood, maybe he can change his name to Otsutsuki Naruto, right? And all of this is a gift from Sage of 6 Paths. For this, Uzumaki Naruto is still very grateful. Although Ashura's chakra is also very strong, maybe he can also master wood style one day in the future? However, no matter how powerful Ashura's chakra is, it is impossible for him to gain the power of 6 paths at once, not to mention the pupil skills that he admires. Also, even with his current chakra amount, he can automatically condense a truth-seeking ball, that is, the small black ball. This means that even if he has not confirmed yet, he already has all the nature transformation of chakra attributes, right? After all, truth-seeking ball is formed by the 5 basic attributes chakra nature transformation plus yin and yang escape chakra. The 5 basic attributes are earth, fire, water, wind, and thunder. Truth-seeking ball is also called Shen Luo Wangxiang, which means that truth-seeking ball contains all the attributes, and at the same time it can neutralize all ninjutsu, which can only be solved by the magic that contains natural power. Doesn't it mean that he is almost invincible? As long as the power of truth-seeking ball is used well, no one's ninjutsu can hurt him. In addition, truth-seeking ball is a 6 paths level power, and physical power that does not reach the 6 paths level physical power will die by itself when it encounters the truth-seeking ball. Even impure world reincarnation, known as the immortal, will be wiped out of the soul. This is a terrible power. And now, it was Uzumaki Naruto Master who was only 3 years old. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but get excited. Maybe he is ready to leave now? Leave Konoha village. At this moment, the voice of Sage of 6 Paths interrupted Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts and said, I know you have the thinking and wisdom that will not lose to adults. Although you suddenly gained such powerful power, I believe in you. Can be used properly. What's more, I have also seen in your memory that the future is the reincarnation of you and this generation of Indra that once again sealed the mother and defeated the other Otsutsuki chasers. I hope you can do it yourself. A worried look flashed across Sage of 6 Paths' eyes. What he said are indeed the plots he saw in Uzumaki Naruto's memory. However, this Uzumaki Naruto is not the original Uzumaki Naruto. He suddenly became a little worried. Is he a little ill-considered? But it was too late to regret. In addition to the power of yin and yang, that is, the technique used to seal Otsutsuki Kagaya in the original book, he gave him all the power he gave in the original book. Wouldn't it be difficult to come back again? After all, this is not an item, so you can get it back if you take it back. Sage of 6 Paths glanced at Kurama not far away, and said with emotion, also, I asked you to take care of Kurama. It seems that now I have to ask you to take care of the other tail beasts. Don't hurt them. Uzumaki Naruto's body shook, and subconsciously turned his head to look at Kurama. If he has been planning with the power of 9 tails as the trump card before, Does he still need it now? He already has the power of 6 paths and the pupil technique turned on, and he even possesses the pupil technique of Guyuren Egan level. Does he still need to fool Nine Tails? The other party killed his parents in this life. Oh, how come, after all, I know who the real enemy is, and I also understand that the tail beasts are victims just like me. They are feared by people just as they have powerful power, and finally turned from fear to hostility. They even sealed them and used them as tools, which gave birth to Jinchuriki. Don't worry, if I have a chance, I will liberate all the tail beasts and return them to freedom. And I will not resurrect 10 tails. I am not interested in chakra fruits. Besides, I have said that, in the ninja world, there is a second 10 tails hidden in a certain space. That is my goal. Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes and showed a harmless smile. But Sage of 6 Paths looked at him deeply, as if seeing the resentment flashing quickly in his eyes hidden under his nose. Including Kurama, they fought a cold war, staring at Uzumaki Naruto's back, and felt a hostility full of hatred. Kurama has experienced thousands of years of war, hatred, and betrayal, and it is even more known as a collection of hatred. Because it emphasizes feelings the most, the more pain and hatred it can feel, the more intense it is, and it has a keen sense of malice. That is not the perception of Uzumaki Naruto Master, but a direct response to maliciousness. In other words, Kurama has the ability to recognize good and evil, and it can identify whether others are hostile or kind to themselves. At this moment, it felt a great hostility from Uzumaki Naruto. It turned out that Uzumaki Naruto was reminded by Sage of 6 Paths. After possessing such a powerful force, he no longer needed to fool Kurama, so for a moment his true face was revealed. In fact, he is far from the quality of Uzumaki Naruto in the original book. He is not so magnanimous. He is so magnanimous that he could not take it seriously after seeing his parents being killed by Nine Tails wearing meat skewers. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't do it, but continued with a smile, after all, I'm also Jinchuriki. I know that even if I reach the level of Sage of 6 Paths and become the real 6 Paths level, if the tail beast is taken out, it will die. Even Sage of 6 Paths would die, let alone him. Even for this consideration, even for my own life, I will protect Kurama, please rest assured. But if you want my kindness and forgiveness, it depends on your efforts, Kurama. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Change of Attitude. Sage of 6 Paths left again. Like the last time 3 years ago, Uzumaki Naruto didn't know how he disappeared, let alone where he went, or whether he was still monitoring himself. Since he can show up immediately because Uzumaki Naruto mentioned Itsutsuki Kagaya and the Itsutsuki family, it shows that he is really paying attention to himself. Although Sage of 6 Paths has been dead for more than 1,000 years, his chakra or soul is still wandering in the ninja world. Unlike other people, even if he dies, he can go back and forth between the world and the Pure Land at will. After all, it is the 6 Paths level, it can indeed be called a fairy. It must be a bit unusual. And Sage of 6 Paths is not traveling, he is continuing to silently guard the shinobi world while watching the confrontation and battle between the reincarnations of the two sons of Chakra for thousands of years. Although Indra and Ashura are dead, in these countless years, their chakra has been reappearing in their respective blood descendants, continuing their struggle through the method of chakra possession. This generation is Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, and the previous generation is Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. There are still many times above, but I can't count them. So he is watching Uzumaki Naruto silently, right? Only then appeared to help him twice. To be honest, it's a bit unfair, Uchiha Sasuke got nothing. So Sasuke later. After Sage of 6 Paths disappeared, Uzumaki Naruto remained in his spiritual world. He slowly turned around and looked at Kurama, who was sealed in a cage not far away. Pattern. Stepping forward, Uzumaki Naruto came to the cage and looked at Kurama inside through the gap in the middle. Kurama suddenly felt a feeling of palpitations. Obviously Uzumaki Naruto is only 3 years old, but Kurama has seen it with his own eyes, knowing how terrifying power Sage of Six Paths has given him. The white hair, wearing a white robe, also gave birth to a pair of sharp horns. Especially, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes are exactly the posture of Rinnegan. And as Uzumaki Naruto tried to reach out and grab the truth-seeking ball that followed him, the truth-seeking ball suddenly changed, forming a slender black tin stick. Unlike the tin rod of Sage of Six Paths, Sage of Six Paths Master possesses the true power of six paths, including yin and yang escape. Therefore, the two ends of the tin rod of Sage of Six Paths have shapes representing yin and yang, one is a crescent, and the other is a circle, symbolizing the sun and the moon respectively. The tin stick in Uzumaki Naruto's hand is not so much a stick as it is a long stick. What are you afraid of? Kurama, I said I won't hurt you. After all, killing you is equivalent to killing myself. Uzumaki Naruto smiled, his mouth turned slightly, with a sense of disdain. Kurama squinted his eyes slightly, his scarlet pupils flashed an angry look, and he was so despised, even ironic, by a stinky boy. I will let you out. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto said, one day I will open the cage and try to accept you. After all, we are already in a symbiotic relationship, whether I want it or not. You can pass me by then. Come to feel the outside world and even let you get some freedom in the form of chakra gesture. But that depends on your performance. I think you know what I need. Still strength. Although the power of six paths given by Sage of Six Paths is extremely powerful, it cannot be turned into the power of Uzumaki Naruto itself. There is also Rinnegan, this is in the spiritual world, but once back in the real world, Uzumaki Naruto also understands that he cannot exert his true power. After all, his own strength lies there, he is only 3 years old. So whether you want to leave Konoha village now, it seems you have to reconsider. And now there is a ready-made charge bank right in front of him. In terms of the fighting power displayed by the ninja world at this stage, the power of Nine Tails is enough to make him ignore most people and forces. Think about it, Kurama, it's best to make a wise choice. Don't wait until I don't need you anymore, and then come to me. At that time, I don't think about how to get your strength and help, but what I should do. How can you solve this hidden danger? Uzumaki Naruto said while his body slowly faded, which is a sign that he is going to return to the real world. At the same time, he finally stopped talking to Nine Tails in a mask, but changed his attitude, which was very real and very realistic. When Uzumaki Naruto was helpless, he needed to fool Kurama, but now he doesn't have to do that, so he started threatening Kurama. Either it will be used by him, or, sooner or later, he will really get rid of Kurama. After all, Jinchuriki's weaknesses are too great. Will it die if it loses the tail beast? But what if you get another 10 tails? Atsutsuki Kagaya is not 10 tails Jinchuriki, but by eating chakra fruit and 10 tails become 1 and 2 sides, so it becomes immortal and can only be sealed. If he gets the second 10 tails and eats the chakra fruit. So, his guarantee to Sage of Six Paths is actually false, right? Well, he has his own ideas and plans, and he has to be prepared to face the Atsutsuki clan in the future. He also said that sooner or later he will truly reach the level of Six Paths, even far surpassing Sage of Six Paths. As for now, although I have obtained these powers, I still have to continue to exercise myself. Whether it is the power of Six Paths or the pupil technique, it is not used at the realization stage. It is better to pay attention to not being exposed. So you still have to keep exercising. While thinking about it, Uzumaki Naruto's consciousness disappeared from the spiritual world. In the cage, Kurama looked at where Uzumaki Naruto was before, unable to return to his senses for a long time. It is also thinking about the sincerity of Uzumaki Naruto's words, and at the same time it has to consider one point, that is, whether it really wants to surrender. It understands that Uzumaki Naruto is still thinking of his own at this stage, because he needs his own strength. But he didn't want to reconcile with himself or understand each other, but threatened it to compromise. Kurama was a little annoyed, but more felt helpless. It didn't know what Sage of Six Paths saw in Uzumaki Naruto's memory, so it wondered why Sage of Six Paths gave a child such power. It clearly knows that it must not be a child. After his master Six Paths power and that kind of pupil technique, sooner or later he can really pinch himself at will. After all, Kurama was once controlled by Sharingan of Uchiha Madara, and was controlled by Uchiha Obito 3 years ago. He knows what those eyes mean. Unless it can break the cage and now break the seal. Unfortunately, it just couldn't do it. Do you want me to bow to that stinky boy? Asterisk. Chapter 24. Go to the back mountain to prepare for practice. In the real world, he was still at Uzumaki Naruto's house. He recovered and found that he was carrying a bowl of porridge, and in front of him was a little bit of food left over from last night. This is his last food now. After eating today's breakfast, he has to consider how to get the subsidy until next month. However, Uzumaki Naruto's mind at this time was no longer on the food, but stood up and walked to the bathroom. He looked at himself in the mirror above the wash basin. I saw a 3-year-old child with a flat head shaved like a little monk, wearing a black sportswear, and there were a few beard-like lines on both sides of his cheeks. Isn't it different from what he usually does? Is it an illusion that just happened? Uzumaki Naruto frowned slightly, and said his Six Paths power? What about your own pupil technique? When he was deeply suspicious, suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto's head had 2 sharp long horns, which looked like horns. At the same time, his eyes were hot, and his azure blue eyes were covered with black lines in an instant, and there were 9 black gojade on them. Even his body was quickly covered with a white robe, which was formed by the entity of chakra. There is also Uzumaki Naruto's hair. Although the length of the hair has not changed, the color has changed from yellow to white, which is the same color as the clothes. This is the performance of the power of Six Paths. It seemed that it was not an illusion, he really got these powers from Sage of Six Paths. After Uzumaki Naruto entered the Six Paths state, a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling a little bit. If he usually has the physical fitness comparable to that of an 18-year-old, he can even face Genin, who is about 15 years old and has just become a ninja. So at this time, he can no longer use age to compare, but can directly match the level of the ninja. Apart from my lack of actual combat experience, even if I face Jonin, am I not afraid? Uzumaki Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. It's not that he is too arrogant, but that the power of Six Paths is too strong, let alone these eyes. Whether it is Mangekyo Sharingan or Guyu level Rinnegan, each of them alone is enough to reach the Jonin level, not to mention that he has all of them. The only pity is that he has to be restricted by his own age. What if he is not 3 but 13 now? Then you can really leave Konoha village directly. Unfortunately, it still doesn't work. Shaking his head, Uzumaki Naruto found a way to put this body away. It's not the time yet. And as I grow older and exercise my body, the power I can exert will become stronger and stronger. This is equivalent to building a building. The stronger the foundation, the higher and stronger the floor. Simply put, as Uzumaki Naruto continues to exercise himself, when his usual physical fitness reaches a higher level, when he enters the Six Paths state, his strength will be stronger. After all, the power of Six Paths today is far from his own power, he just uses it as a state. So Uzumaki Naruto came out again, and after quickly eating the breakfast on the table, he got up and walked out of the house. He has no money anymore. This is not to purchase supplies, but to head straight out of the village. I didn't want to leave Konoha village, so I didn't rush to the gate of Konoha village, but came to the edge of the village. Uzumaki Naruto entered the forest in the back mountain. He has made a decision. Next, he will not only practice in the back mountain, but also find food here. Otherwise, you can't starve to death at home, right? But as soon as Uzumaki Naruto entered the back mountain, a figure nearby suddenly flickered and left the village. Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem to notice it, but he actually noticed it. Uzumaki Naruto had already mastered the ability of perception, so he knew that someone was watching him secretly. It was the Umbu in the village. There were 3 people in total. Except for the one who left, 2 Umbus were secretly following him at this time. With his training of perception over the past 3 years, even Umbu can't escape his feelings. This is also the power of Ashura's chakra. If Kurama is willing to use it for him in the future, then Kurama can also be able to sense the existence of others from the emotional aspect, whether it's kind or malicious. As long as someone stares at him and faces him, it can be sensed. It's more convenient then. Unfortunately, it seems that it will take some time and thoughts to get Kurama to subdue. On the other side, in the Hokage building in Konoha village, the Umbu who watched Uzumaki Naruto and left temporarily came here. He was kneeling on one knee and reporting to the 3rd generation, Master 3rd generation, the target Uzumaki Naruto suddenly left the village and entered the forest in the back mountain. Do you want to prevent? The 3rd generation behind the desk was holding a pipe in his mouth. He was working on the documents on the desk, and he was taken aback when he heard this. Isn't it going to the park to find other children to play, but to the back mountain? 3rd generation frowned and began to mutter, is it because the rumors in the village are too much? I heard that many parents are there. Tell their children not to play with Demon Fox, so they can only go to the back mountain by themselves. That, it doesn't seem to be the case. Umbu's tone sounded a little hesitant, but he still expressed his own thoughts, because Uzumaki Naruto has hardly been out of the house since he moved out, although he has encountered it. Some people who don't know the truth have spoken ill, but he never intended to go to the park to find other children to play with. So I think there may be other reasons. Oh. 3rd generation showed an expression of interest, then you continue to stare at him, don't let him get hurt, don't let him make a mistake. After I finish my work today, please find time to see him personally. Yes. After Umbu got the order, he flashed away and left. 3rd generation sat there alone, smoking a pipe, thinking about something. On the other side, Uzumaki Naruto didn't know that 3rd generation was going to come to see him, and wanted to know what he was going to do in the back mountain. He actually already knew that someone was spying on him in secret, but he didn't care and pay attention to it. Instead, after coming to the back mountain, he began to look for his destination. He is looking for a suitable place for cultivation. The main purpose of his coming to the mountains is to exercise, but the food problem must not be ignored. At the same time, the water supply problem has to be solved. Soon, he found a small stream in the back mountain, and there was a large open space on the side. Although it was all rocks, not sandy beaches, it was enough. You can drink the stream when you are thirsty, or try fishing when you are hungry, and then you can cook the fish on the open fire and eat. You can lie down and rest when you are tired. It's perfect. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Continue to practice in the back mountain. In other words, after Uzumaki Naruto came to the back mountain and found a stronghold, he immediately began to work hard. The first is push UPS and sit UPS, which can be done almost anytime and anywhere. He first found a relatively large rock and lay on it to do push UPS. As before, he practiced with both hands and one hand according to the number of each group. Although the exercise program is the same as before, it still becomes a little strenuous because of the weight-bearing sandbags on the body now. But the harder it is, the huge benefits and results can be obtained as long as you persist. Especially the current Uzumaki Naruto's bloodline has been further improved. It is not only Ashura's chakra, but has reached the level of Itsutsuki Hage Oromo, that is, Sage of Six Paths. This makes his practice more effective. Not only do you have to worry about causing hidden dangers to your weak body. After finishing a project, you only need to rest for a while to regain your strength. Then he started doing sit UPS. Unlike at home, Uzumaki Naruto found a tree nearby and hung it on the branch, and then did volley sit UPS. It's similar to hanging your upper body upside down and then lying on your back, which is more strenuous than ordinary sit UPS. When Uzumaki Naruto started doing these exercises, the two Umbus hiding in the dark were directly stunned. In the past, Uzumaki Naruto had not been spotted when he was at home, and when he was in the hospital, he had been conscious of not being spotted. So it was the first time these Umbu knew that Uzumaki Naruto had been practicing hard in secret. They are both shocked and surprised. Does a 3-year-old kid know how to start exercising? And who told him? Even they are worried, afraid that the child will scrap his physical exercises. In fact, ordinary children are not suitable for this kind of high-intensity training at such a young age, because the child's body has not grown strong yet, and it can even be said that the bones of the body are still very fragile and not fully grown. If this is replaced by a normal child, I am afraid that he will break even if he weighs more than 100 kilograms of weight on his body, right? There is also the danger of suppressing height. But Uzumaki Naruto is different from ordinary children. Ashura's chakra and Itsutsuki bloodlines make him not have to worry about physical health problems, but become healthier because of stimulation. After doing a few basic exercises on weekdays, Uzumaki Naruto also began to run in the surrounding open spaces and woods. At first, it was a trot, and then started to speed up. This not only exercises the speed of footsteps, but also exercises dodge and reaction skills when avoiding trees. When one day he can run quickly in the lush jungle without hitting trees, it is conceivable that he will react very quickly when fighting against the enemy. It seems that he really made a very detailed plan for his training plan. In the end he found a tree and began to punch it against the trunk. He didn't practice the martial art of punching stakes, and he didn't understand those. He just prepared mentally and treated the trunk as an imaginary enemy. And because of the weight on the arms, every time I punch my punches I exercise my strength, and as the number of punches increases, the punching posture begins to become more distinctive. To be honest, training in the field seems to be much better than doing exercises at home. The mood is different just outside the open space. Unconsciously, Uzumaki Naruto has been training for a day, coming here from the morning until the evening. Unlike ordinary children who prefer to play, he is not at all impatient and rarely rests during the period. What makes Uzumaki Naruto even more strange is that after a day of training, he only feels a little hungry, not too hungry. But after all, after a day of exercise and sweating a lot, Uzumaki Naruto exhaled for a long time, and finally stopped. Turning around and returning to the clearing from the woods, just as the two Umbu wondered what he was going to do next, they saw Uzumaki Naruto start to take off his clothes. One of them, Umbu, turned his head quickly. She has long flowing hair and turned out to be a girl. But she remembered that this was just a 3-year-old child, and she had a task, so she turned her head back. Then she almost screamed. It turned out that she saw that Uzumaki Naruto was still young but full of strong muscles. Needless to say, the arms and legs have distinct 8-pack abdominal muscles, and even the back muscles are one by one. This is proof of Uzumaki Naruto's persistence for more than 3 years. If it used to be because there was nothing to do, now he has given up playing like a child, instead spending more time to exercise himself. There has never been an unreasonably strong, and there has never been an unreasonable success. The brilliance in front of the stage is not the unknown 10 years of work behind the stage. Puff through. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto jumped into the water. The creek was not very wide, but the depth was close to the waist of an adult. He was almost covered when he came in. However, the stream of the creek was not turbulent, and he quickly got his footing, and then first wiped his sweat in the water, and then plunged into the water again. It turned out that he wanted to catch a few fish in the water for dinner. This was decided from the beginning. Either catch the fish or go to the forest to find wild fruits or wild vegetables to eat. These are his next foods. Uzumaki Naruto's luck was very good. He quickly found a target in the water. There were a few large-scale fish swimming around, and some curiously approached him. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto looked at the timing and waved to grab it. But the resistance in the water made him move less quickly than on the shore, and he was easily avoided by the fish. A fish also flicked its tail at Uzumaki Naruto, as if mocking his overweight. Uzumaki Naruto's anger: can a broken fish be bullied? In silence, Uzumaki Naruto's azure blue eyes quickly turned into bright red. Anyway, he was not afraid of being caught in the water, so he turned on the Sharingan state, but it was not Mangekyo, but 3 Tomo Sharingan. At this moment, he could see the flow of water and the movements of the fish in his eyes. He began to adjust the angle and the rhythm of his shot, and when he looked at the right time, he shot again. Puff. No longer affected by the resistance of the water, Uzumaki Naruto's hand penetrated the fish's body like a javelin, and he caught his own supper. At the same time, a thoughtful expression appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's face. He inadvertently attached chakra when he shot. Maybe this is the power of physique. Asterisk. Chapter 26, Facing the Third Generation Project Again. In the evening, after a busy day of work for Third Generation, it was finally possible to get off work. In fact, in addition to honor, power and status, Hokage is also really tiring. For example, after Uzumaki Naruto in the original book became 7th Hokage, he almost lived in the Hokage building, and there are a lot of business affairs to be busy every day, even if it is used more. Shadow clone technique is too busy. One Madara can be seen. However, Third Generation did not go home directly after get off work, but went straight to the back mountain under the leadership of an Umbu. When the Third Generation was led by the Umbu and came near the clearing where the creek was located, he saw Uzumaki Naruto sitting next to a fire with a few fish made with wooden sticks. Is roasting. At this time, the other 2 Umbu also took the initiative to show up, reporting what they saw today to the Third Generation in this small forest. Third Generation was surprised to hear that Uzumaki Naruto has been exercising all day, and he seems to be wearing a heavy sandbag. Who taught him to do this? Third Generation mistakenly thought it was the guidance of a few Umbu in front of him, and then reprimanded, making a fool. He is only 3 years old, and blind exercise will only hurt his foundation and body. The 3 Umbu looked at each other. The female Umbu couldn't help but said, Master Third Generation, according to my observation, the child has a very strong body under his clothes. What she uses is not healthy, but strong. The expression of Third Generation's purpose started to be a little weird. Can you describe a child as strong? It seems that something happened to him, right? Thinking about it, Third Generation did not continue to inquire, but stepped out from where it was, ready to find out for himself. But when Third Generation Gome suddenly appeared out of the woods, Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem surprised at all. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto has long been aware of the arrival of the Third Generation purpose with his perception, including the actions of the 3 Umbus that day. It seems that he is being watched, but in turn, why is he not paying attention to the village's attitude towards him and his every move? So he had long discovered that Third Generation was targeting them, including their conversation there was also heard by him. For some reason, his 5 senses seem to have become better. Didn't you hear that Rinnegan or Sharingan can enhance your hearing? It can only be attributed to the power of 6 paths or the bloodline of returning to the ancestors, right? Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and did not get up. Instead, He pretended to look blankly at third generation and went straight to him. He also pretended to ask, "Grandpa, are you lost? Be careful that your family is worried about you." The corners of third generation's mouth twitched. "You are only 3 years old. On the other hand, are you worried about me?" However, Uzumaki Naruto's words made him feel satisfied. The child did not become gloomy because of being an orphan or some gossip in the village. He also cared about others and was a kind child. How did he know that Uzumaki Naruto had an adult soul as early as the day he was born? Of course all this is pretended. Third generation walked over with a smile, came to Uzumaki Naruto and stopped, and pretended to ask strangely, "Little Naruto, why are you here alone? Why don't you go home?" "Huh? Grandpa, do you know me?" Uzumaki Naruto made a strange expression. Who would doubt a child? It turns out that in the 3 years when Uzumaki Naruto had to live in Konoha Hospital, third generation had never visited him, and no one else had come to visit him, as if he had been forgotten by the world. So according to common sense, Uzumaki Naruto should not know third generation, and his acting has no flaws. Faced with Uzumaki Naruto's doubts, third generation laughed, "Of course I know you, your name is Uzumaki Naruto. In fact, I picked you up and sent you to Konoha Hospital. Of course you picked it up, after all, you were there at the time." Uzumaki Naruto squinted his eyes slightly and made a smile, concealing a certain emotion that might be exposed in his eyes. "Ah," but the next moment, he suddenly exclaimed again, and pointed his finger at third generation and shouted, "You are the third generation grandfather." "Oh? Have you heard of me?" Third generation was a little surprised. Could anyone contact him? Unexpectedly, Uzumaki Naruto pointed his hand in the other direction and said, "It's Hokage Rock, aren't you the grandfather on Hokage Rock?" Then third generation realized it turned out to be so, and couldn't help but smile with his beard. "Is Grandpa third generation lost?" Uzumaki Naruto asked again. Third generation's expression stiffened, and then coughed embarrassingly. Faced with Uzumaki Naruto's innocent expression that day, he couldn't say that he came to see why Uzumaki Naruto suddenly came to Hyushin, and there has been no sign of returning to the village, and even after hearing the news that he was practicing alone, deeply surprised. Why didn't little Naruto go home here? It's already dark, third generation Mai was already an old fritters after all, and instead of answering Uzumaki Naruto's question, he asked instead. Uzumaki Naruto didn't care, and continued to pretend to be unsuspecting, and replied, "Because I don't have a family, even if I go home, I only have myself. And I ran out of money. I don't have money to buy food anymore. Catch fish here." "Grandpa third generation, do you eat fish?" The seemingly plain words plunged into third generation's heart like a sharp blade, leaving him speechless for a while. Why is there no family? Because his parents died fighting to protect the village. There are still money and other relics. The fourth generation couple must have some family background, but they can't give it to Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto on the side just stared at the change in third generation's expression but stopped talking, but secretly thought, "Do you feel guilty too?" To be honest, Uzumaki Naruto didn't believe in the third generation project from the beginning, and even now he has big opinions. He knew that the wife of third generation died in order to deliver her own life. However, they are also Hokage's family and descendants. Take a look at Konohamaru's treatment. Since childhood, there is a special jonin as a tutor, not only trained since childhood, but also a personal bodyguard. What about yourself? Why do you deprive yourself of everything that should belong to you? Why is he? Speaking of Namikaze Minato, as fourth Hokage, there are still many people who support him, as well as some friends. But if you send Uzumaki Naruto to someone's foster care, it won't be so miserable, right? Even for the issue of keeping his identity secret, he has already allowed him to live on his own as an ordinary orphan. Isn't it okay to be fostered in someone else's home as an ordinary orphan? Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto's heart couldn't help but look forward to it. He wanted to continue to watch third generation's reaction and expression changes, which was very interesting. He seems to be a little bit wicked and black. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Uzumaki Naruto, I Want to be Hokage. It's a pity that Uzumaki Naruto was influenced and restricted by the character, so he could only passively watch the joke for third generation's purpose, but he could not take the initiative to attack. He couldn't figure out everything, let alone make the problem acute. However, the third generation is an old fried dough stick again. At the beginning, after showing guilt and self-blame, and some sadness, he quickly recovered his calm, and continued to smile at Uzumaki Naruto and asked, I heard about you exercising today? Why did you suddenly think of this? Uzumaki Naruto snorted in his heart, of course, to leave Konoha village one day. But he wouldn't say it, but with a serious look on his clothes to show the weight of his body, as if there is no city at all, and show it out, I am still wearing a sandbag, Grandpa third generation. Third generation was finally shocked. He looked dumbly at the sandbags on Uzumaki Naruto's body and his well-defined muscles. Is this really a 3-year-old child? Why are you doing this to such a degree? Third generation was really surprised. The other children were still playing with sand and mud at this time, although they weren't using urine to make mud. But no one can exercise to this level, right? In order to protect Konoha village, Uzumaki Naruto resisted disgustingly, and said firmly, since I was in Konoha hospital, many people have called me Demon Fox secretly. But I know I am not, so I want to prove yourself one day. I am Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha village, and I will protect everyone. Third generation looked moved, and he looked deeply at the determined child in front of him. Haven't been distorted because of the injustices encountered, have not resented the village for this, but still want to get everyone's approval? If you can, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly lowered his head, pretending to be a Hokage, I still want to be Hokage. I heard that Hokage is the most powerful ninja in the village and the most recognized person. So I want to be Hokage. Third generation's eyes lit up with a sharp glow, and his hands trembled with excitement, raising his pipe to light it on himself. He took a long puff of cigarette to calm himself down, and said, this is a good idea, little Naruto. But you have to remember what you said today. You want to be recognized by everyone and want to be Hokage, so you can only become Hokage with everyone's approval, not just becoming Hokage to be recognized by everyone. Uzumaki Naruto nodded heavily, but the corners of his mouth were tall and he looked disdainful. Who wants to be Hokage? It's true that Xiao wants to be a betrayal. Who will protect those people even after being hated and targeted by the whole village, being slandered by all kinds of malice, and blatantly excluded, isolated, or even bullied? Not killing them is already soft-hearted, and may even be scolded as the virgin, okay. Still get their approval? Isn't he good to leave Konoha village and live the life you want incognito? Ninja is big, and it takes only 3 days to travel from Konoha village to Tsunagakuer? But it is not small. In addition to the 5 big countries, there are many small countries and secret places like Mount Myaboku that are difficult for ordinary people to find. The world is so vast, there is no need to dig into the horns by yourself. The world is so big, he wants to see it. So everything Uzumaki Naruto is talking about now is bullshit, he doesn't believe it, it's all for the purpose of fooling the third generation. Third generation didn't know this, but looked at Uzumaki Naruto with his head down, and he was relieved. Fourth generation, your spirit in heaven can rest in peace, because your child has not become a bad child. However, is the village worthy of the fourth generation project? Is he worthy of it? Unknown. Next, Uzumaki Naruto continued to act, and even acted like he was willing to get close to the third generation, and invited him to eat the fish he caught. How did you catch the fire and catch the fish? Third generation continued to be shocked by the kid. Can ordinary children make fires by themselves? Can you catch fish? Even clean up the fish by yourself before grilling it? Is this something a 3-year-old kid can do? Uzumaki Naruto put on a smug look. I watched the fire caused by drilling wood to make fires taught on TV, and then when I was bathing in the river, I caught it. He, am I good? He looked like a naive man. But third generation only had heartache and heartache. He knew Uzumaki Naruto had no choice but to do so. But third generation did not say on the spot that they would spend money on Uzumaki Naruto, but left. The shameless person actually reached out and took the fish with a stick that Uzumaki Naruto handed. To be honest, the fish has no taste, except for the taste of the fish itself, without any seasoning, not even salt. It's completely roasted directly after being caught out of the water. Third generation frowned slightly, but he looked at Uzumaki Naruto aside, but the little guy was eating with relish. This is not a pretense. Uzumaki Naruto has not eaten all day except for something to eat in the morning. Besides, he has been exercising for a whole day. Even if he is not too hungry, he will be hungry a long time ago. For food, the best condiment is always hunger. Third generation did not leave in a hurry. After eating, they sat with Uzumaki Naruto by the fire, one big, one small, one old and one young, looking up at the stars in the sky. Little Naruto, this world is very big and wide, third generation said suddenly for some reason. Uzumaki Naruto said in his heart, he can't only be circled here, but he pretended not to understand, and asked, I heard that when people die, they will become stars in the sky. Grandpa, third generation, who are my parents? Who are they? Third generation's eyes were shocked, and he felt more guilty. But he sighed, but in the end he didn't choose to name the fourth generation couple's name. He changed the subject and said, Little Naruto, although this is not far from the village, you still don't want to run around. Is this warning him not to run to the back mountain again? But how could Uzumaki Naruto agree? He looked troubled and muttered, but I don't have money to eat. If I don't catch fish, I will starve to death. Third generation is very helpless, unless I give him a sum of money privately now, but I don't want to see Uzumaki Naruto develop the bad habit of spending money. So it can only be for nothing. Finally, when it was almost late into the night, third generation stood up and was about to leave. He also took Uzumaki Naruto back with him before leaving. Uzumaki Naruto didn't engage in any more troubles, nor refused. Anyway, he plans to go home and sleep. He didn't want to live here. As expected, the bed at home is more comfortable and safer. Big deal, come back tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Prepare for New Training. This sudden encounter with third generation was actually a bit unexpected, including Uzumaki Naruto did not expect that he would come to him himself. Are you here to check your own situation? After all, he is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After Uzumaki Naruto returned to the village with third generation and went home alone, he finally showed a real expression on his face. He curled his mouth and looked so disdainful. He doesn't think that third generation is here to care about himself, otherwise, how could he only give so little money? Who can spend it? He just came out to live independently. Doesn't he need money for oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar? Doesn't the clothes need money? Really thought he would eat instant noodles and drink expired milk all day as in the original book? So he directly ignored the words that third generation had said before. Should he go to Hyoshin the next day or continue to go to Hyoshin, or that sentence, otherwise he would starve to death at home? The next day, Uzumaki Naruto continued his exercise in the back mountain, which seemed to be the same as the previous day's exercise. Umbu, who was in charge of monitoring, did not feel wrong. But only Uzumaki Naruto can feel it. He is stronger today than yesterday. And with the aid of weight bearing, Coupled with the current bloodline and the all-round enhancement and recovery of Ashura's chakra, he found that the exercise effect now is much better than before. It's not an exaggeration to say that you get twice the result with half the effort. Uzumaki Naruto feels joy. This kind of feeling that he can clearly feel that he is getting stronger little by little is good. The most important thing is that when he can clearly feel that he is getting stronger, it means that he has really grown a lot. It's a pity that those guys have been staring at me, otherwise you can already start practicing against chakra masters, such as tree climbing exercises, treading water exercises, and even the development of Raise-Non. Uzumaki Naruto ran fast in the forest shuttle, while unfolding the perception similar to the force field. He didn't need to see it with his own eyes, and directly constructed the surrounding scenes in the spiritual world. His current perception radius was several hundred meters or more. With him as the center, everything within 500 meters can't escape his perception. Including the movements and positions of the three umbus, he knew everything well. Uzumaki Naruto did not rush to start more training, until now he has only maintained the level of physical exercise. But in fact, he could already start practicing Master Chakra's practice, including Raise-Non. He remembers the plot and probably knows the principle. Without the teaching of a teacher, can it be developed by himself? He knows the importance of Raise-Non to himself, and the various derivative and advanced versions of Rasengan's ninjutsu are also very powerful, enough to be his killer. Before the master's other methods, practicing Raise-Non is undoubtedly the best choice. It's a pity that he is still under surveillance and cannot act rashly. Especially since he was gifted with power by Sage of Six Paths, he has not actually touched those powers, especially pupil technique, and he has long been itching. So last night, he secretly hid in the bathroom at home and opened his eyes to the mirror. He also learned the basic abilities of the pupil technique. The first is Sheri-Non. In the state of the ordinary Sheri-Non, you can enhance your insight. For example, you can predict the target's location in advance based on the trajectory. Even the opponent's physical skills can be seen clearly, and he can even imitate the opponent's movements. When entering the state of Sheri-Non, the 2-Go Jade is even more powerful. First of all, the illusion activated by Sheri-Non will be attached, which is much more powerful than ordinary illusion. At the same time, the insight will be greatly enhanced, although the flow of chakra is not yet visible. 3-Tomo Sheri-Non is already the limit of ordinary Sheri-Non. At this time, Sharingan's ability is the strongest. Not only the insight can see the flow of chakra, and even the ninjutsu that claims to be able to replicate body art and non-blood succession. Mangekyo Sheri-Non, even the Uchiha clan, is not a secret pupil technique that everyone can touch. Once Mangekyo Sheri-Non is turned on, it is almost cage level. Because Mangekyo Sheri-Non is really too strong, in addition to possessing all the abilities from 1-Guyu to 3-Tomo Sheri-Non, but also stronger insight and illusion. What's more, Mangekyo Sheri-Non itself also comes with a powerful pupil technique, and even when Mangekyo Sheri-Non is developed to ultimate, it can also master the powerful power of Susanoo. It's just that the stronger the force, the more obvious its shortcomings. The shortcoming of Mangekyo Sheri-Non is that, while possessing great power, it will also cause considerable damage to the eyes and body of the operator. It is said that since the opening of Mangekyo Sheri-Non, the owner has been walking towards darkness, and the more he uses these eyes, the faster he will lose his sight. But if you want to turn on Susanoo, you have to be proficient in Master Mangekyo Sheri-Non, which is simply a difficult problem to solve. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto does not need to worry about this. It's just that he hasn't yet. What is Master's own pupil technique, Tsukuyomi? Amaterasu? Or something else? There is also Rinnegan. Rinnegan of Uzumaki Naruto is Guyu Rinnegan, because when he was returning to the ancestors, the binocular pupil technique evolved from Sheri-Non to Rinnegan stage by stage, thus covering Guyu. At the same time, It should also be the proof of his master's power of 6 paths, right? Goju Rinnegan's pupil power far exceeds that of ordinary Rinnegan. Since Uzumaki Naruto is still in the development stage, he doesn't know what his pupil technique is. But there is one thing he firmly believes, that Nagato is not the owner of the pair of Rinnegan, that is Uchiha Madara's eyes, so he should be able to use all the pupil skills that Nagato can use, even more powerful. Because he can't toss at home, he is being watched here again. All this makes Uzumaki Naruto helpless, so he can only endure the itching and press it down. He doesn't believe that he will be watched for a lifetime. Sure enough, as Uzumaki Naruto only performed the most basic exercises day after day for the next month, the Umbus gradually began to relax. At first, the Umbus were still watching Uzumaki Naruto's every move, but now they start to run away often. After more than half a month, the 3 Umbus suddenly disappeared one day, and then they never appeared again. Uzumaki Naruto knew that he should have finally gained trust, so the 3rd generation project evacuated the Umbus. Looking up, Uzumaki Naruto's face was filled with a bright smile, and he was more sincere than ever before. Because he can finally practice the things he has been thinking about. It's snowing. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Is it Kurama's turn to be anxious? At the beginning, Uzumaki Naruto moved out after his 3rd birthday. His birthday was October 10th. In order to be trusted, Uzumaki Naruto did not dare to act rashly for 2 months, but exercised day after day. Finally, 3rd generation removed Umbu, who was monitoring him on this day, and he felt it the first time. After all, his current perception is not trivial. With him as the center, he knows everything within a 500-meter radius. So Uzumaki Naruto finally laughed happily. He had already made a plan for a new training, but unfortunately he has been unable to act until now. Finally it can be arranged. Uzumaki Naruto stood there expectantly, wearing the thick clothes he had bought with this month's subsidy, regardless of the white snow already hanging in the mountains. Uzumaki Naruto has prepared a new training plan a long time ago. It's not that he is tired of repetitive exercises day after day and year after year, because he knows the importance of laying a solid foundation. But in addition to exercising, he needs to practice the master of chakra as early as possible, as well as the powerful powers and secrets in him now. Just when Uzumaki Naruto was about to act, he suddenly hesitated. If he remembers correctly, should the old fox of 3rd generation still have a crystal ball in his hand? Even with a special kind of ninjutsu, can you monitor yourself anytime and anywhere? Telescope technique, is this the name, right? Is that guy ever ending? Uzumaki Naruto has begun to be a little impatient, mainly because he seems to be under surveillance all the time. And all his powers, the power of 6 paths gifted by Sage of 6 paths and the pupil technique brought by blood rejuvenation, can't be exposed. Otherwise, he may be bad. But are you going to continue to dormant and endure like this again? Then when will he wait to leave Konoha village? I remember that I once chased the information. The telescope technique is recorded in the Book of Arrays. It also has a necessary condition, that is, only if you know the chakra nature of the target, can it be launched smoothly. In this case, as long as I switch to Ashura's chakra mode or 6 paths mode, won't I be able to change my original chakra nature? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up because he thought of a way to block the remote surveillance of 3rd generation. Do as he thinks of it, Uzumaki Naruto expands his perceptual field and keeps an eye on whether there are people around him so as not to be found out about his secrets. On the other hand, he has to enter another chakra mode state according to his own plan. But at this moment, Kurama's voice came from the bottom of my heart. Hey, brat, have you forgotten that I still have my chakra? What does it suddenly want to do? Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback, then showed a smirk, conveying consciousness to Kurama with his thoughts in his heart. Smelly fox, are you lonely? The corner of Kurama's mouth, who was sealed in the cage, twitched. It wasn't because of such a simple reason that he took the initiative to speak. In fact, since that day, Uzumaki Naruto hasn't paid attention to it for more than a month, as if the person who kept talking to Kurama was not him. And Kurama can see Uzumaki Naruto's every move, it sees Uzumaki Naruto's persistence, and also finds that the child seems to be very tender and forbearing. This led Kurama to take the initiative to find Uzumaki Naruto on this day, and said straightforwardly, "I have thought about it, I can use my power for you, and I won't mess with you." Oh? It's not that simple, right? What are your conditions? If you want me to let you out, don't say anything, I don't want to die. Uzumaki Naruto also knew that there is no free lunch in the world, and Kurama definitely has its conditions. There are 3 conditions. I want you to make 3 chapters with me. Kurama really put forward its conditions. First, you have to help me find the man behind the scenes, Obito, to avenge me, and Uchiha Madara, if he is still alive. If. No problem, Uzumaki Naruto agreed very happily, without hesitation, because that was his enemy. Second article, Kurama continued, my relationship with you is not a master and servant. I won't be your slave or pet. Our relationship is equal. You can't order me, and don't be too aggressive. Good to say, Uzumaki Naruto also agreed, as long as you behave well, it doesn't matter if you be friends someday. Kurama snorted and went on to make the third condition, finally, I want you to swear that you will not settle accounts after the fall. No matter it is me or other tail beasts, you cannot hurt our tail beasts' lives, let alone you enslaves us. I have seen what kind of power the old man Six Paths gave you, and heard your conversations. In the future, you may become the second sage of Six Paths. In this case, it seems that I have to think about saving my life. Is there a way? This time, Uzumaki Naruto was silent. He squinted his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and there was a sneer. This is the only thing he can't seem to agree to easily. Because he said that although Kurama is not the main culprit, it is indeed the knife that killed his parents in this life. Especially in the last scene, Uzumaki Naruto can't forget for a long time. Living parents are skewered into skewers. If anyone can forget, they will be in vain. At least at that moment, Kurama had already got rid of Sharingan's control. It wanted to kill the infant Uzumaki Naruto with its own will, but the 4th generation couple blocked a fatal blow. Although they were indeed going to die, how did Uzumaki Naruto forget that scene? You guy, don't give me an inch. It's been more than 3 years. You haven't even said a word of sorry. You haven't even said an apology. You want me to let you go? Uzumaki Naruto finally spoke. The mouth is mocking, and the tone is full of resentment. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto has shown an unscrupulous character many times. He has deceived and even played the 3rd generation. So, what are the true and false sentences of the words he promised Sage of Six Paths at the beginning? Especially with regard to the tail monster and Kurama, can he really let it go? Or did he say that on purpose just to fudge Sage of Six Paths to gain power? Kurama, your tail beasts won't die completely because they are chakra aggregates, but what if there are methods specifically aimed at chakra? For example, how about making you a pill and eating it? Guess I can kill you. A flash of madness flashed in Uzumaki Naruto's eyes. After a long silence, Kurama finally spoke slowly and solemnly said, I'm sorry, I apologize. Asterisk. Chapter 30 reached a settlement with Kurama. Kurama actually apologized. Even Uzumaki Naruto didn't even think of this. He actually apologized for killing his parents in the first place. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto also knew that when Namikaze Minato used the mortal forbidden technique of ghouls, when Uchiha Obito pulled 9 tails from Uzumaki Kushina's seal. At that time, they were bound to die, and Kurama's final counterattack only accelerated their death time, maybe a few minutes earlier. But Uzumaki Naruto could not forget the scene until Kurama said in a solemn and serious tone, "I apologize for what happened that day. However, I will not regret attacking them at 4th generation. Just like you are now, how can I? It's not that I'm trapped here. And at that time your father divided me into 2 halves and sealed it in your body. Even if you think about it, how would you choose? Of course it is to ruin everything before you give up." Uzumaki Naruto continued to sneer. He did not deny Kurama's point of view. If he was treated like that, he would only be more thorough than Kurama had done. But after all, he is not Kurama. So your choice and answer? Do you want to reconcile with me? Kurama asked again. Uzumaki Naruto fell silent again. He was thinking. He had to think about why Kurama suddenly took the initiative to seek reconciliation. What was its purpose? Dispel your guard, and then find a chance to escape? Or is Kurama serious? Uzumaki Naruto doesn't care about seeing the original work. He knows that the reason Uzumaki Naruto and Kurama can reach a consensus in the original work is because Kurama sees how hard Uzumaki Naruto has been along the way, yet maintains that quality. And Uzumaki Naruto really wants to help and save the tail beast attitude. What about him now? Why does he make Kurama recognize himself? Uzumaki Naruto is not so arrogant that he thinks that he can convince Kurama to surrender. Give me a reason. Uzumaki Naruto thought about it, choosing to let Kurama say its reason. Kurama may have thought about it a long time ago. At this time, he opened his mouth. "I saw Sage of 6 Paths give you power and recognize that you are the one who will guard the ninja world in the future." This sentence is actually enough. Isn't that enough people recognized by Sage of 6 Paths? After all, the 9-tailed beasts were formed by the chakra extracted from the body of 10 tails by Sage of 6 Paths, and Sage of 6 Paths is equivalent to their relatives. Their attitudes towards Sage of 6 Paths are of course different. Even the rebellious 9 tails, even if it has seen so many years of war, hatred, and betrayal, it is also the most emotional. The most important thing is, as you said, our destiny has become fetters. No matter how you resent me, even if I want to get out of trouble, but no matter whose life is wrong, the other one will die together. So it is also a decision made after careful consideration, so why not reconcile with us? Before you grow up, my power will be used by you, and I will protect you. And wait until one day in the future, when you have grown up, you will protect me. It's fair. Kurama rarely said a long paragraph, as if it was just to make Uzumaki Naruto dispel doubts and believe in himself. What an old fox through and through, Uzumaki Naruto said with a sarcastically smile. This is really and true old fox. It can live much longer than the 3rd generation, and it's still a real fox. Kurama snorted without responding, and fell silent, silently waiting for Uzumaki Naruto's final answer. Deal. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto finally agreed, and raised his right hand, swearing to the sky, "I swear, as long as you don't betray me, I will never lose you. Kurama, I'm so serious for the first time. If you promise others, I will do it. But I also swear that if one day you dare to betray my trust, I will never let you go. You believe I can do it?" In fact, Uzumaki Naruto also thought a lot. First of all, he really needs the power of 9 tails now. There is no doubt that no one will dislike his own power and means too much. Secondly, he really can't get rid of Kurama. The relationship between them is really fetter. In fact, fetters are not good things, they are more like entanglement, restraint, and even bondage. Just like the relationship between them. Again, Uzumaki Naruto knows that Kurama is not his biggest enemy. There is always only one real enemy, and that is Uchiha Obito. No matter what reason he had, it was not an excuse for him to kill the master who had taken care of him. After all, even if Uchiha Obito wants to launch Infinite Tsukuyomi, he must start with 1 tail first, right? Is it okay to start from 9 tails directly? Since I have believed in you and settled with you, shouldn't you also show a little sincerity? Uzumaki Naruto did not continue to think about it, but began to urge. He immediately couldn't wait to get Kurama's power. Suddenly, a red, as if containing an unknown richness, chakra erupted from Uzumaki Naruto's body and entangled him. Kurama was also unambiguous, and immediately released a large amount of chakra, wrapping Uzumaki Naruto up and down. In the end, Uzumaki Naruto was wrapped in a chakra coat, and even a shadow of a tail appeared behind his back. This is exactly what Jinchuriki looks like into a half-tailed animal. If you use Kurama's power without the approval of Kurama, you will be affected by Kurama's malicious and negative emotions, and you may even run away. But Uzumaki Naruto did not. He quickly recovered and felt the powerful power he possessed now. It seems that Kurama has shown his sincerity, so that even if Uzumaki Naruto enters the half-tailed animalization mode, there is no possibility of running away. But Uzumaki Naruto questioned with some dissatisfaction, why is it just a half-tailed animalization mode? It seems that you still have dissatisfaction. Kurama cried out, don't forget that I am still being sealed, this is already my limit. It turns out that Uzumaki Naruto is only a half-tailed animal model, because Kurama is still being sealed, and it wants to make Uzumaki Naruto a perfect master with its power, but it can't do it. After all, the seal restricts it. It turned out to be so sooner or later I will help you open the seal, but not now. Now I am going to start cultivating my own power. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Start Climbing Trees. Finally, with Kurama's apology and active compromise, Uzumaki Naruto finally got the power of 9 tails. It's just that because of the existence of the seal, Kurama can't let him have all his powers. At least Kurama behaved that way. It seems that after Sage of Six Paths chose Naruto, it also recognized Uzumaki Naruto. But Uzumaki Naruto is not a fool, he will not unlock the seal so easily now. Although Uzumaki Naruto doesn't have a key for the 8-sign seal, it seems to be with a toad in Mount Myaboku. But it doesn't matter, Uzumaki Naruto also knows a way, that is to uncover the seal of the talisman, which seems to be able to open the seal. Or wait until a certain day, he can also open the seal with his own strength, he is convinced of this. After finally entering the half-tailed animalization mode, Uzumaki Naruto finally felt relieved. The first is that there is more power to protect yourself, and the second is to prevent the peeping of the old fox from third generation. Now he disrupted his chakra breath. I believe third generation can no longer use a crystal ball to monitor him, right? After all, third generation can't guess that he can use 9 tails chakra to wrap his body now, and unless third generation is even familiar with the nature of 9 tails chakra, then he didn't say it. As the so-called starving to death of the courageous, it is time for real practice, Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself. Then I saw Uzumaki Naruto turned and walked towards a nearby tree. Although it is already winter, Uzumaki Naruto's stronghold is still in the back mountain, and he is still continuing his exercise. Today, however, is a little different. Uzumaki Naruto stood in front of a thicker tree with a serious expression on his face. Just as Kurama started to expect what he was going to do, he saw that Uzumaki Naruto suddenly raised one foot and stepped on the tree trunk, then he raised his second foot, and then, there was no more. He fell down. It wasn't because of both feet that he fell off the ground at the same time. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto had been in contact with chakra a long time ago, so he was practicing tree climbing. It is not an ordinary climbing tree with both hands, but the condensed chakra on the solace of the feet is attached to the trunk, and walks up without using both hands. However, after only hearing a click, the big tree in front of me fell down, leaving a pair of footprints at the fracture. It turned out that Uzumaki Naruto added too much chakra to the solace of his feet. As a result, it was as if he had kicked the tree in front of him with a physique. Kurama was also a little dumbfounded, and asked, "What are you doing?" Uzumaki Naruto got up from the ground, rubbed the back of his head with his hands, and answered Kurama's question while muttering to himself, "Of course I am practicing tree climbing exercises. This allows me to control chakra more precisely. I didn't expect it to be a bit more accurate. Difficult. Too much chakra will cause the situation like this, but if there is too little chakra, it can't be absorbed. It seems that I took it for granted before. It seems that tree climbing exercises are not simple, but need to find the benchmark, neither too much chakra nor too little. So although the tree climbing exercise is the foundation of the foundation, it also has some effects. Don't look at the total amount of chakra, but after the master has more accurate chakra output, it can avoid wasting chakra, which is equivalent to saving many chakras. For example, for the same amount of chakra, others can have 5 clones, but you can have 10 clones. This is the gap. For the same ninjutsu, if others use 2, there will be no chakra, but you can use more. This can also improve combat effectiveness. Not to mention that the control requirements for chakra will become more and more precise in the later period, whether it is practicing ninjutsu, or practicing truth-seeking ball, tailed beast bomb, and so on. Again, the stronger the foundation, the smoother the future growth. So Uzumaki Naruto decisively found another tree. This time he was not in a hurry and immediately lifted his feet off the ground. Instead, he learned to be clever and tried with one foot first. It wasn't until he took chakra from less to more, and found the benchmark that would allow him to be firmly attached to the trunk without hurting the trunk, then he began to step on the trunk with his feet, bit by bit. Walk to the heights. But this is not a game, it is impossible to maintain the best condition all the time, so Uzumaki Naruto will inevitably fall down several times. Once I accidentally stepped on the tree trunk while climbing halfway up the tree trunk. No way, at this time, he is in half-tailed animalization mode, and Nine-Tails Chakra's coat is full of rich chakra entities. As long as he is not paying attention, this will happen. In addition, the other times were because of too restrained chakra's output, which caused him to step on the air and fall off. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto's physique has long surpassed that of his peers, so he did not break. In fact, he has the means of cheating. For example, since he doesn't have to worry about being monitored remotely by a crystal ball by the 3rd generation, he can also turn on the pupil technique and use his powerful insight to observe his own chakra flow. Isn't it much more convenient? But Uzumaki Naruto didn't do that. He knew that taking shortcuts can quickly practice tree climbing successfully. But doing so will also make him feel weak about this exercise. He can cheat now, but what about in the future? If I can now use the shadow clone technique, or multiple shadow clone techniques, it would be fine. That kind of cheating method is different. Shadow clone can increase the accumulation of experience. One more shadow clone can double the experience and sense of body. It's a waste of time and hard work. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help muttering when he failed for the 10th time. He knows that shadow clone has a very convenient role. Because shadow clone is different from ordinary clone technique. Shadow clone creates entities that can cause actual damage. However, shadow clone also has a weakness, that is, although shadow clone's injuries will not be transmitted back to the body, it has a sense of pain, and because of the fatigue caused by shadow clone activities will still have an impact. Therefore, multiple shadow clone techniques are also defined as forbidden techniques. Not only can ordinary people not be able to afford the huge consumption of chakra, the exhaustion caused by the simultaneous existence of too many shadow clone is also terrible. Probably only Jinchuriki's level of chakra volume and resilience can withstand it, right? What Uzumaki Naruto cares most about is the relationship between shadow clone and entities, so the memory of shadow clone experience will also be passed back to the body. This makes shadow clone the best choice for stealing information. In addition, you can also use the convenience of shadow clone to increase the speed of training. As Uzumaki Naruto said, If he can now shadow clones, even if he can only have 5 shadow clones, it is equivalent to 6 people doing 6 tree climbing exercises at the same time, and the speed of cultivation is much faster. It's a pity that he has no chance to get in touch with this technique. You said shadow clone? I think I can. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Learn Shadow Clone from Kurama. Just when Uzumaki Naruto thought of the shadow clone technique because he was unable to enter the state of climbing trees for a long time, but was annoyed that he had no chance to learn the shadow clone technique, which is called only Jonin. Kurama suddenly said, "Did you say shadow clone technique?" "I will." "You can." Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up first, but immediately he asked in confusion, "How can you shadow clone technique? I've never heard of Nine-Tails shadow clone technique." "Okay, I've never seen it used before." "Boy, are you underestimating me?" Kurama snorted badly, but his tone was so different from before, and Uzumaki Naruto didn't care. Then it continued to say, "Although I don't need to use your so-called ninjutsu, don't forget that I was sealed in your mother's body before. Even if I don't, I have seen your parents use it." Uzumaki Naruto's face began to show joy. Yeah, how did he forget about it? Since Kurama can see his own experience, he can naturally see the outside world through Kushina's perspective. And Namikaze Minato is 4th Hokage, and has indeed implemented Shadow Clone. Which time should Kurama see it? You come to the spiritual world, I teach you how to seal. But I haven't used it, so you need to try it yourself a few times, Kurama said. Uzumaki Naruto quickly found a place to sit down, regardless of the snow and ice on the ground. He now has the protection of the Nine-Tails chakra coat, so he is not afraid of the cold anymore. Uzumaki Naruto, who had already entered the spiritual world, soon sank his consciousness into it. In fact, this state is very dangerous, because at this time the body has no consciousness to control it, which is equivalent to no combat effectiveness. I am afraid that a child can knock him down. But don't worry, Uzumaki Naruto has developed a habit, and when he decides to start a more advanced practice, he has already opened up his field of perception. He had already confirmed that there were no people and ferocious beasts around him. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto once again came to his spiritual world and stood in front of the cage where Kurama was sealed. Seeing Kurama again, even Uzumaki Naruto was a little bit emotional. After all, he pulled Kurama over, although the two sides have not yet trusted each other, after all, there is no such foundation. But he was already satisfied. As for Kurama mode or something, let's talk about it later. Kurama was also a little complicated, but he didn't talk nonsense and started right away. Kurama is not deceiving, it really knows the order of shadow clone technique. However, there is another question Uzumaki Naruto would like to ask, that is, in other words, what are these seals? Kurama almost fell to the ground and looked at Uzumaki Naruto speechlessly. Are you serious? What kind of ninjutsu do you still learn? Don't you even know what is printed? Actually, Uzumaki Naruto is not to blame. He is a traverser after all. Even if he knows a bit before traversing, he can't remember Jain's gestures because he has never played like that. And after crossing, there is no chance to understand these basic common sense knowledge, so it is normal for him not to know. Kurama was helpless and had to tell him from the beginning. It turns out that there are 12 gestures in Jain, and they are named after Zi, Jo, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Su, and Hai. At the same time, Kurama also thoughtfully said that every time he printed, he would make a gesture for Uzumaki Naruto. It was difficult for Uzumaki Naruto to write down immediately, but he was not polite this time, and directly turned on Mangekyo Sharinan, and then copied Kurama's movements. This is convenient, as long as you get familiar with it again in the future. At the end, Kurama mentioned shadow clone technique again, but said again, the shadow of shadow clone technique is different. It is not any of these 12 seals, but the seal of Ren. Renyin is said to be a seal that can be done with any gesture at will. It seems a bit headstrong? And it seems that shadow clone technique only needs one seal? In fact, the real difficulty of shadow clone technique lies in chakra. Because it is a physical clone, half of chakra needs to be allocated to shadow clone. This is the hardest and most dangerous place, because every shadow clone has to be separated. Half of chakra, once there are too many shadow clones, the main body becomes the weakest. This must be paid special attention to. Kurama did not forget what Uzumaki Naruto needs to pay attention to. But in the end it said triumphantly, "But you are the old man's Jinchuriki after all, and the old man's chakra can let you squander it. If you have 9 tails chakra as your backer, it seems that you are not afraid of chakra consumption." One thing that needs to be mentioned is that once the ninja consumes too much chakra, it is very dangerous. The light one needs to rest for a long time and will lose strength, and the more serious one is life-threatening. Uzumaki Naruto nodded and said he had taken note, but when he looked at Kurama again, his eyes were a little complicated. The two figures, one large and one small, suddenly fell silent, looking at each other, and no one spoke. "Smelly fox, thank you." Uzumaki Naruto suddenly showed a smile that was not reluctant, raised his hand and made a bye-bye gesture, and then left. Kurama didn't start, and snorted softly, "Would you say thank you to the tail beast? Hey, it's not too bad, smelly kid. It knows that the power of the tail beast is feared and jealous by people, and it has caused endless troubles, and it has allowed each other to plant the seeds of hatred for various reasons. Especially for Jinchuriki, Jinchuriki's misfortune is precisely because of the tail beast." But Uzumaki Naruto said thank you to it, which it did not expect. It originally thought that Uzumaki Naruto would be rude, but it took it for granted. It seems that it is not in vain that it took the initiative to speak this time. Uzumaki Naruto also understood that Kurama could have been silent, but he still said it. It does not know how much the shadow clone technique means to Uzumaki Naruto, and what it represents. But Uzumaki Naruto really appreciates its help, otherwise. "This can at least shorten my growth time by 100-fold. When Uzumaki Naruto returned to the real world, he suddenly said with emotion, "This is not an exaggeration. The shadow clone technique has such a plug-in effect. If one shadow clone can double the experience gained, how about 100? One person does one thing at a time, and 100 shadow clones is equivalent to doing this 100 times. The most important thing is, since I have learned the shadow clone technique, I can do 2 lines at the same time. For example, let shadow clone replace the main body to practice tree climbing and treading water, while the main body continues to exercise. After all, shadow clone can only increase the experience, but can't replace the body to do exercises. You can even let shadow clone learn from each other to increase actual combat experience. There is also dangerous training, such as pupil technique. Asterisk. Chapter 33 The Importance of Shadow Clone Technique. Shadow clone technique is really important to Uzumaki Naruto. Not to mention the Uzumaki Naruto in the original book is almost the shadow clone smashing the world with one hand and one hand. He also knows that the best part of shadow clone technique is the increase in experience. This is equivalent to getting a plug-in that automatically hangs up. If you want to increase your proficiency, you can let shadow clone do it, and the body can continue to exercise physical fitness at the same time. It's perfect. No wonder he thanked Kurama without hesitation. But there is one more thing to verify. He already knows shadow clone techniques Jin and copied all Jin's gestures. Now is the time to witness the miracle. Whether it can successfully perform the shadow clone technique will have a huge impact. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto quickly got up from the ground, and then he put his hands as index and middle fingers together, and crossed them into a cross. As Uzumaki Naruto began to try to mobilize chakra, he shouted, "Shadow clone technique." Boom boom boom. Suddenly, white smoke rose up around Uzumaki Naruto. When the smoke dissipated, 5 shadow clones appeared in front of Uzumaki Naruto. He succeeded. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't hide his excitement. Even though there were only 5 shadow clones, it was equivalent to taking 5 times the experience medicine. What's more, it's the first time he has performed it, and it's pretty good to be successful. And Uzumaki Naruto also noticed that his chakra was recovering quickly. Not only was Ninetales' chakra filling the vacancies he had consumed, but Ashura's chakra and the power of 6 paths began to operate silently. There is no need to refine chakra by yourself, he is full blue in a blink of an eye. Uzumaki Naruto was also unambiguous, and directly continued to maintain the posture in his hand, and once again separated a large number of chakras and shouted, "Shadow clone technique." Boom boom boom. This time, more smoke appeared, and he separated a dozen shadow clones. It seems that as he gets more and more proficient, because of the huge chakra as a backing, he can separate more shadow clones. The shadow clone looked at each other. As entity clones, shadow clones have the same idea and thinking mode as the ontology, including memory, of course. And in battle, shadow clone will make a temporary response on its own, and does not need the body to command. They also knew what the body wanted them to do, so one after another Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone began to scatter around, each finding a big tree as a target, and began to silently complete the tree climbing exercise that the body had not completed. While watching this scene with joy, Uzumaki Naruto reminded him, "Don't forget to expand the perceptual field, because the scale of our activities has become larger, and it may be discovered by others. Who do you think we are? Of course we will also think of what the ontology wants." The shadow clones turned the Byakugan collectively, and they were really worried. Uzumaki Naruto's body also flipped Byakugan, but was disgusted and mocked by his clone. "Is it okay?" Kurama hid in Uzumaki Naruto's spiritual world and began to thump and laugh, only to find it funny. But it also secretly admires Uzumaki Naruto, he succeeded in just one shot. In fact, he is a genius, right? But what Kurama didn't know was that Uzumaki Naruto in the original book also learned multiple shadow clone techniques with just one pass. It was an advanced version of shadow clone technique and also forbidden technique. Because multiple shadow clone techniques can separate thousands of shadow clone at once, the chakra consumed in one breath is too large, and it is easy for the body to fall into danger because of the chakra consumption too much, so it is defined as the forbidden technique. Forbidden technique does not simply represent a powerful meaning, but has 3 criteria that are evaluated as forbidden technique, which are: there are 2 injuries that hurt itself seriously. It can be a physical injury or a lifespan injury. A technique that violates ethics and morality. And a technique that is too powerful and may cause harm to the surrounding innocent people. The reason why multiple shadow clone techniques are called forbidden techniques is probably the first one. But Uzumaki Naruto showed a thoughtful expression. Multiple shadow clone techniques and shadow clone techniques are actually the same seal. The only difference is the amount of chakra output. Maybe he can try it? Now that he has got Kurama's huge chakra as his whole card, it should be fine. Besides, he still has the power of 6 paths as a real trump card. What is he afraid of? Ontology, I succeeded. Suddenly, the voice of a shadow clone caused Uzumaki Naruto to temporarily interrupt some thoughts. Turning my head and looking, I saw the top of a big tree nearly 10 meters high. A shadow clone climbed up smoothly, and only stuck with his feet without falling. Immediately afterwards, other shadow clones also began to send good news one by one, and they all successfully completed the tree climbing exercises. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto has done it a dozen times, and the accumulated experience is very high. When these shadow clone began to practice, this exercise was quickly completed. Uzumaki Naruto happily took the initiative to put away the shadow clone. At that time, he noticed that he had added a lot of memory, especially the tree climbing exercises completed by the shadow clone. He suddenly added more than a dozen successful experiences. This allows Uzumaki Naruto to better understand what to do. Even Uzumaki Naruto still has a feeling that as he took the initiative to disarm Shadow Clone, it seems that a large part of chakra that has not been consumed has returned. It turns out that Shadow Clone still has this benefit. It has appeared more than once in the original book. For example, Uzumaki Naruto lets his Shadow Clone refine chakra in advance, and then actively removes the Shadow Clone to immediately enter Sage mode. Including the final veil of end battle, even Kurama will use Shadow Clone to help Uzumaki Naruto refine chakra. So Kurama really knows Shadow Clone, whoever learned it from. Maybe he can continue to cheat in the future? But now is not the time to think about that stage. Sage mode or something, you won't be able to get in touch with it until a few more years, right? After all, he doesn't even know what the force of nature chakra is now. Wait a minute, look for Kurama, it should know, right? Good guy, Kurama is suddenly going to become a well-known mentor? Speaking of which, since the tree climbing practice has been successful, and now it is impossible to start treading water practice immediately because of the freezing of the creek, then it is time to practice Rasengan's practice. Although Uzumaki Naruto didn't know Giant's gestures in his previous life, he probably remembered how to practice Rasengan. Most importantly, he knew that Rasengan was developed by his father Namikaze Minato by observing the principles of Tailed Beast Bomb. So in other words, he can also practice with Kurama? Good guy, Kurama screams good guy, is it really going to be Uzumaki Naruto's teacher? Asterisk. Chapter 34 Ready to practice Rasengan. Although Uzumaki Naruto has made up his mind to arrange the plan of practicing Rasengan as soon as possible. But he also knew that he couldn't do it right away. Although Rasengan was developed according to the principles of Tailed Beast Bomb, he could directly ask Kurama for experience. But he also knows a way. That's how Jiraiya taught Uzumaki Naruto in the original book. It is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is to gather chakra in the palm of the hand without dispersing. This is very simple. Uzumaki Naruto can start now. He has once again created many shadow clones, and this time he has separated more than 24 shadow clones. This time there are more shadow clone than the previous 2. The shadow clones are also unambiguous. They don't need to be commanded by the body, and immediately start practicing in a circle. Each shadow clone gathers chakra on the palm of the right hand until it succeeds. In order to speed up the progress of the practice, Uzumaki Naruto used shadow clone technique several times in succession, until 100 talents were collected and stopped. 100 people doing one thing at the same time is equivalent to doing one thing 100 times. This kind of cultivation progress is almost unmatched. And the body is not idle. Uzumaki Naruto began to continue to exercise, since there is no need for body practice to increase the theoretical experience training, he naturally has to hurry up to improve his foundation. Going back to the topic just now, the reason why I said that Rasengan's training plan could not be carried out immediately is because there are still 2 training stages that require props. For example, in the second stage, after completing the conditions of the first stage, further practice is needed to achieve a stable and sustainable release of chakra. For example, put a balloon filled with water on your hand, and then release the chakra to make the balloon. The water inside moved irregularly until the balloon exploded. That's why it's not possible now, because it's winter. Even if you have a balloon in your hand, you can put water in it once and practice in this environment. I am afraid that before he successfully completes the second stage, the water in the balloon will be frozen and the balloon will be broken, right? He can't practice enough to break the ice without knowing it, right? Perhaps the second stage can only be completed at home, so some balloons have to be prepared. Also, if you are at home, you may not be able to make too many shadow clones, and the rhythm will slow down. Damn it! In addition, the ball is used in the final third stage. Because the strength of the ball is about 100 times higher than that of the balloon, and there is no water in it, at this stage, it is necessary to materialize the chakra before it can break the ball. After completing these 3 stages of practice, then combine the 3 stages of practice content, and finally put the high-density chakra in your hands. Raise-non is even complete. After Raise-non is completed, its power will be linked to the growth of the caster. In other words, this ninjutsu is the more powerful the caster, the more terrifying its power. What's more, there are many derivative and advanced versions of Raise-non, there are too many to count. Raise-non is just the basics. Uzumaki Naruto is already looking forward to it now. With excitement, Uzumaki Naruto practiced by himself until the evening. Because of the winter, the daytime has become much later than before. After finishing the last set of exercises, he turned his head and looked around and said helplessly to his shadow clones, "Unfortunately, I can't let you go home with me." Shadow clone also stopped their training one after another. A shadow clone murmured, "Is it lonely enough to talk to and accompany my shadow clone? It won't be impossible." The other shadow clones also looked at their own body and laughed. Uzumaki Naruto had no choice but to take the initiative to remove all the shadow clones, so as not to continue to be jokes about his shadow clone. But just when he lifted all 100 shadow clones in one breath, suddenly, a huge memory and exhaustion came to his mind. Not only did the shadow clone's training experience return to the body, but also the huge fatigue. Even Uzumaki Naruto was caught off guard and almost fell. After all, the body has been undergoing high-intensity training. Fortunately, he has 3 powerful powers, Nine Tails Chakra, Ashura Chakra, and the most powerful and mysterious Six Paths power. So he shook his head and finally came over. Damn, I almost fainted. After all, my body is only 3 years old, so I have to pay more attention to it in the future. Uzumaki Naruto reflected on himself, he was a little careless. If this is replaced by an ordinary 3-year-old child, I am afraid that this time he will have to die. You should know that even ordinary Jonin would not clone so many shadow clone to fight or carry out missions, he is too exaggerated. However, with his current extraordinariness, as long as he does not die, these will become his stronger factors. Just like exercising muscles, will and endurance will become stronger due to these experiences. After putting away the shadow clone, Uzumaki Naruto put away the induction force field and the Nine Tails chakra coat by the way, and then went home. Because of sweating out of the exercise and being used to the protection of the Nine Tails chakra jacket, he suddenly felt the cold outside, and he also fought a cold war. Tightening his clothes tightly, Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly speeded up and walked towards the village. With such solar terms, he would not stay overnight in the mountains, even he would be frozen to death. But when Uzumaki Naruto returned to the village to go home, he suddenly found that a small figure flashed across a street in the distance. He was not afraid or worried, because the figure seemed to be a little shorter than him, and he looked like a child. But in the middle of the night, why is there a child on the street? Uzumaki Naruto raised his head. At this time, there was still snow in the sky. He already wanted to go home and lie down to rest. But in the end he sighed and chased after him. The child turned around at a block in front, so that Uzumaki Naruto couldn't see her shadow and appearance. He didn't see her until he followed. The child not far away fell to the ground somehow and was still there, holding his head and crying. Shaking his head, Uzumaki Naruto continued to walk over, and said, "Why are you out there alone? And still crying?" The child was startled, and when she raised her head, it was Uzumaki Naruto's turn to be startled again. Under the light of the not-so-dark moon, I saw that it was a girl in a kimono. She had beautiful short light blue hair and white eyes in her blank eyes. It was obviously from the Hokage family. Byakugan, right? What makes Uzumaki Naruto recognize even more is that the exquisite facial features and cute looks, isn't it Hinata? Hyuga Hinata? Is her? Asterisk. Chapter 35 Meet Hinata at night and send my wife home. Hyuga Hinata? Why is she here? Hyuga Hinata is the same age as Uzumaki Naruto, so she is also 3 years old now. Such a small child, and she is still a wealthy daughter of the Hyuga clan, but now there is only one person living out at night. It's still winter now. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at her, although she was wearing a thicker kimono that was more formal and solemn than a yukata, but she was wearing a pair of wooden clogs with exposed feet. I couldn't help feeling distressed. After all, this was a wife. Why are you here alone? Where are your family members? Where is your home? I will take you back. Uzumaki Naruto hurried forward and reached out to lift Hyuga Hinata from the ground. Hyuga Hinata was hesitant at first. She did not reach out her hand. It was Uzumaki Naruto who forcibly reached out and grabbed the small hand she held together. It's so cold, Uzumaki Naruto whispered, and he didn't know how long Hyuga Hinata had been running outside, and his hands became cold. And Hyuga Hinata has another feeling. With her head down, she muttered silently in her heart, it's so warm. Suddenly Hyuga Hinata noticed that, with her head down, she saw Uzumaki Naruto taking off her shoes. Then she stood barefoot and said to her, you wear my shoes? Hyuga Hinata raised his head and saw Uzumaki Naruto showing her a bright and gentle smile. Hyuga Hinata couldn't help but feel moved. How could she not know how cold this weather is? After all, she knew it well. She was about to refuse, but Uzumaki Naruto had already taken her hand to make her take a step forward, and the little foot that had just been lifted fell into the shoe. In the same way, there was a warm feeling from the feet that were already numb from the cold. And Uzumaki Naruto had to put on the clogs she had dropped, and said, we will change it back when we get to your house. Hyuga Hinata nodded in a daze, but didn't know what to say. Let's go, Uzumaki Naruto said as he was about to send Hyuga Hinata home. But Hyuga Hinata reacted and shook his head subconsciously. She apparently just ran out of the house, so why would she want to go back? Uzumaki Naruto was a little funny, thinking that his future wife was so naughty at this time. Then you can't go home with me, and it's dangerous at this night. Next time you want to come out and play with the adults, you should wait for the day to be with the adults, Uzumaki Naruto said, taking her little hand and starting to walk forward. Uzumaki Naruto has moved out of Konoha Hospital for 2 months to live alone, and has walked a lot in Konoha village, and he deliberately avoids places he has been. He doesn't want to cause trouble, and the scale of Konoha village is not small. There are also people who haven't realized that he is a demon fox after seeing him for the first time. So Uzumaki Naruto still knows where the Hyuga clan is located, including the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi clan, and so on. In fact, he stepped on it deliberately, and maybe one day he could use it. For example, when you want to escape. Having said that, if he leaves Konoha village, what will happen to the little wife next to him? Is it possible to abduct his wife together? Then double stay and double fly, wandering around the world, look good. Uzumaki Naruto subconsciously glanced at Hyuga Hinata next to him, and his mind was already crooked. It's also because he dared to think so, but the real man is only 3 years old. And Uzumaki Naruto also noticed that Hyuga Hinata kept his head down and did not speak, but his cute little face was full of grievances. Did something happen? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help asking. Hyuga Hinata raised his head, seeing Uzumaki Naruto's eyes full of concern, and couldn't help crying again in a grieved situation. Uzumaki Naruto learned through Hyuga Hinata's explanation that the reason she ran out alone was because she had not finished her practice homework this afternoon. As a member of the Hyuga clan and the eldest daughter of the clan and head of the family, Hyuga Hinata has been burdened with a burden that is not at this age since she was very young. She is only 3 years old, but she has already begun to practice the Hyoga clan. But she is only 3 years old after all, so it is inevitable that she can't do it. Then she was scolded by her father Hyoga Hayashi. It's a shame that there is no Hyoga Hanabi. My sister is 5 years younger than her sister and is not born yet, otherwise Hyoga Hayashi should be tougher, or is she going to change her successor? That old stubborn, old guy, old thing, dare to scold the wife of the young master? Uzumaki Naruto has already begun to curse in his heart, but he doesn't want to think, what does Hyoga Hinata have to do with him? Is Mao's relationship okay? Even if it is true, Hyoga Hayashi came from the old father-in-law, so he slandered his father-in-law like this? Next, Uzumaki Naruto began to comfort Hyoga Hinata all the way, but with little effect, until they came to the gate of the Hyoga clan's residence, and did not let Hyoga Hinata smile. Looking up and looking at the brightly lit Hyoga family residence, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt emotionally and said, "It's a big family, but why do you have so many people crying? I even wait for the people who wait for me to go home to eat? No." Hyoga Hinata was shocked and looked at Uzumaki Naruto in disbelief. Is he an orphan? Uzumaki Naruto smiled at Hyoga Hinata again, and asked, "Can you show me your smile? It's a thank you." There were still tears on Hyoga Hinata's face, but seeing Uzumaki Naruto trying so hard to unravel herself along the way, she still showed a lovely smile. Uzumaki Naruto was a little dumbfounded, and he called it too cute in his heart. Until a rush of footsteps surprised Uzumaki Naruto from a daze, several Hyoga family members ran out, and from a distance they saw their eldest lady being held by an unknown stinky boy, and she looked stupid. Sample. A hole, how dare you kidnap Miss Hinata? Don't run away, brat. Do not run. Fools, don't run away. Uzumaki Naruto hurriedly turned his head and ran away, and forgot to change his shoes, so he could only wear unaccustomed clogs and stepped on a dang movement and quickly went away. Several members of the Hyoga family were dumbfounded. They stood there and saw Uzumaki Naruto disappear into the night at an extremely fast speed. They couldn't help but mumble, "What speed is this? How many adults of them didn't even catch up with a child? It's embarrassing to say it." Fortunately, no outsiders have seen it, and I hope the eldest will not speak out. And when they looked at their eldest lady subconsciously, they found that their golden eldest lady was looking at the direction that stinky kid was running away in a trance. What happened? No way. Don't happen the things they don't want to see the most. Having said that, what are you worried about for 2-3-year-old children? Asterisk. Chapter 36. Become stronger, become stronger, become stronger, continue to become stronger. Since that day Uzumaki Naruto learned the shadow clone technique from Kurama, it can be said that his cultivation progress has made a qualitative leap. This is not an exaggeration. The first is the practice of Raise Non. He completed the first stage of practice on the second day, even less than a day. It's a pity that you need to buy balloons for the second stage of cultivation, and you can only wait for a while to talk about it. Since he could not continue to practice Raise Non, Uzumaki Naruto did not relax. While he continued to exercise himself, he let the shadow clones begin to practice some proficiency. For example, Jain's gestures have a total of 12 seals, and each one has a special gesture. He has copied it from Kurama with Sharingan, and now only has the proficiency in practicing the speed of Jain. 20 shadow clones are dedicated to doing this, and there is no need to do anything else. They start printing around a big tree and facing the trunk. In addition to the Jain gesture, there are 100 shadow clones fighting in pairs in the woods. This is training actual combat experience. Since shadow clone can transfer memories back to the body, it does not matter whether it is the actual combat experience that shadow clone has accumulated during the dual training, the body feeling when being beaten, and the calm thinking required when fighting against people. You can let shadow clone replace the body. Even if you are fighting against yourself, it can play a role to some extent. What's more, in the most hidden place deep in the jungle, among those 100 shadow clones who are responsible for training actual combat experience, there are 100 shadow clones who are doing the most important practice. 50 of them opened Mangekyo Sharinan, while the other 50 opened Guyuren Igan. Uzumaki Naruto knows the importance of pupil technique, but he still doesn't know what kind of pupil technique is hosted in his Mangekyo Sharinan, and Rinnegan's basic pupil technique also needs to be practiced. Uzumaki Naruto is very smart. He is not sure whether his Mangekyo Sharinan will also harm his body, so he uses Shadow Clone to practice. If you want to completely master Mangekyo Sharinan, and even unlock the godlike power of Susanoo, you must train Mangekyo Sharinan to ultimate. But Mangekyo Sharinan used too much, but he was in danger of blindness. This is almost in an endless loop. But Uzumaki Naruto is very strange. Since Shadow Clone can replace the body to practice proficiency, why not let Shadow Clone exercise Mangekyo Sharinan? Anyway, Shadow Clone is only a clone. Even if there is an entity, it will not transmit the damage back to the body. Even if it dies, it just disappears. Didn't the Uchiha clan ever think of this? And that Uchiha Itachi, who is known as a genius, wouldn't he have thought of it? Or is it that Uchiha Itachi's illness and near-blind eyes were left over from fighting for many years? Uzumaki Naruto's body continued to do daily physical exercises while thinking wildly. In fact, he was worried too, afraid that his secrets would be discovered. So Uzumaki Naruto not only let the Shadow Clone all open the field of perception, but always pay attention to the wind and grass within a few hundred meters of the circle, in case someone is approaching without knowing it. In addition, he also entered the half-tailed animalization mode again, with the purpose of covering his own chakra with Nine Tails chakra, so as to prevent their generation from spying on himself with the telescope technique activated by the crystal ball. He must do this, whether it is confidential means or the high-intensity training that is about to be launched at this stage, he must continue. Never mind that Uzumaki Naruto is only 3 years old, but he is very anxious to become stronger. I can't care about age, and I can't be anxious, but strength can be gained through exercise. It's just a bit of hardship, and it's over through gritted teeth. What's more, if I don't do training, there seems to be nothing to do. So it's better to find something to do to kill the boring time. Uzumaki Naruto muttered, and couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, there are no smartphones and computers in this world, otherwise he might really lose his mind. Precisely because there is no such thing, and there are no friends who can play with him, what else can he do besides cultivating hard? Hiding in a daze at home? Still watching TV? It is true that there is a TV in this world, but the program on that point is really unflattering. Then again, obviously there are no satellites in this world, right? How did the TV signal come from? Or do you use other methods? He hadn't really thought about this problem before. After all, his profession was not in this area. In short, Uzumaki Naruto began to carry out higher-level training according to his plan. He plans to find a way to master Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique and all of Rinnegan's pupil technique in the shortest time. He is also looking forward to what his pupil technique will be, and the power to unlock Susanoo in the end. And he is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kurama is in his body. Once Susanoo is turned on, and then enter Kurama mode, isn't this going to be a Gundam? For some reason, it seems that Susanoo and Kurama can cooperate. Sage of Six Paths is born Rinnegan and has not shown Susanoo's power. Why is this? No matter what, Uzumaki Naruto has only one thought now, to become stronger, he wants to become stronger. As long as he gets stronger every day than the day before, he will be very aggressive. Even Uzumaki Naruto is ready to replace the current sandbag after the new year. Is it time to add more weight, maybe double it? It can be seen how fast he has grown. When he first put on these weight-bearing sandbags, even the number of original training items has been reduced. It has only been more than 2 months, and he is ready to replace the load with a heavier weight, which is enough to show how hard he has worked. At the age of 3, you have to wear a load of 240 kgs and do so many exercises. No one will believe it, right? At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto would also like to thank Sage of Six Paths. If it weren't for the power of Ashura Chakra, Kurama's Chakra, and Six Paths to escort him, with his hard training, in fact, his body would have long been overwhelmed. But now it's different. It's not an exaggeration to say that his body and blood are small. Become stronger, 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 keep getting stronger. Uzumaki Naruto shouted and swiftly sprinted on the snow in the surrounding woods. The shadow clone looked up subconsciously, and looked at each other again. Is the ontology finally mad? Probably because of the meeting with my wife last night, it activated a stronger fighting spirit, right? Regardless of the reason, what is certain is that Uzumaki Naruto is even more motivated. He ignited. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Rasengan's second stage of practice. It was in the back mountain to practice alone until the evening. Uzumaki Naruto put away the shadow clone and all the states, and then eased the fatigue of the day. The main reason is that he can now use more than 200 shadow clones to help him practice together, which is the most exhausting reason. And this time on the way home, he deliberately found a shop like a grocery store and bought more than 100 balloons. The balloon doesn't have much money, he can still afford it. When buying leather balls, he could only buy 10. This has caused his subsidy this month to bottom out. Fortunately, this month is about to pass, and now it is almost the end of December. It seems that January 1st is the new year? He has no idea about the new year. One is that as a traveler, he is naturally used to the Lunar New Year's Eve and New Year's Day. He is not at all familiar with calculations like this kind of holiday. What's more, he is the only one in the family, but what's the point of spending the new year? It would be better to consider the matter of cultivation. In this way, Uzumaki Naruto is finally ready for the next stage of training Rasengan and the final stage. Then he looked expectant, and even quickened his pace a lot and returned home. Pushing open the door, it was quiet in the dimly lit room. Uzumaki Naruto has become accustomed to it a long time ago, and he doesn't say anything. It doesn't make sense to say I'm back, right? Who do you talk to? Suddenly, when Uzumaki Naruto was changing shoes, he saw a pair of exquisite women's clogs on the shoe cabinet. It was Hyuga Hinata's. He ran too hurriedly that night, mainly because he seemed to be caught and RD at the time. He was flustered for some reason, and ran home before he could change his shoes. There is no chance to go back now, right? Maybe there is the fragrance of a wife on it? What? There was an extremely disgusting movement from the bottom of my heart. It was Kurama who couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help but vomit. Aren't you planning to lick it? How is it possible? Uzumaki Naruto yelled, but his face was flushed, and he muttered, smell it at most. Kurama flips directly to Byakugan, it's not much better, right? Shaking his head, Uzumaki Naruto put on indoor slippers and walked into the room inside. Fortunately, it seems that the heating conditions in Konoha village are pretty good, at least it won't freeze. Since there will be snow in Konoha village and fire country, even if it is not so cold, there will definitely be indoor heating facilities. Now Uzumaki Naruto, who still needs a subsidy, does not need to pay for heating. Fortunately, it saves a lot of money. After coming back, he took a shower first, then Uzumaki Naruto changed into pajamas, and then he stepped forward to the kitchen to prepare today's dinner. I saw him pull a box from the corner of the wall, skillfully took out a bowl of cup noodles from it, and went to boil water to prepare instant noodles. Good guy, did he follow his old path in the original book? No way, Uzumaki Naruto wants to save some money, and he plans to wait for the new year to change to a new and heavier load. But with only a small amount of money in his hand, he could only helplessly save from the rations. It's a pity that it's winter, and it's not easy to get into the water to fish. It's not because of the freezing of the river. The main reason is that many fish seem to hibernate. Fish can't hibernate, right? Uzumaki Naruto didn't know if fish would hibernate. Anyway, he had gone to the ice to look for it before, but there was no sign of fish activity. Probably they were all underwater, right? He really can't waste too much time just to catch a few fish. However, when the pupil technique becomes more proficient, you can try to catch fish with universal pull. There is nothing to say about eating a bowl of cup noodles, boil water, wait 3 minutes for the instant noodles, and then you can eat it. It's just that Uzumaki Naruto drank all the soup in the end, so I can't waste it. It's time to practice. Uzumaki Naruto didn't plan to rest now. Today he finally bought balloons and balls, so how could he waste time? He has been looking forward to Reiznan for a long time, now he has the opportunity, and naturally wants to be the master immediately. In addition, many advanced versions of Reiznan will be practiced in the future, especially the wind-style spiral shuriken, which is a big killer. It's just that the wind-style spiral shuriken is powerful, but when used in close combat, it can cause huge damage to the caster himself. After all, the force is mutual. When you hit the wind-style spiral shuriken on someone else, your arm will also be hurt by the wind-style spiral shuriken. But I have Shadow Clone, why do I have to use my own body? Besides, as long as Master Xianju, wind-style spiral shuriken can be thrown out, Uzumaki Naruto thought, he is not stupid, why did he have Shadow Clone does not use it? Why take the risk yourself personally? The most important thing is that Xianju's wind-style spiral shuriken can be thrown out, and that is the state of completion of that move. After eating and cleaning up briefly, Uzumaki Naruto couldn't wait to walk to the bathroom. He was going to fill those balloons with water, and then he was about to start the second phase of Rasengan's practice. But before the official start, Uzumaki Naruto did not forget to close the curtains of the window, because he must still use Shadow Clone, he didn't want to be seen. Even if you can expand the field of perception, you can always pay attention to everything within a few hundred meters of the house. But what if someone happened to glance this way from a distance? Isn't that bad? Uzumaki Naruto also turned off the light so that the shadow of Shadow Clone was cast on the curtains to avoid being seen. He has calculated everything, and he is very cautious, never daring to be careless. In this way, it seems that he is already asleep from the outside, right? But Uzumaki Naruto's training has just begun. Mangekyo Sharinan, open. Shadow Clone technique. Boom boom boom. A burst of white smoke appeared in the room, and Uzumaki Naruto made 20 shadow clones. Limited by the space of the room, only 20 shadow clones can be installed at most, and no more can stand on your feet. At the same time, he also turned on Mangekyo Sharinan in advance, not to be able to see things clearly in the dark, mainly because Mangekyo Sharinan can see the flow of chakra, so that he can better carry out the second stage of cultivation. It is different from the accuracy of Master Chakra, which requires the body to be more proficient in climbing trees. What we need to do now is master Reiznan as soon as possible. Then, the shadow clones are about to start. Each of the 20 shadow clones took a balloon filled with water and placed it in the palm of his hand, and began to work hard to condense chakra to break the balloon. But the main body yawned at this moment, turned and walked to the bedroom. It turns out that Ontology didn't plan to participate from the beginning. Since there is Shadow Clone, why bother to do it yourself? Anyway, as long as the Shadow Clone is recovered the next day, the memory and experience of the night will return to his body. He can take this opportunity to rest, and it will not affect tomorrow's exercise. Good guy, he counted everything to ultimate. Moreover, each of the 20 shadow clones can break the balloon 5 times, which is enough for 100 experiences. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Hatake Kakashi? The next day, when Uzumaki Naruto woke up after sleeping, he saw that his shadow clones were all asleep. Uzumaki Naruto glanced at the pile of broken balloons on the table in the living room, and knew in his heart that the shadow clone had already completed the second stage of training in one night. And the reason why they didn't disappear in a hurry was to wait for the body to wake up and let the body take the initiative to release them, so as not to receive their memories while sleeping. That was done for nothing last night. Uzumaki Naruto nodded in satisfaction. With the thought, all shadow clones suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared. And because they went to bed from the middle of the night, Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel too tired. Maybe you can let shadow clone help you sleep in the future. Uzumaki Naruto thought on a whim, could he let shadow clone help himself to sleep, while the main body can even use the night rest time? It seemed that he was going to be stunned. But it seems there is value to try. Since shadow clone will pass fatigue back to the main body, doesn't it mean that shadow clone can also take the rest of the main body? Anyway, sleeping is for mental rest. His body doesn't need it. Again, the power of Ashura's chakra, Nine Tails chakra, and Six Paths is enough to keep him in his best condition anytime, anywhere. This is why he has been able to exercise hard all the time. Of course, this is not a retracement, so the physical fitness improved through exercise will not return to the original state together, so it's all for nothing. Good guy, is it okay to stay still? As the memories of the shadow clones passed back to the body, Uzumaki Naruto closed his eyes and soon understood the principle of the second stage. The next stage is the third and final stage. As long as the ball can be broken, Raise-non is complete. Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes again, a glint flashing in his eyes. He is finally about to complete this long-awaited technique. Even his father in this world, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, needs to develop ninjutsu in 3 years. And he successfully cultivated in just a few days. Is he a genius? Although he cheated? In fact, it's mainly Kurama. Don't disturb me with your chakra, don't disturb my own chakra, I will be very powerful, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly complained to Kurama. It turns out that the 8-sign seal will not seal all the 9 tails chakra, but will deliberately reveal some, and then mix it with Uzumaki Naruto's chakra as his power. But this made Uzumaki Naruto unable to accurately control his chakra. This is why Uzumaki Naruto's chakra is not well controlled. However, in the original book, after Uzumaki Naruto reached a settlement with Kurama and recognized each other, when he became the perfect Jinchuriki and entered Kurama mode, his control over chakra became extremely precise. In addition to theoretical knowledge and basic knowledge, it is still a mess, but you can perfectly control chakra by intuition, and even Sage mode can be opened. You can see Madara. So it's Kurama's fault. Kurama was speechless. Then don't use my chakra. That won't work, at least now you have more chakra than me, Uzumaki Naruto smiled and said shamelessly, besides, you don't mess with me anymore. Just use it. Kurama wanted to say that he still begged him to use his own power. Early on, I started quarreling with Kurama, and it has become one of Uzumaki Naruto's daily routines unknowingly. Mainly because he has no one else to speak. I went for a simple wash first, and then Uzumaki Naruto began to prepare breakfast. There was nothing else but a bowl of cup noodles. While eating, Uzumaki Naruto also divided 10 shadow clones again. Today's task is only one, strive to complete the training of Raise-non in 1 day, Uzumaki Naruto explained to his shadow clones. Like last night, the body will continue to go to the back mountain for physical exercise, and will also split a large number of shadow clone for multi-line practice at the same time. There is only one mission for these 10 shadow clones, and that is to stay at home, each with a ball, until the ball is broken. Uzumaki Naruto has really worked hard. As a modern man in a peaceful age, he has used ultimate every minute and every second to practice so much in one breath. Does he intend to become Hokage level within a year? In fact, he had already reached it. If all his powers are counted, at least literally, he has reached the Hokage level standard. The power of 6 paths, tail beastization mode, Ashura chakra, etc. etc. In fact, the biggest trump card now is the power of 6 paths and the truth-seeking ball that comes with it when entering the Sage of 6 Paths state. Especially truth-seeking ball, that is the power to destroy the world. If the master can inflate the truth-seeking ball, a truth-seeking ball can destroy Konoha village. However, now Uzumaki Naruto is still lacking, he lacks too much practical experience and fighting methods. Not to mention that ninjutsu is only a shadow clone technique, there is no experience in fighting people at all, and he doesn't even know a lot of basic knowledge. That's why he didn't rush to act. From the beginning, Uzumaki Naruto's departure plan was set on the night of Uchiha's extermination, and he would try it out at that time. But now, it is still necessary to focus on cultivation. So after eating breakfast, Uzumaki Naruto left 10 shadow clones to start the third stage of Rasengan's practice, and then went to the back mountain again. It's just that when Uzumaki Naruto is about to expand the field of perception as usual, while trying to use the shadow clone technique, suddenly he stiffened and his movements stopped. Someone is watching him nearby? And still an Umbu? What happened? Could it be that his secret was exposed? Or is it because third generation can't use that technique to monitor him, so he has doubts? Damn it, seeing that his cultivation plan is proceeding smoothly in full swing, is it going to end here and have to hibernate? Uzumaki Naruto frowned, he gritted his teeth and bitterly. What is the problem? At this moment, that Umbu suddenly jumped out of the forest and stood in front of Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and shook his whole body again. Is that him? I saw Umbu in front of him wearing a standard animal mask, resembling a cat. And above the mask, he still has a conspicuous white hair. Although there is not yet a hairstyle as conspicuous as Future, it is enough for Uzumaki Naruto to recognize him. The Umbu in front of him is Hatake Kakashi, the disciple of his father Namikaze Minato. Asterisk. Chapter 39 The Ninja World War is not over yet? Today Hatake Kakashi is still a member of Umbu, but for some reason, he suddenly appears in front of Uzumaki Naruto. If it's hard to recognize it as someone else, Hatake Kakashi's conspicuous white hair is very conspicuous. So what is the point of wearing a mask? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Hatake Kakashi strangely. Hatake Kakashi wondered and asked, "Do you know me?" You can tell by looking at Uzumaki Naruto, he seems to know himself. Hatake Kakashi has been in Umbu for a long time. In fact, he entered Umbu after Uchiha Obito and Rin Nohara died all. That was all before Uzumaki Naruto was born. With his current experience, if he can't even see the expression of a 3-year-old child, there is no need to confuse him. Of course, Uzumaki Naruto also showed real feelings because of surprise, otherwise he would be very good at acting. The kind that can't even see the flaws in third generation. Uzumaki Naruto recovered and immediately put on the mask, with an innocent smile on his face. "Big brother, who are you? Are you looking for me?" Hatake Kakashi frowned under the mask, always feeling that the child seemed to have a deep castle. But he should be only 3 years old, right? Uzumaki Naruto? The child of Master and Sister Kushina. Hatake Kakashi is Namikaze Minato's disciple and also served as her escort during Kushina's pregnancy, so of course he has known Uzumaki Naruto's name a long time ago. That was decided before Uzumaki Naruto was born. It's just that he didn't say anything, didn't even express any special feelings, but said in a flat tone, "Master Third Generation asked me to come here to wait for you, and tell you not to run around in the past few days. There will be something happening in the village. Major event. At the same time, I will accompany you as a security guard these days." Big event? What big event? Uzumaki Naruto was surprised, but he was relieved. It doesn't seem to be something he was worried about before. He thought it was the third generation who suspected him, or that his secret had been exposed. Fortunately not. I heard Hatake Kakashi say, the war is finally over. The mission of Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village is coming to Konoha Village to sign an alliance agreement with us, so you can't come here to exercise any more these days. It turned out to be this thing. In fact, the Third Ninja World War has never ended. Although there has been a ceasefire between the 5 great nations and the 5 great ninja villages, it has not really ended after all. This ninja battle lasted for several years. From the attack on Third Kazekage by Sasori of Akazugo as the starting point of the battle, Uzumaki Naruto is now 3 years old. Now Cloud Shinobi Village is finally willing to sign an agreement with Konoha Village, and it is not until then that it is over. And although Hatake Kakashi didn't say it bluntly, he already understood his attitude. The reason why he and Third Generation did not allow Uzumaki Naruto to come back to the mountain was the mission of Cloud Shinobi Village to be guarded against. It seems that this matter hasn't been written yet. Moreover, given the importance of Uzumaki Naruto, no one dares to lose him. If the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village know that Uzumaki Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, I am afraid they will take Uzumaki Naruto away or kill them at all costs. At that time, I am afraid that Cloud Shinobi Village will have to rely on its own 2 tails and 8 tails, Jinchuriki, to have another dispute, right? Especially the current Konoha village seems to be strong, but not long after the 4th generation's death, and Sunin left one after another, and Konoha's white Fanja died. Especially the new generation of ninjas like Hatake Kakashi, who will be the mainstay in the future, has not actually grown up yet. Therefore, the current Konoha village is considered to be in a period of failure. Especially since the Nine Tails Rebellion, the village has become very wary of the family, and even the villagers have begun to separate themselves from the family. The two sides have begun to feud, and they no longer believe in each other, and have planted the seeds of a rift. In this way, Konoha village really may not be willing to go to war with Cloud Shinobi Village. Can't afford it? Uzumaki Naruto thought about this secretly in his heart, and analyzed the result through the advantage of the plot. More importantly, he suddenly remembered that it seemed that when the Cloud Shinobi Village mission came to Konoha Village, it happened to be the 3rd birthday of his wife, Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hinata's birthday is December 27th, which is tomorrow. One more thing will happen at that time, that is, the leader of the Cloud Shinobi Village mission will hijack Hyuga Hinata. Good guy, I haven't had time to abduct my wife, Cloud Shinobi Village really dare. Uzumaki Naruto squinted his eyes, then quickly changed to squinted his eyes, and said innocently, well, I know, I will go home and stay honestly and wait until this matter is over. Hatake Kakashi didn't know that Uzumaki Naruto thought about many ideas so quickly, nodded with satisfaction, and said, I will send you back. No, Uzumaki Naruto was taken aback. He was really taken aback, because he still had 10 shadow clones at home. Hatake Kakashi couldn't explain this if he saw it. Although Hatake Kakashi is a disciple of Namikaze Minato, theoretically he should be someone Uzumaki Naruto can trust. However, when Hatake Kakashi was in Umbu, it was the darkest moment in his life. The deaths of Uchiha Obito and Nohara Lin, and later the teachers Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina both died. In addition, Hatake Kakashi has no family members. It can be said that all his important people are dying. Uzumaki Naruto can't believe that Hatake Kakashi like this would take care of himself as a plain person. In fact, in the original book, Hatake Kakashi would obviously also raise Nan, but he taught Uchiha Sasuke Chidori but not Uzumaki Naruto, and in the end Jiraiya taught. Even if Hatake Kakashi knew in advance that Jiraiya was back, and guessed that Jiraiya would not leave Uzumaki Naruto alone. But that's not a reason, right? Obviously it was possible to teach two people together, but Uzumaki Naruto was the only one who left Uzumaki Naruto to a special unknown jonin. It's mad at the mention of the spectacled pervert, Uzumaki Naruto, who is called Ebisu, Konohamaru's tutor. Uzumaki Naruto spit out before, and he is also Hokage's descendant family. Look at Konohamaru's treatment and then look at him. Who is not the prince? Anyway, Uzumaki Naruto will not let Hatake Kakashi go home with him, and his secret cannot be revealed. Don't worry, I will go straight home and will not go out these days. I can continue to exercise at home. He. Uzumaki Naruto deliberately showed a smirk, a harmless look. Hatake Kakashi looked at Uzumaki Naruto deeply, and finally thought about it, but agreed, okay, then. In fact, Hatake Kakashi wanted to see Uzumaki Naruto's life and whether he could help. He actually knew about the existence of Uzumaki Naruto and wanted to see him. But the third generation had already issued the order, so he could only regard it as ignorance. More than him, third generation has already allowed all insiders to keep a secret about Uzumaki Naruto's identity and life experience. Asterisk. Chapter 40, Cloud Shinobi Village Mission arrives? After coming out for a round, Uzumaki Naruto did not complete today's training goal, but was intercepted by Hatake Kakashi. While walking, just before returning to the village, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly stopped, with a confused expression on his face, although I understand the meaning of him not letting me come out and run around these days. But why not come to my house in the morning to notify me? Instead of waiting for me to go to Hyoshin before calling me back. It turned out that he suddenly reacted. Why didn't he come to the door and tell him not to come out today, instead of having to wait for him to come out and have already gone to the back mountain? Let him come back. What's up? Did he make a trip for nothing? Toss people? Is this interesting? Are you polite? It should be because that guy is always late? So he can only wait for me in advance? Well, that's it, Uzumaki Naruto complained from behind unhappy. Since Uchiha Obito's death, Hatake Kakashi has been late often. He was not that kind of person. That is what Uchiha Obito often does. The reason why Hatake Kakashi is often late is that he often goes to the Solace Monument in Konoha village. The memorial monument, which is the place where the ninjas sacrificed for Konoha village are buried. Uzumaki Naruto once secretly took a look and found the names of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. But he didn't know what their cemetery was. Everyone's name was written on a tombstone. This may be because someone is worried that someone offends the ancestors to steal the cemetery, right? So it will not be marked separately. Otherwise, he would also sweep their graves. Helpless Uzumaki Naruto had to go back home. It seems that these days he can only exercise at home, but fortunately, he does not need fitness equipment. And it happened to be finishing Rasengan's training recently, which wasn't too disappointing. When Uzumaki Naruto returned home, the shadow clones were still surprised. Why did the body come back? Uzumaki Naruto was too lazy to explain, and took the initiative to disarm the shadow clones. He accepted the memories of the shadow clones and found that no one had successfully broken the ball open. After all, the time was too short, so he went out and made a round and came back. I had no choice but to separate 10 more shadow clones to continue. Because there are only 10 balls, you can only train with 10 shadow clone. Then the body started to do exercises at home, still the old items, push UPS, sit UPS, squats and leapfrogs, anyway, are some items that can be easily practiced. But while Uzumaki Naruto stayed at home to practice alone, the village outside began to lively. Especially at noon the next day, it happened to be a sunny day with shining sun. The village had cleared the snow in advance and notified the villagers in advance. Everyone came to the street with enthusiasm and prepared to welcome Cloud Shinobi Village. Mission. The arrival of the mission of Cloud Shinobi Village means that the Third Ninja War has finally come to an end, and the world has restored peace again. Of course everyone is happy. After all, war can kill people, and once Konoha village fails, one can imagine what the villagers will experience. So no one likes war. A group of people came from Cloud Shinobi village, and they walked in happily under the welcome of the people of Konoha village. Uzumaki Naruto did not go out to participate in this event, but he could use the perceptual field to pay attention to that event while hiding at home, especially the chakra nature of the ninja leader led by Cloud Shinobi village, which he kept in mind. Even Uzumaki Naruto said to Kurama, "Kurama, help me remember his smell. Do you think I'm a dog?" Kurama is angry, it's not a dog, and he still remembers the smell, which he thought of. It turns out that Uzumaki Naruto remembered the plot. He was worried that the ninja leader of Cloud Shinobi village would be disadvantageous to Hayage Hinata, and even fear that errors in the plot could lead to accidents. He didn't want to wake up the next morning and be told that his future wife had been taken away. Although the matter between him and Hayage Hinata is still true. But Kurama immediately said, "Although I don't know the so-called smell, I can feel the changes in other people's emotions, such as when showing hostility. If my ability is combined with your perception, I can feel the target. Did malice occur at that time? Okay. It does not seem to enhance the effect, but sometimes it can have unexpected effects. For example, when Uzumaki Naruto's perception is unable to detect the identity of the target, he can detect whether the opponent is an enemy through whether the opponent is hostile to him, and he can directly prepare for it. If it is an enemy, naturally there is nothing to say, just touch it and kill it secretly. If it's not an enemy, you can also startle the opponent. It's very leathery. Not to mention Uzumaki Naruto here. The massive demonstrations outside are still going on. After all, this is a matter of diplomacy between the two big ninja villages and the two big countries, and it is also a key issue that determines the big event of the ninja war. So it is worthy of attention and celebration. When the delegation came to the Hokage building surrounded by the audience, the third Hokage on the Hokage building, two Hokage consultants Yodaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura were also ready. Danzo was originally a Hokage consultant, but because of the assassination of Hokage 3 years ago, although third generation did not do anything to him, at least he would never be a Hokage consultant anymore. The patriarchs of several big families in Konoha village also came, as well as some jonin. In fact, in every ninja village, jonin is already the top combat power in the village, as well as a part of the top political leaders. In fact, the so-called quasi-Kage level does not exist, and only the 5 big ninja villages have shadows. The ninja leaders of other small ninja villages are called bosses. There are no shadows outside the 5 big ninja villages, which means that there are only the title of 5 shadows is official. In addition to the shadows of the villages, the following is jonin, whether it is Sunin or Hokage consultant, etc. In fact, it is jonin in the ninja organization. So many jonin are also witnesses this time. Finally, as Konoha village signed an alliance contract with the leader of Cloud Shinobi village, the war that had lasted for so long finally ceased. After this, all the villages and countries that participated in the ninja war should take a recuperation, right? Don't look at Cloud Shinobi village being aggressive, it seems to be very powerful, but in fact, Cloud Shinobi village's sacrifice is not small, and their third Hokage died in this ninja battle. But he also used his own strength to support the 10,000 enemy troops on the battlefield with Iwagakure at the time, and only sacrificed himself to preserve most of the power of Cloud Shinobi village. Otherwise, they would not be so arrogant, and the ninja world war should have ended long ago. Sometimes things really have two sides. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Reisanon, became. That night, Konoha village was singing and dancing, so it was so lively. This is indeed worth celebrating, and as the new year is approaching, we have received such good news again. Today is December 27th, the last 4 days before the new year on January 1st. And today is the third birthday of Hayage Hinata, the daughter of the Hayage family. Perhaps today is very important to the Hyoga family, so only the Hyoga family did not participate in this grand event. It seems that the giants are really different. And such arrogance may cause trouble for them. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto again, he also did not participate in this grand event. There is no reason for him. He did not want to find it by himself. As he moved out to live alone, and began to appear in Konoha village, rumors about the reincarnation of the demon fox it's getting more and more outrageous. He didn't want to be pointed out. At the same time, he doesn't want to make others unhappy. He is very conscious. In such a day of all the world's celebration, he should stay at home as he is not to be seen. So in such a lively day, he still did not slack off, did not want to relax for the day at all, but continued to work hard. The weight-bearing sandbags are no longer effective. Uzumaki Naruto sat cross-legged on the ground at this time, cross-legged, staring down at the sandbags on his legs with a thoughtful expression. Compared with the beginning, now he can no longer feel the feeling of carrying 120 pounds of sandbags on his body. This also made him feel as light as a swallow because he would take off all the clothes and sandbags on his body when he took a shower every night. After all, it is a heavy object of more than 100 kgs anyway. Perhaps I really need to change to a heavier load quickly. Uzumaki Naruto was mentally prepared. After receiving the subsidy next month, plus some savings in his hand, he saved by eating cup noodles and saving money. Maybe you can get a new one, right? Or buy a set of 6 sandbags, which is equivalent to doubling the weight of the load. It's just that he will probably be tied to a fat man by then. It doesn't matter whether it is beautiful or not, the key is not to affect the exercise is true. I don't know what Rock Lee's weight is, but it must be very heavy. I don't know when he can change to that level. Other than that, Reiznan has finally completed his training. Suddenly, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and looked aside. There were 10 broken balls on the floor not far away. It turned out that after 2 days of hard work, Uzumaki Naruto finally relied on Shadow Clone to practice day and night, and finally completed Reiznan this evening. Finally caught up, Uzumaki Naruto squinted his eyes slightly, and a quick flash of light flashed in his eyes. Why do you say that? It's because he still remembers the story. If he remembers correctly, the kidnapping of Hyoga Hinata happened one night during the period when the Cloud Shinobi Village mission stayed in Konoha Village. It turns out that the boss of Cloud Shinobi Village has another secret mission, which is to take Hyoga Hinata away and bring it back to Cloud Shinobi Village to study the secrets of Byakugan. Cloud Shinobi Village always likes to do this kind of things. Last time it was Uzumaki Kushina, and wanted to bring her back to Cloud Shinobi Village as a candidate for 8 Tails Jinchuriki. And this time I looked at Hyoga Hinata again. Uzumaki Naruto already wants to scold the street. Shit, Kushina is his mother and his father's wife. And Hyoga Hinata is his future wife. Cloud Shinobi Village, we are at odds. Uzumaki Naruto also knew that this incident would be unpredictable. After all, it happened in the Hyoga clan. How could it have escaped Byakugan's insight? In terms of insight alone, Byakugan, which has perspective, farsightedness, and a 360-degree angle of view, is more powerful than Sharingan. Of course, just speaking of insight. But Uzumaki Naruto is also worried about whether the plot will be biased, even if he has not played the advantage of the plot until now, has done nothing, and silently waited for the arrival of the Night of Annihilation. But what if an accident like if happens? He didn't want to have no place to cry afterwards. After thinking about so much, Uzumaki Naruto stood up with a firm expression. He took a break because of the exhaustion caused by the recovery of Shadow Clone, and was receiving all the memories. After the master had gained all the experience gained from the practice of Shadow Clone, Uzumaki Naruto slowly raised his right hand, and then quietly turned on his Mangekyo Sharingan. Because he was in the village, Uzumaki Naruto didn't use Nine Tails Chakra. Such an unknown breath would only disturb others and cause unnecessary trouble. But he wondered that on such an important day, third generation should not be idle to observe himself, right? However, not really. Well, it's very comfortable with just one shot. Uzumaki Naruto didn't have that back, but at this time, the third generation team discovered a secret or something. At the same time, the third generation project is not so boring, and I use the telescope technique to spy on Uzumaki Naruto's life all day. Wouldn't it be okay to have this time to take a peek at girls taking a bath? Who is Jiraiya's lust? Look at Uzumaki Naruto again. He slowly raised his right hand, opened his palm and rushed up, lowering his head to observe the flow of his chakra with Mangekyo Sharingan's powerful insight. Then, he began to combine the training content of all the stages he had done before, gathering chakra in his palm, and quickly forming a physical chakra ball. Raise-nan. With a soft cry of surprise from Uzumaki Naruto, Raise-nan actually took shape in his hands. And it should be noted that Uzumaki Naruto is not lazy and cheating as in the original book, and uses Shadow Clone to help him complete Raise-nan. He did it all by himself and with one hand. This is different. At a critical moment, completing Raise-nan quickly with one hand and launching an attack is the core value of this technique. Raise-nan is a special type of ninjutsu. First of all, it does not require jujutsu. It is one of the few Magi ninjutsu. At the same time, the power of Raise-nan can be improved with the change of the caster's strength, and it can continue to evolve. Adding Wind-style Chakra Nature Transformation is Wind-style Spiral Shuriken. Adding others can also appear more forms. And each form of Raise-nan Advanced Edition has a different effect. As long as you complete the most basic Raise-nan training, Uzumaki Naruto can do the advanced version of the training. The foundation has to be polished, and the rest is to add bricks and tiles to it. Then, until one day, he was fully prepared and left the Konoha village, which is not worthy of memorabilia. He can go wherever he wants. It would be best if he could abduct his wife. It seems that he still has not given up the idea of abducting Hyuga Hinata. Asterisk. Chapter 42, The Night Walk of Uzumaki Naruto. Unconsciously, the night is already late. Konoha village, which had been busy for a day, finally calmed down. Under the shining moon, it looked calm. But at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly flashed in the dark corner of the street. From a distance, he was very short. Could it be that a bear kid is running around the street without going to bed so late? This bear kid is no one else, but Uzumaki Naruto. He was wearing a black sportswear, half of his face was wrapped with a black cloth, covering his appearance, and even the conspicuous yellow hair on his head was covered by a turban. He had made complete preparations at home before quietly figuring it out at night. Just thinking of discarding a piece of clothing for this dress, he felt pain. But in order to save his wife, I can't take care of anything else. After all, Uzumaki Naruto came out uneasy, and the goal went straight to the direction of the Hyuga family residence. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto with dexterous hands and feet, at a very fast speed, like a phantom, flashed across the street. It turned out that he took off those heavy sandbags for the convenience of his actions, and suddenly unloaded 120 caddies, and the speed of the whole person increased a lot. Originally he was not slow, and even the adults of the Hyuga clan could not catch up before, let alone now. Uzumaki Naruto also quietly attached a layer of chakra to the solace of his feet. This is not to stick to his feet, but to increase his foot distance with chakra without a teacher, which is faster. Feeling a gust of wind blowing, Uzumaki Naruto crossed a few streets and soon came to the residence of the Hyuga clan. But after coming, Uzumaki Naruto was a little dumbfounded. Wait a minute, where did the BD ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village break in from in the original book? It's not always swaggered in from the main entrance, right? Uzumaki Naruto muttered. Because he was opposite the main entrance at this time, he looked at the Hyuga family residence on the opposite side, looked at the quiet housing complex, and said he wanted to rush in? But don't cause misunderstandings at the time, be treated as if he was also here to take Hyuga Hinata, or be considered as an accomplice of Cloud Shinobi Village, and then killed together. Perception field. Fortunately, Uzumaki Naruto has other means. He quietly expanded his perceptual field, and at this time the range of the perceptual field has become larger. His skills are not at a fixed level. As Uzumaki Naruto's strength increases, the range of his perceptual field will only increase. For example, at this time, with him as the center, all the wind and grass within a radius of 800 meters cannot escape his perception, and a virtual three-dimensional picture is drawn in the spiritual world, depicting all the surrounding things. It seems that there is another family nearby who is playing that little game between husband and wife. Cough cough cough. Now is not the time to watch the excitement. Uzumaki Naruto was busy searching. When the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village were marching in the village during the day, he remembered the chakra nature of the ninja leader of Cloud Shinobi Village. Although it is not as convenient as the third generation's telescope technique, as long as the target appears within his perception range, he will find it the first time. Just like this time. Found it, Uzumaki Naruto was delighted, and then was angry with an unknown fire. Damn it, he really came. That's right, in Uzumaki Naruto's perceptual field, the leader of Cloud Shinobi Village, Chakra, actually appeared. He really dared to do this. Uzumaki Naruto quickly found the location of the opponent and found that the ninja leader of Cloud Shinobi Village was hiding in a nearby corner, and he came earlier than Uzumaki Naruto, and is now looking for a breakthrough that can quietly enter the Hyuga family residence. NS. And he really found it? After all, this is in the village of Konoha village. No matter how careful the Hyuga clan is, it is impossible to think that someone will be so bold, right? Therefore, the residence of the Hyuga clan is not strict. Uzumaki Naruto quietly turned on the pupil technique, and he was still the most powerful Goju-Rinnegan, which allowed him to see clearly the every move of the Cloud Shinobi Village ninja leader in the dark. The guy also wore night clothes, but it was much better than Uzumaki Naruto's self-made clothes. He looked around, suddenly turned over and jumped in from the wall outside. There was no sound, and the whole movement was just like flowing water. At first glance is a veteran. Uzumaki Naruto showed a hesitant expression at this time, and raised his hand to aim at the position of the ninja leader just now, but in the end he dropped his arm. He hesitated because he actually wanted to make a move just now. If he suddenly grabs the opponent with a universal pull, and another raise non-smashes it over, even if he doesn't die, the opponent will not be able to proceed anymore, right? And this not only protects Hyuga Hinata, it can also change another event, which is the death of Hyuga Hisashi. If the next thing can be prevented in advance, the Hyuga clan will not be responsible for killing him, and Hyuga Hisashi will not be forced to death. But Uzumaki Naruto also didn't want to expose himself. If he did, he would have to kill that guy, otherwise it would be dangerous to let him know that he actually owned Rinnegan, even if he couldn't see himself. Besides, even if the village only knows that someone owns Rinnegan, it will be very troublesome. After hesitating for a while, the ninja leader has already entered. Uzumaki Naruto could only let go of his hands and missed the best time. It turned out that Uzumaki Naruto used 100 people to develop Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique and 50 people to develop Rinnegan's pupil technique with 100 shadow clones. None of this was useless. Although it is not clear about Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique, he has successfully mastered Rinnegan's basic pupil technique. Universal pull, Shenluo Tianzhen, and sealing technique suction mark. Let's not mention the other Rinnegan abilities that Nagato has shown. Only these three pupil skills, since Nagato is not the owner of the pair of Rinnegan, can use it, which is enough to show that this should be the ability that all Rinnegan possess. Because Uchiha Sasuke has also used it after turning on Rinnegan. And Uzumaki Naruto also mastered these three basic pupil techniques first. If he was willing just now, he was caught off guard, and he really had a chance to defeat the gangster in one fell swoop. But Uzumaki Naruto hesitated because of some personal reasons, and as a result, he missed the best opportunity. When he wanted to catch up again, he had already heard a cracking sound coming from the courtyard wall. Gentle fist method, empty palm. It seems that everything has become a foregone conclusion. Uzumaki Naruto sighed secretly. It seems that he still hasn't changed the plot of this matter. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Incident broke out. In the middle of the night, Uzumaki Naruto returned to his home. In fact, he ran for nothing this night, and in the end he didn't do anything. He just witnessed the story of the original story. It turned out that when the ninja leader of Cloud Shinobi Village sneaked into the Hyuga clan and took the sleeping Hyuga Hinata away, it was discovered by Hyuga Hayashi. Then Hyuga Hayashi took the gentle fist Fakong palm directly and took the person away. Good guy, a leader of Cloud Shinobi Village was killed in seconds. Is Hyuga Hayashi too strong? Or is he too weak? However, Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel that he was running in vain. He can only be relieved if he personally confirms that Hyuga Hinata is safe and sound. Back at home, Uzumaki Naruto removed all the disguise from her body and put on her pajamas neatly, lest someone comes in suddenly and finds out her situation, then the explanation is not clear. When he came to the bedroom and lay on the bed, Uzumaki Naruto was lost in thought. He was wondering if he had chosen Minge to protect himself. If he took action outside the Hyuga clan residence, and didn't kill that guy, as long as he blocked and disrupted his actions, maybe this matter could be resolved peacefully. Otherwise, the death of the ninja leader will definitely bring more troublesome follow-up. Maybe Hyuga Niji's father Hyuga Hisashi will be forced to death again, right? Those shameless people in Cloud Shinobi Village will inevitably use this as an excuse to force Konoha Village to surrender the murderer. Their goal is Byakugan, so no matter if the plan to hijack Hyuga Hinata is successful, or if it is a ninja leader, the body of Hyuga Hayashi is enough. But they didn't know that Hyuga Hayashi had a twin brother, and as a branch house, curse mark, caged bird would seal Byakugan after the death of host. Their plan can only be frustrated. However, this is not commendable. It is obvious that the people of Cloud Shinobi Village have bad intentions, but they want Konoha Village to be responsible? Humph, that's why I want to leave this village. It's not worth staying here. Uzumaki Naruto snorted coldly. A village that cannot protect its own villagers is not worthy of the villagers' desperate efforts to protect the village. He will not be loyal to such a village. As for Hyuga Hisashi, I can only say sorry. But Uzumaki Naruto didn't go too far in his heart. To put it bluntly, they didn't know each other. Why should he put himself in danger of falling into the abyss of endless trouble for others? Obviously Konoha Village didn't watch Cloud Shinobi Village. If half of them were staring at him, how could a spike-killed person wander around in Konoha Village? He will not be responsible. To put it bluntly, if he had already spontaneously thought that Hyuga Hinata was the wife of the future, Uzumaki Naruto would not even go out of this door tonight. The most taboo thing he would do now is to cause trouble. So he closed his eyes quickly, his thoughts stopped completely, and he was ready to sleep. I hope this matter will calm down soon, so that I can continue to practice. Actually, I have to find the trick, and then master my Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan's pupil skills in one fell swoop. Uzumaki Naruto finally thought in his mind. According to him, he uses 50 people's shadow clone to cultivate. If one person originally needs 50 days to complete the training, he can complete it in one day. It's so exaggerated. So he already faintly felt that he was finally about to activate the pupil technique that was lodged in his eyes. Still the same sentence, his current master's Rinnegan pupil technique is just the basics, which every Rinnegan has. But as Rinnegan's host, his Rinnegan actually hides his unique and more powerful pupil technique, just like Uchiha Madara's Round Tomb Hell, but after Nagato and Uchiha Obito became the masters of those eyes. There is no master's pupil technique either. Especially Mangekyo Sharinan, it is said that each pair of Mangekyo Sharinan has a different posture, and there has never been a same pair of Mangekyo Sharinan. Indra and Suzuki's Mangekyo Sharinan look the same as the pen of the animation team, which is an original setting and adaptation made by the animation team. He is looking forward to what kind of pupil technique he is. In this way, Uzumaki Naruto fell asleep peacefully. But Konoha village is messy. Third generation had gone home to rest, but was woken up abruptly when he slept in the middle of the night. An Umbu knelt on one knee in front of his bed. "Father, no, Lord Third generation, something went wrong." That Umbu even lost his peace a bit, thus revealing his identity. It turned out that he was the eldest son of the third generation, the eldest brother of Sarutobi Asuma, and the father of Sarutobi Konohamaru. Sarutobi Konohamaru's age is exactly 3 years younger than Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto is now 3 years old. In addition, Konohamaru seems to be his birthday on December 30th. Today is the 27th, and it will be 3 days before he was born. So Konohamaru's parents, who never appeared in the main story, are still alive at this time. And third generation has always regarded his son and daughter-in-law as his right-hand man. Maybe even the current Captain Umbu is his eldest son, right? What's the matter? Third generation knew that the eldest son would not wake himself up for no reason, and he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Then, Sarutobi began to talk. There was news from the Hyuga clan that the leader of Cloud Shinobi village sneaked into the Hyuga station in the middle of the night and almost took away Miss Hyuga Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Then in the process of fighting, Hyuga Hayashi-sama accidentally beat the opponent to death. This is a more tactful way of saying that, in fact, Hyuga Hayashi killed the opponent in a single move, without even resisting at all. Because it was too dark at the time, Hayashi-sama didn't know the identity of the other party, and it was too late after confirmation, Sarutobi said while lowering his head. Third generation stared blankly, and couldn't help but let out a sigh. It's really troublesome. With his experience, how can he not know this matter will never let it go? Obviously watching peace is about to come, but this kind of thing happened again. And he also sighed. It's just this time. Why do you say it is this time? Because today's Konoha village is at a time when the wind and rain are faltering and blue and yellow. The old generation of strong men walk to death, and the new generation of ninjas, headed by Hatake Kakashi, has not yet grown to stand alone. Moreover, the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan has begun to deteriorate. What would happen if a fierce battle with Cloud Shinobi village suddenly broke out at this time? Maybe you will lose, because Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in Konoha village has become a child now, while the two Jinchuriki in Cloud Shinobi village are just in their prime. Regardless of how it is considered, the overall combat effectiveness of Konoha village now seems to be inferior to Cloud Shinobi village. Asterisk. Chapter 44. The war is about to start. That night, the third generation had to rush to the Hyuga clan station overnight, where he saw the head of the Cloud Shinobi village mission who had been dead for a long time. The elders of the Hyuga clan are also gathered, naturally including Hyuga Hayashi, who is the head of the patriarch and also a party. When third generation came here, the people of Hyuga looked towards third generation who had already begun to age without saying a word, waiting for his decision. Why beat people to death? Third generation let out a long sigh. Now, Cloud Shinobi village will definitely not let it go. Hyuga Hayashi was silent and did not speak. He did not naively say that the other party wanted to kidnap his own daughter. Because the people present are not stupid, they all understand why the third generation project seems to be complaining, because they also know that Cloud Shinobi village will take the opportunity to attack. They don't care if they did it first, they will only pursue their person who died in Konoha village, which is enough as an excuse to go to war. Just this is enough. To put it bluntly, there is nothing wrong with wanting to add crime. People have sent their heads to you, just to take the opportunity to make trouble. The ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village is clearly a victim. Because it doesn't matter whether he succeeds or not, he has completed the task even if he is dead. It would be better to say that you are dead. If you are caught alive on the spot, there will be no excuses for Cloud Shinobi Village. A group of people stood there and looked at each other speechlessly. No one knows how to solve it. There is no way, we can only do this today. Everyone should rest and rest. Tomorrow I will ask someone to talk to the mission of Cloud Shinobi Village about the corpse and the situation. But what kind of response will Cloud Shinobi Village do? You can only take one step and count one step. Third generation had no idea. Destroying the corpse can't destroy the corpse. A big living person suddenly disappears in your village. That's also a problem. This will also give Cloud Shinobi Village an excuse. If you don't hand over the people, it will be a fight. It would be better to tell the story openly. If Cloud Shinobi Village had to make a face, it would not be embarrassed to speak up. However, are ninjas a profession that wants a face? Well, it seems that ninjas are not a glorious profession in themselves, but the ninjas in this world have replaced the status of samurai because they have chakra. In fact, before the power of Ninja Master Chakra, the world was dominated by samurai. But in any case, the leader of the ninja who led the team suddenly died, and there must be an explanation. So on the second day, third generation took the person and sent the body over. At that time, the people in the mission were shocked. Is it possible that Konoha village is going to fight again, and then plan to attack them first? It turns out that the actions of the ninja boss are his own task, and he doesn't know about the other people in the line. He even planned to use his companion as a cover, and after he successfully hijacked Hyuga Hinata, he would leave overnight, and finally let his invisible companion become a scapegoat. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be the clown himself, so he died. Instead, the companion survived well. Third generation is an old man who seems to be gentle. He is not aggressive, but has a calm tone to explain the cause and effect. The ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village were relieved after hearing what had happened, and looked at each other again. One of the ninjas became the temporary captain, and he hesitated and said, "Can we take his body back? We have to report this to our village and Lord Rakage." Third generation looked really good at talking. He didn't embarrass these ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village because it didn't make sense. What if you leave them in Konoha Village forever? The key is Cloud Shinobi Village's next attitude, and doing so will only further arouse conflicts. At the same time, for the third generation project, what he most wants to do is to calm things down. It would be better if there was no war. But is that possible? He didn't even believe him. It seems that Cloud Shinobi Village is inevitable for Byakugan this time. But anyway, at least recently, don't worry about the flames of war immediately. Those ninjas from Cloud Shinobi Village still need a few days to return to their country. And just before the arrival of the new year, the third generation grandson Sarutobi Konohamaru was finally born on December 30th. If you wait 2 more days, Konohamaru can have the biggest birthday on January 1st, the first day of the year. It is a pity that he is now the penultimate birthday, because December seems to have 31 days. But it seems a bit difficult to find the one who happened to be born on the last day of the year among the peers. The villagers of Konoha village didn't know that the situation had become erratic again. They thought that after Konoha village and Cloud Shinobi village successfully signed an alliance contract, the world was finally peaceful. So every family is ready to welcome the new year, and every family becomes lively and warm. Either the family cleans up together, or the family goes out to purchase the necessities for the new year, or the family happily walks into the cinema. All in all, the atmosphere is related to reunion. Except that the Hyuga clan is shrouded in a haze at this time, and the Uchiha clan is particularly mysterious. There is another person, Uzumaki Naruto. He is still only one person. There is no doubt about it. Unless he abducts Hyuga Hinata, the family will be harmonious. Unfortunately, Hyuga Hinata is still young. It was the first day of the new year in a blink of an eye, but even on this day, Uzumaki Naruto did not go out, but stayed at home and continued to practice hard. He is really going to be stunned. In addition to exercising every day, he is exercising, or he is planning a new training plan for himself. At most, yesterday afternoon, when there were not many pedestrians on the street in the evening, he ran to Yul Ramen to eat a bowl of special ramen as a New Year's treat to himself. Even if there were only 72 bowls of noodles, he was satisfied. Moreover, the boss of Yul Ramen added a bowl of side dishes to him specially. The owner of Yul Ramen doesn't call Yul, they call it Shouda. Moreover, the hand-beating uncle of Yul Ramen is one of the few people who would not target Uzumaki Naruto even if he heard those rumors, let alone look at him with strange eyes. So Uzumaki Naruto didn't look forward to idle ramen at first, because the ramen here is actually just normal ramen, and it doesn't taste much better. But later, he was not conquered by the ramen, but by the uncle's attitude. So when he is wealthy, he will come to eat a bowl of ramen, and he can also have a few words with the uncle hand-beater. All seemingly ordinary routines were finally broken on the 5th day after the new year. Cloud Shinobi Village sent new messengers, and at the junction of the two countries, Cloud Shinobi Village is said to have assembled an army of tens of thousands of people. Suddenly the war is about to start? Asterisk. Chapter 45 Cloud Shinobi Village's trouble is coming. Suddenly, the situation became tense again. Cloud Shinobi Village even made an attitude of going to war again, and directly sent a large army to the border of the two countries. Don't underestimate the number of thousands, less than 10,000, the actual number of Jonin is not that many. For example, the ninja coalition is only 80,000 people, and it still gathers the power of the whole ninja world, and a large part of it comes from the samurai. What's more, Cloud Shinobi Village has to guard against Iwagakuer, the country of soil, and Kirigakuer, the country of water. This is all the power that can be produced, right? In fact, Kirigakuer does not need to be guarded now. Kirigakuer of this period should have entered the period of blood fog caused by Uchiha Obito, right? Rin Nohara apparently killed Kirigakuer, so Uchiha Obito will hate Kirigakuer, and will never miss revenge once she has a chance. Why on the surface? Because in fact Nohara Lin was killed by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito, you have been played with. Let alone these digressions. The messenger of Cloud Shinobi Village soon came to Konoha Village and directly conveyed the attitude of 4th Raikage to the 3rd generation, the murderer must be handed over. We already know that it is Hyuga Hayashi of the Hyuga family. Our condition is that he must be taken. The corpse is handed over to us intact, otherwise, we don't mind going to war with Konoha Village again. Why do you say war is going on again? It turned out that Cloud Shinobi Village had attacked Konoha Village in the 3rd Ninja War. At that time, Namikaze Minato, who was not the goal of 4th generation, led the team and met the current 4th Raikage AI and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee of Cloud Shinobi Village. A conflict broke out between the two sides. As a result, whether it was AI or Killer Bee, both of them ate in the hands of Namikaze Minato alone. Although the two sides can be regarded as short-term, they did not fight to the point where the fish died and the net broke. But it is also enough to see the strength of Namikaze Minato. He does not have a prominent family or life experience or blood, but Namikaze Minato's talent and strength must not be underestimated. But now, time has passed. AI, who was not Raikage at the time, has become 4th Raikage, and Konoha Village can no longer be guarded by Namikaze Minato. If Namikaze Minato were still alive, would AI dare to be so presumptuous? In fact, If it hadn't been facing the EPUB combination of Cloud Shinobi Village at the same time, I'm afraid that in the case of one-on-one, none of the two would be Namikaze Minato's opponents. Namikaze Minato has brought the ninja's fast, accurate, and ruthless characteristics to ultimate, and can kill a piece of enemy with nothing. Often he died before he recovered. This is Namikaze Minato's reputation on the battlefield, and because he is too fast, it seems like a flash on the battlefield, so it is called Konoha's Yellow Flash. But now it doesn't make sense to say anything. After all, people cannot be resurrected from the dead, and Namikaze Minato can't be resurrected to protect Konoha again. Who says it can't? Now Konoha village can only rely on itself. So when faced with the aggressiveness of Cloud Shinobi village, what choice will third generation make? He did not rush to give an answer, but once again came to the residence of the Hyoga clan. The Hyoga clan had also received the news a long time ago, so they gathered together. Hyoga Hayashi, the elders of the Hyoga clan, and more important family members, and Hyoga Hisashi. You can't let the village fall into war again because I am alone. That will cost many people their lives, and many people will lose their families. Without waiting for the third generation to speak, Hyoga Hayashi took the initiative to say, if I can save the entire village at the expense of me, that's all. Of course he didn't want to die, no one wanted to die. But Hyoga Hayashi knew that the whole thing was because he killed the leader of the other party's mission. To put it awkwardly, if he had acupuncture points instead of the killer, he would not have developed to the present situation. At that time, Konoha village could still seize sovereignty. The third generation had a helpless expression on his face. He wanted to protect everyone in the village, and he also wanted to protect Konoha village. However, the strength of the village is indeed not enough to bear the new war. As long as there are one or two of Namikaze Minato, Sunin, Konoha's White Fanja, etc., they can hold on to the overall situation. However, the Uchiha clan did not have such a big conflict and estrangement with the village. As long as Shimura Danzo did not engage in trouble, he would not be delayed. The third generation project is not so difficult to do. In fact, it's not easy for him, right? Perhaps. So third generation just silently said and stopped talking, which shows that he has recognized Hyoga Hayashi's sacrifice. At this moment, an elder on the side said, Hayashi, don't act so rashly. The blood inheritance of the Hyoga clan is the important trump card of this village, and the mission of the clan is to protect our bloodline forever. Even the third generation project has to admit that Byakugan is indeed one of the most important forces in Konoha village, and it can target the Uchiha family Sharingan's power at a critical moment. After all, not all Uchiha have Mangekyo Sharingan, and ordinary Sharingan is not so invincible. Moreover, in the early Hokage ninja settings, it was always believed that Uchiha's Sharingan came from Hyuga's Byakugan. It was not explained until the later period that the so-called Sharingan came from Byakugan because Uchiha's ancestor was Atsutsuki Kagaya, and Kagayaji's the eyes are Byakugan. The inverted circle is on. At this time, the elder suddenly pushed Hyoga Hisashi out, and said unceremoniously, let Hisashi die for you, you are twin brothers, no one can recognize the difference. The branch house exists for this. After Hisashi's death, curse mark, caged bird will seal his Byakugan, which keeps Byakugan secret. His words can be said to be ruthless to ultimate, because he himself is also a clan, so he is so careless, right? But Hyoga Hayashi subconsciously looks at his brother, who is his own brother. No matter what his attitude is because of the clan and branch house, he still can't bear it at such a critical moment. The other party wants Byakugan, and if they find out that Hisashi is handed over, the war may break out, Hyoga Hayashi said. Suddenly, Hyoga Hisashi laughed and asked, what's the matter? Hayashi-sama, who was strong and high in the past, is so indecisive now. Hisashi, this is no trivial matter, how can I easily agree? Hyaga Hayashi was interrupted in the middle of speaking. He was suddenly attacked by Hyaga Hisashi and fell down using the gentle fist method. It is rare for Hyaga Hisashi to show a gentle look at his elder brother. Until this moment, he realized that even if the two sides have run counter to each other, they are each other's most important brothers, otherwise Hyaga Hayashi would not be so excited to want to stop. Hyaga Hayashi actually wanted to sacrifice himself, not his brother, right? So Hyaga Hisashi smiled, kind of comforted. Tell Niji for me that I didn't die to protect the clan, but to protect my brother and my son, as well as the village and everyone. Asterisk. Chapter 46. After the incident, resume practice. With Hyaga Hisashi's initiative to die, the incident that almost sparked another major war was put down. It's just that the role played by the village in this incident is really not very glorious. It's not about whether the political attitude of third generation's purpose belongs to the dovish moderate, but Konoha village is a bit unbeatable now. As I said before, as long as fourth generation is still alive, or Sunin is still there, even if Orochimaru has not defected, even if Konoha's white Fanja, the father of Hatake Kakashi, is still alive, it will not be so passive. But there is no point in saying anything. What Konoha village needs now is to recuperate. It needs enough time to allow the new generation of ninjas to grow up and become the mainstay of the village. This is the generation of Hatake Kakashi. The generation of Hatake Kakashi is more than 10 years older than the generation headed by the top 12 such as Uzumaki Naruto, and the next generation will belong to them. Due to the village's compromise, Hyaga Hisashi graciously died with his own life, and finally prevented the massive invasion of Cloud Shinobi Village. Finally, the ninja world subsided, and the so-called peace that had been so-called after a long time came once again. Many villagers actually don't know what happened during this period and what the price was sacrificed. They only know that the village is peaceful, and they can live in peace of mind. In fact, the so-called heroes are very sad in many cases, right? Hyaga Hisashi is dead. What should Hyaga Niji do? He is only 4 years old, right? But this has nothing to do with Uzumaki Naruto. He can't even take care of himself. He is even 1 year younger than Hyaga Niji. If he sympathizes with others, who will pity him again? Everything, only power is king. Uzumaki Naruto said to himself suddenly with feelings. From this incident, he understood the importance of strength even more. Big fist is the last word. Not to mention anything else, if he is not 3 but 20 or even 10, maybe he can do something? It's not that he doesn't want or dare not spoil the plot, but he needs the advantage of the plot to protect himself. Cloud Shinobi Village, this hatred, we have forged it? Uzumaki Naruto's expression was a bit cold. He was not for Hyaga Niji, but Hyaga Hinata and his mother were hijacked by Cloud Shinobi Village twice. This grudge, he might prepare to retaliate back in the future. Well, before that, I have to continue to get stronger. Uzumaki Naruto recovered. He didn't delay his exercise due to the messy things he couldn't touch in the past few days. A while ago, even if he could only be at home, he would think of ways to exercise. Today, almost half a month has passed since the new year, and the dispute with Cloud Shinobi Village has finally ended, so he has also been lifted, and he can finally come to the mountain forest in the back mountain. I saw Uzumaki Naruto stand there and move his hands and feet first. He has recently replaced with new weight-bearing sandbags. Each of the new sandbags weighs a full 20 kilograms, and there are 6 in total, 1 wrapped around the limbs and 2 wrapped around the body. The weight of a full 240 katties is twice the previous load. Having said that, the owner of that ninjutsu shop is not bad, and he was not embarrassed by someone saying that Uzumaki Naruto is the so-called reincarnation of a demon fox last time. It's better to say that because Uzumaki Naruto can no longer use the sandbags he used before, he took the initiative to recycle it, so that Uzumaki Naruto saved some money, otherwise he really couldn't afford it. The props of the ninja are very expensive, It seems that it is because of the income of the ninja? In short, he hasn't saved up the money to buy a kunao until now, otherwise he would like to use Sharingan to practice shuriken throwing skills. Even if it doesn't need to be too fancy, but at least you have to practice accuracy. Next, after changing into a new weight-bearing sandbag, Uzumaki Naruto started training again. He did not forget to activate his field of perception, and immediately, everything within a radius of 1 kilometer centered on him was fully understood by him. His range of perception has increased again, indicating that his strength is also much stronger. After discovering that there was no one else around, he used Kurama's chakra code to cover his chakra, so that he didn't have to worry about the third generation's crystal ball peeping. Then he started. Shadow clone technique. Boom boom boom. A cloud of white mist suddenly appeared, and dozens of them appeared in an instant. As he became more and more proficient in shadow clone technique, the number of shadow clone that could be separated at one time also increased. He also had a faint feeling that even if he didn't need to steal the sealed book, he might be able to master multiple shadow clone techniques by himself. The difference between the two techniques is not big, but the number of multiple shadow clone techniques is really too much, and it is easy to cause damage to the body, so it is defined as the forbidden technique. But it's also very convenient, you don't need to use it again and again. Then, Uzumaki Naruto used shadow clone technique several times in succession, filling the surrounding woods with his own figure. Shadow clone began to replace Uzumaki Naruto in training to accumulate experience and proficiency. More than a dozen shadow clone climbed several big trees, and continued to consolidate the skills of precise control of chakra by climbing trees. Anyway, Uzumaki Naruto can replace himself with shadow clone, he is not too troublesome and redundant. Among them, 100 shadow clone continue to catch pairs for actual combat training. There are also 100 shadow clones divided into two teams of 50 people each, half are developing Mangekyo Sharingan, and half are training Rinnegan. Then there were 120 people gathered together to form a group, and they were training the proficiency and speed of the Jin gestures. In the end, there are dozens of people walking into the depths of the jungle. They have a more important task, which is to master the Reiznan that they have learned, and strive to do it with one hand anytime and anywhere when they want to use it in the future. Especially for speed, the most important thing about Reiznan is that it can be done without a seal and with one hand. This is especially critical in real battles. Uzumaki Naruto has already done all the training plans, especially when the master has the shadow clone technique, and with his natural strength, and acquired the support of many powerful forces, he can achieve this way of cheating. In fact, many people do not know the effect that shadow clone can help practice, but not everyone can use this method. If chakra is not enough, the duration of shadow clone is not long, and there are not many shadow clones separated out. Uzumaki Naruto is definitely the first person to use shadow clone technique so vividly. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Mangekyo Sharingan by Uzumaki Naruto. Winter goes to spring, spring goes to summer solstice, summer leaves autumn to return, autumn ends to winter. In a blink of an eye, all 4 seasons have passed. Now Uzumaki Naruto is 4 years old, and he has moved out of Konoha Hospital to live alone for more than a year. It is December of this year again. As the new year is approaching, Uzumaki Naruto is still training hard in the forests of the back mountain. He has been training here for a year. If he changed to another person, he would have been unable to hold on anymore, right? Because it is not only tired, but also very boring, and there is not even a person who can talk. If it weren't for quarreling with his shadow clone and chatting with Kurama, I'm afraid Uzumaki Naruto is going crazy. But he is not crazy, and he has been exercising for 3 years when he was in Konoha Hospital, and he has long been used to this loneliness. Anyway, even if he is in the village, no one can talk to him, except for a few people. For example, the uncle of Ilramen, his daughter and third generation, the owner of the ninjutsu shop, and so on. Other than that, no one had a good face when he saw him. 1 year has passed, Uzumaki Naruto has already become a celebrity in Konoha village. Unfortunately, this reputation is not a good reputation, but almost everyone calls him the reincarnation of the demon fox. Those who have children at home even told their children that they should never play with Uzumaki Naruto. What a joke, he won't go to those little shit kids to play house and mud, okay. Do you think he is willing to take a child? After a year of changes, Uzumaki Naruto has grown a lot taller today. Although he is only 4 years old, his height has not become deformed or short due to high-intensity exercise. On the contrary, he is taller than some 5 or 6-year-old children. And because of years of training, Uzumaki Naruto's arms and body are all visible muscles, especially the abdominal muscles, the 8-pack abs and the mermaid line, which are not too rash. He is only 4 years old, and if a few years pass, it will be even more incredible. Especially Uzumaki Naruto's current strength and speed. It is no exaggeration to say that Uzumaki Naruto thinks that even with his own strength, he can fight against people over 20 years old without losing the wind, and he is still a ninja, even Chunin does not matter. Not to mention that he still masters so many mysterious powers. For example, Kurama's chakra. Now Uzumaki Naruto's Kurama chakra code has become 4 tails. In just 1 year, he has gone from 1 tail to 4 tails. Once he can reach the 9 tails, in addition to being unable to reach the perfect Jinchuriki and Kurama mode, he will be able to fully unleash the true power of Kurama's chakra. And Ashura's chakra has not only continued to enhance Uzumaki Naruto's physical fitness this year, but there is no sign of a decrease. That's because Ashura's chakra was reincarnated in him. Although there is no soul, it is actually his own power. Ashura's chakra is Uzumaki Naruto's chakra, and it is mentioned separately only to let people know the existence and particularity of Ashura's chakra. So this particular powerful chakra will not disappear, it will become stronger and stronger as Uzumaki Naruto becomes stronger. It is equivalent to a virtuous circle. That chakra will enhance Uzumaki Naruto's physical fitness, and as Uzumaki Naruto becomes stronger, his chakra will become more, and then his physical fitness will be enhanced even more. There is also the power of 6 paths, and the blood of Uzumaki Naruto has been activated to return to the ancestors, reaching the level of Sage of 6 paths. He is half Otsutsuki and also a small 6 paths. This enabled him not only to open the blood succession limit Sharingan, which is unique to the Uchiha clan, but also Mangekyo Sharingan, which is equivalent to Born with Rinnegan, or 9-Go Jade Rinnegan. And in this year, as Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone practiced continuously, Uzumaki Naruto finally discovered his pupil technique one day. In addition to the power of Mangekyo Sharingan is the limit of Sharingan, the insight is also greatly enhanced. The most important thing is that Mangekyo Sharingan will awaken a new pupil technique. For example, the eyes of Uzumaki Naruto, the left eye is life separation and the right eye is death, collectively referred to as life separation. He once personally tried, with a big tree as the target, the effect of the left eye was to issue a slash-like slash, easily breaking the big tree. Later, he tried to launch a boulder, but it was easily cut in half. Because Mangekyo Sharingan was turned on, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to have a clear understanding at the time. His Shenli seemed to be a slash to space, or to launch a space slash, so he could almost ignore all defenses, except for avoiding. Once hit, it will be cut off. But for some reason, his right eye farewell did not seem to have any effect, neither on the tree nor the stone. It wasn't until he experimented with a fish that he finally realized that his right eye could cut the spirit, because the tree could not express the mental feeling, and the stone was even more unconscious. So only when you use it on fish, you can really feel the power of farewell. It is possible to ignore the direct blows from the body to the spirit. This kind of power can also be said to ignore the defense, right? This is Uzumaki Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique, and once used together to activate the life and death effect, the fish's soul and body will be separated, and the target's body and soul will be teleported to two different ones according to Uzumaki Naruto's will. Space. Once the soul and body are separated for more than 3 minutes, they will die completely. This is too powerful, right? Uzumaki Naruto himself was shocked at the time. The pupil technique that he had never heard of, although there was no reference target, even he knew how terrifying such pupil technique was. Later, Uzumaki Naruto came to realize that it seemed that he was a traverser, so he awakened this kind of pupil technique, right? Sharingan is also known as the eye of the mind. Most of Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil skills are directly reflected in host's experience or personality. For example, because Uchiha Obito does not admit that there is no world in no Harolan, Kamui opened up. And Uchiha Itachi is good at illusion and fire-style ninjutsu, so his pupil skills are Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu respectively. Etc., etc. Because Uzumaki Naruto is a traverser, his binocular pupil technique also happens to be related to space, spirit, and soul. It's a pity that he hasn't awakened Suzanu's power yet, but Rinnegan's pupil technique was also activated. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Rinnegan Pupil Technique by Uzumaki Naruto. Generally speaking, Guyu Rinnegan has much stronger pupil power than ordinary Rinnegan. And Uzumaki Naruto's Rinnegan has 9 gouge jade on it. This is because of the power of 6 paths gifted by Sage of 6 Paths, plus Uzumaki Naruto, when the bloodline returned to the ancestors, was completed from the Uchiha clan, and then reached the bloodline level of Indra and even Sage of 6 Paths. This allowed him to have 9 Go-Jade when he turned on Rinnegan. And the color of Uzumaki Naruto's Rinnegan is blue, the same color as his normal state. During this year's practice, Uzumaki Naruto not only mastered Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique, but also finally mastered Rinnegan's pupil technique. It's just that unlike Mangekyo Sharingan's pupil technique that he decided because he is a traverser, Rinnegan also turned on double pupil technique, but it has nothing to do with his identity. Uzumaki Naruto's Rinnegan's pupil surgery is the mind force of the left eye and the magnetic field of the right eye. The effect of mind power is similar to the superpowers that many people know, that is, he can control anything as he wants with his mind. The fact of taking things out of space is just the basis. He can even use mind power to lift or squeeze a boulder. If people are the target, even Jonin will be crushed by him if he is caught off guard, right? The magnetic field is more complicated, because the magnetic field itself is a force that is difficult to explain clearly. For example, the Earth also has its own magnetic field, and everything has its own magnetic field. It is said that even souls and ghosts belong to another form of magnetic field. Not only do people themselves have magnetic fields, they also have the simplest magnetic force. Uzumaki Naruto initially thought of a person, such as the Magneto of the X-Men. In addition to the Magneto in the movie, the Magneto in the comics can even turn on the black hole during its strongest period, and even allow itself to enter the wormhole to achieve space jumps, and change the magnetic field of a galaxy, affecting the trajectory of countless planets. Very powerful. It just seems a bit tasteless to Uzumaki Naruto. Because Rinnegan's basic pupil technique has the gravity represented by universal pull and the repulsion represented by Shenra Tianzheng. Now that the power of thought and the power of the magnetic field are added, it seems that there is a high degree of overlap. Is he stacking buff? In fact, it is not. Later, he wanted to understand that when he gathered the gravitation, repulsion, magnetism, and thought power, he seemed to be a little invincible. This power in the world is actually limited. If he combines the power of time and space, and even the power of life and death, he will become omnipotent, right? And the most important point is that he can use the power of a magnetic field to change the gravity of the space he is in. For example, the simplest is that he can create an environment equivalent to twice the gravity of the Earth in the place where he exercises, so that he can have the effect of weight training. Even the effect is better than weight bearing. Weight bearing can only act on a part of the body, and when he is in the gravity environment of the magnetic field, it is equivalent to every cell above and below the body getting pressure and getting exercise. In this way, Uzumaki Naruto removed the weight-bearing sandbag very early, and now he has begun to practice under 10 times the gravity environment. Don't underestimate 10 times the weight of gravity. When it really acts on the body, it actually far exceeds 10 times its own body weight. For example, something that weighs 10 kilograms is really only 100 kilograms under 10 times the gravity, but it gives a human body feel that is far more than 10 times the effect it should have. As Uzumaki Naruto continued to master the pupil skills of the master, he was finally able to make the range of the gravitational magnetic field follow him anytime and anywhere. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about damaging the environment. After all, suddenly increasing the gravity of a place 10 times, it seems that the Earth will not be able to bear it. But now only his own body is wrapped with 10 times the gravitational magnetic field, and only he himself feels the effect of 10 times the gravitational field. This allowed his physical fitness to improve rapidly. To put it aside, in some superhero works, many aliens come to Earth as if they have become supermen. In fact, this is because the gravity and environment of each planet are different. Life living in a higher gravity environment has a density structure far greater than that of humans on Earth, so aliens seem to be superhumans on Earth. In the same way, if the Earthlings find a planet with lower gravity one day, then the Earthlings will also be like superhumans. For example, people on the Earth can be as light as a swallow on the moon when they land on the moon. Therefore, Uzumaki Naruto, who has changed to relying on gravitational magnetic field to practice, not only his physical fitness is rapidly improving, but even his cells have begun to undergo earth-shaking changes. Until one day he suddenly discovered that his horns were accidentally revealed, but he did not turn on the 6 paths mode. He understood that he was gradually mastering the power of 6 paths, and he was finally going to turn the power of 6 paths into his own. Fortunately, his horns seem to be able to be retracted at any time, at least there is no need to worry about being found out by others. But in order to prevent accidentally revealing the horns someday, Uzumaki Naruto had to start growing his hair in the past year. He also complained, "Always think Namikaze Minato's hairstyle is like killing Matt, should he also take this route?" In fact, it is not only Namikaze Minato, but Uzumaki Naruto thinks that almost all the people in the Hokage ninja world are killing Matt. Those middle 2 boys of the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya, etc. No way, he could only do it while laughing at himself. Look at Uzumaki Naruto at this time. He is wearing an ever-changing sportswear, and it looks very shabby. It seems that he bought it last year and has been reluctant to change it. With the more proficient Master Kurama's chakra, Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel cold anymore and no longer had to wear thick clothes. This can also save a lot of money. I saw Uzumaki Naruto running fast through a lush forest. His speed is not slow, and he is still under a magnetic field of 10 times the gravity. If the gravitational magnetic field was lifted, how fast would his speed become? And under running so fast, he didn't touch any tree or branch, not because he was already familiar with the environment, but whenever there was a branch or when he was about to hit the trunk, he would skillfully avoid it. His reflexes have also been exercised. Except for the body's physical exercise, the nearby woods are actually very lively. There are faintly hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto who are practicing, some are practicing kunao throwing. He finally saved up money to buy some kunao, and then practiced throwing. Some are practicing the speed of knot printing, some are practicing against each other, and so on. On the nearby creek, on the not turbulent river, there are some shadow clone practicing treading water while preparing to help the body fish for dinner. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Plug-in cheat to the account. Full attributes. The incident has to be mentioned again. Since Hyuga Hisashi saved the village from a war again with the sacrifice of one person, Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha Village finally signed the so-called alliance agreement. Finally, the world has restored the long-awaited peace. It's just that no one knows how long this peace will last. In fact, the history of the entire ninja world has always been a history of war. Before the establishment of Konoha Village, the ninjas fought with each other in the name of their families or were hired by various countries to fight. Later, with the establishment of Konoha Village and other ninja villages followed suit, it evolved into a war in the ninja world. Since the first ninja war, Konoha Village has only been established for more than 50 years. Uzumaki Naruto was born in Konoha in 50 years. Refer to the end of the Fourth Ninja War, Uzumaki Naruto was 17 years old, and it seemed to be Konoha's 68th or 67th year. Maybe because of the birthday, it happened to be Konoha's 50 or 51st year, take an integer here. And because there is no need to worry about war, Uzumaki Naruto's practice has officially entered the right track. In fact, it is not too much to say that it is entering the take-off stage. Because later, in addition to continuing to maintain the usual training, he also added new training based on the advantages of the original plot. For example, the practice of chakra nature transformation of the wind attribute. He remembered how he practiced in the original book, using chakra to cut the leaves. There is no problem at all. For such a simple practice, it doesn't matter if there is no one to guide him, and there is no need to worry about Kurama running away anyway. And he also knew that he was a wind attribute. It's just that when he really wanted to do it, he also prepared hundreds of shadow clones to search for leaves to practice, but unexpected conditions appeared. It turned out that when the shadow clone were preparing to cut the leaves with the wind attribute chakra and practice the wind attribute chakra nature transformation, some shadow clones suddenly lit the leaves in their hands. Another shadow clone shattered the leaves. There are also shadow clones who simply wet the leaves, as if they had just been taken out of the water. Although there are also shadow clones that cut the leaves, there are also shadow clones that make the leaves puckered. Even the shadow clones were stunned, and one of them quickly disappeared. In this way, the memory and information were instantly transmitted to the main body and all shadow clones. At the moment, the whole mountain forest was lively, and countless Uzumaki Naruto rushed to one place to see this lively. Instead, the main body is blocked outside and cannot enter. Only the main body needs to use 10 times the magnetic field to keep himself under a weight-bearing state at all times. Now, besides going to the toilet, he almost even takes a bath and sleeps like this. The purpose is to maximize practice. The advantage of this is that he really seems to be living in an environment 10 times the gravity of the Earth, his body structure and physique are improving rapidly, and every day is a new stage. In the end, the body had to take the initiative to release all shadow clone, and then came to the big tree. Uzumaki Naruto, who already knew what had happened, lowered his head and looked at the various leaves that fell on the ground by his feet, showing a thoughtful expression. Slowly, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes began to shine with surprise. Originally, to test the properties of chakra, you need to use chakra paper, which is a special paper that can show different forms by absorbing chakra. For example, if it has the fire attribute, the paper will burn, the soil attribute will cause the paper to collapse and be shattered, the water attribute will drip water, the wind attribute cuts through it, and the thunder attribute becomes wrinkled. Isn't this the same as what these leaves show? Could it be said that he is the full attribute of the 5 attributes? Is he finally going to activate the Traversers plugin? In fact, Uzumaki Naruto has been waiting. The plugins he has now are not those of the Traverser, but Uzumaki Naruto in the original book can get it. It's just that he got it in advance. But after another thought, Uzumaki Naruto showed a stunned expression. Damn, forget it, Lao Z is a little 6 paths now. It is the power of 6 paths that gives me all attributes, right? Uzumaki Naruto knocked his head with his hands, and he finally knew what was going on. Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto has noticed one more thing. that is, looking at the leaves that have shown various changes in the corresponding properties, it seems that it would take a long time to master the practice of chakra nature transformation. He has already completed NS. As long as the leaves are cut, it means that the cultivation of the wind attribute chakra nature transformation is completed, and the other attributes of nature transformation seem to be completed at the same time. Did he do something? Why is it so simple? For nothing. Don't forget that your Six Paths power was personally gifted by the old Six Paths man. Even if you were a fool, you are now a genius. For you, chakra has become a handy one, because the old Six Paths man, he doesn't know how to do ninjutsu before, and his power is beyond ninja's ability to match and imagine. Kurama's voice suddenly sounded, explaining to Uzumaki Naruto. Not only was Uzumaki Naruto not angry, Kurama said he was an idiot, but nodded in agreement. For the Otsutsuki clan, their use of power is innate, and there is no need for cultivation, and they have powerful power from birth. In fact, few people know that the so-called distinctions between ninjutsu, physique, and illusion in ninjas were all born after that, including the use of ji-yin gestures, which are said to have been developed by Indra. In fact, Indra is a genius, and Ashura is a fool. So the brothers went to two extremes. Indra believes that all problems can be solved with their own power, while Ashura believes in the power of others. Uzumaki Naruto's current thinking is more biased towards Indra. He is hungry for power. But this saves me a lot of trouble. Now that I have mastered the chakra nature transformation, which is the full attribute of the basic 5 attributes, then I will practice the advanced version of Raise-Non. Just be careful not to make too much noise. Wind-style spiral shuriken. When I learn this trick, I can really breathe a sigh of relief. A confident expression appeared on Uzumaki Naruto's face. He finally wants master some self-protection power. So he stepped over the practice of chakra nature transformation and directly entered the development of the advanced version of Raise-Non. If adding the wind attribute to Raise-Non, chakra nature transformation calls it wind-style spiral shuriken, what about the water attribute? What about fire attributes? If you join other chakra nature transformation, what effect will Raise-Non have? Let us wait and see. Asterisk. Chapter 56. Years old, going to school. Time flies by. In a blink of an eye, Uzumaki Naruto was 6 years old. 6 years have passed since the Nine Tails chaos. I thought that Konoha village should have forgotten the original grief and fear, but the villagers still remember that Uzumaki Naruto is the reincarnation of the Nine Tails demon fox. So his condition in Konoha village is still so bad. But Uzumaki Naruto doesn't care anymore. Anyway, he practices in the back mountain almost every day. Even if it rains, it can't stop it. Even if it's windy and snowy, it won't let him lazy and rest. Originally, Uzumaki Naruto thought that his life would continue to be like this day after day, boring but not boring, because he could feel that he was getting stronger every day, and he was always getting stronger than before. Even with the assistance of Shadow Clone, he always thinks of more ideas and then develops new cultivation methods, which can always have miraculous effects. Over the past few years, he has become accustomed to such a life. But on this morning, after Uzumaki Naruto got up, he didn't continue walking to the back mountain as usual. Instead, he changed direction. After leaving the house, he finally came to a place called Konoha Shinobi School. It turns out that just a few days ago, Umbu went to the mountains to find Uzumaki Naruto. At that time, he was taken aback and hurriedly removed the shadow clone from the mountains and plains. Fortunately, his current perceptual field has expanded to an exaggerated range of several kilometers. He almost noticed Umbu just about to come here. In fact, it is not an exaggeration. For example, the perception distance of second Tsuchikage is almost as far as several kilometers. Although it is a cage-level powerhouse, the current Uzumaki Naruto is not bad. The power of Kurama, Ashura Chakra, the power of 6 paths, is no joke. but found Uzumaki Naruto and only conveyed one news, that is, he wants him to report to the ninja school today. It turns out that Uzumaki Naruto has reached the age for enrollment, and third generation asks someone to do it for him in person. This is because the third generation team can't find Uzumaki Naruto. This kid has been hiding behind the mountain and can't come out. The old man has no time to find this little monkey all over the mountains. Third generation had also felt strange. For some reason, his telescope technique could not lock Uzumaki Naruto. He also found Uzumaki Naruto and found that there was nothing wrong. But then it still didn't work, and he couldn't help it. So Uzumaki Naruto had to come here instead of going to the back mountain. But apart from not being able to use Shadow Clone for other exercises, in fact, for Uzumaki Naruto, it doesn't make much sense for him to go to the back mountain now. Because he can already use the power of the magnetic field to wrap his body in it anytime and anywhere, which makes him equivalent to exercising all the time. And now he can still move normally in an environment of 20 times the gravity. If aliens who live 10 times the gravity of the Earth are equivalent to superhumans on Earth, what will happen if Uzumaki Naruto releases its own magnetic field effect? He had tried it quietly, and he almost flew off the ground without his feet. The relaxed feeling of fluttering like a feather made him understand how powerful he is now. Having said that, Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and looked at the Konoha shinobi school that was already in front of him. This is also a famous scene. Outside the gate, there is a swing hanging under a tree. In the original book, he often sat there alone, right? But now he will not. Standing there, Uzumaki Naruto has reached a height of 1.4 meters, close to 1.5 meters, which is his height when he graduated at the age of 12 in the original book. And Uzumaki Naruto is only 6 years old at this time, a lot taller than the surrounding peers. He has been working hard to exercise his body for so many years. Not only did he not let himself be exercised, but he became even more outstanding. Turning his head and looking around, Uzumaki Naruto found that people began to come around constantly. Today is the entrance meeting of Uzumaki Naruto's freshman class. Even the senior students entered the school early and left this place for them. And now all the children in his class are his children, but everyone else has their parents hand in hand, and he is alone, which seems a little out of place. Some children looked at Uzumaki Naruto with strange faces, some secretly looked at it, and some boldly looked directly. At this time, the parents of those children pulled their children and secretly explained what. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and walked directly into the door. He can already turn a blind eye to those people. After waiting for a while in the yard of the ninja school, when the ninja teacher who was in charge of greeting the new students brought in the new students, and the annoying guys finally could not chase in, it was annoying that Uzumaki Naruto silently followed the team into the teaching building inside. It seems that the ninja school is no different from an ordinary school. It also has teaching buildings and classrooms, as well as some senior genin or chinin as teachers. It's just that all you need to learn here are ninja-related knowledge, what ninja experience, the history of the ninja world, including the history of Konoha village and so on. There are also some outdoor activities, such as fighting between ninjas, and shuriken throwing. Of course, it also includes some basic ninjutsu, such as basic 3-body technique, clone technique, not shadow clone technique. Ordinary clone technique is just a blind technique, there is no harm to the clone, body replacement technique, and transformation technique. After all, it is also necessary to consider that children who are not born in a ninja family, but from ordinary people may not have been exposed to any training about ninjas. This is the place to train these common knowledge. Because it was the first day of class, in class, a teacher who called himself Umino Irika mainly explained to the children what they should learn in school life in the future. The audience Uzumaki Naruto sat in a position by the window, and he grabbed a good position like this as soon as he came in. Given that he is much taller than other peers, who would dare to snatch him? Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and looked out the window, yawning boredly. In fact, he has already regretted it. This morning he thought about whether to let Shadow Clone go to school instead of himself. The main reason is that he is worried that Shadow Clone will have an accident. If someone finds out that he already knows Shadow Clone and dares to fool with Shadow Clone, I am afraid it will be very troublesome. After all, there is no way to explain how I learned the Shadow Clone technique, which was called ninjutsu only by Jonin in the early stage of the Hokage ninja plot. In addition, he can use the magnetic field to exercise himself anytime, anywhere, so he has to come personally. But now it seems that it is better to go for a lap in the mountains. However, Uzumaki Naruto turned his head and looked to the other side. There was a cute girl with beautiful short blue hair and strange white eyes. I'm satisfied to see my wife. Asterisk.